Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Custom Traumatize Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku POV. It all started when I was just 5 years old. I was still in preschool, all my friends had started developing their quirks but mine had yet to come. Then one night everything changed. I was sitting with my mom, we were watching TV like we always did before I went to bed. I remember laughing with her, I smiled as I looked up to her. I saw these orbs floating around her, each one was a different color. Mommy, what are those orbs? I started reaching for a black orb. Was the closest one to me. What orb, Sui? I touched the black orb and I heard my mother scream as everything turned black. Hisashi. Why? The next thing I knew we were in my mother's room. How did we get here when we were just on the couch? I looked over to see my mom standing in the door, tears in her eyes. She was staring at my dad who was laying in bed with another woman. Inko, I thought you were with Mitsuki having a girls' weekend? My dad just stared at my mom with a blank face. No words were said as the two just looked at each other. The next thing I heard broke my heart. Get out. These two words flipped my entire world. Everything went black again. I was back on the couch. What was that? I looked over to my mom to ask her what had just happened. I saw her sitting on the couch, she was crying with her knees tucked up to her chin. Mommy, is everything alright? I reached out for her. Smack-dash-dud. I was on the floor staring up at my mother who was staring at me with tears coming from her eyes, her arm outstretched. This was the first time she had ever hit me. I just sat on the floor wondering. But what did I do wrong? Tears started to form in my eyes. I had no words. All I could do was stare at her. Izuku baby, I am so sorry. My mother reached down for me, but when I saw her hand reach for me I quickly scurried to my room and locked the door behind me. Why, Mom? Tears flowed down my eyes as thoughts ran through my head. Why did she tell Dad to get out? Why did she hit me? What was with all those orbs? Was that a quirk? All these thoughts rushed through my head, but all I could do was cry myself to sleep. Izuku POV. It had been 10 years since that night, but I can still remember everything that had happened as if it was still happening. A lot has happened since then. A week after that incident we went to see a doctor. I got tested and it turns out it was my quirk manifesting. What should have been a happy moment for me was a moment of pain. My quirk is Traumatize. When activated I can see orbs floating around a person. Each orb has a different color and that color deems how bad the memory is. The order from least to most traumatizing is yellow, blue, purple, red, and black. After I touch an orb, that person and anyone touching me is sent into that memory and they are forced to relive that experience. I can also change how the experience is remembered, but I can only make it worse. On that car ride home I asked my mom who the other girl was with Dad and why she told him to get out. It turns out my dad was having an affair. He wasn't gone because of work overseas, he was kicked out and never returned. My world had been crushed a second time. I wish I had stayed quirkless. Over the next 7 years Mom and I hardly spoke. Meals were quiet and most of the time we just spent in our rooms. During those 6 years I kept on living as if I was quirkless. Only a few people knew I had a quirk. Every day I was harassed and bullied and every night I was tormented by my thoughts as I cried myself to sleep. Nothing seemed right. When I started middle school things got worse. I was depressed and the voices never stopped. One night I couldn't sleep. All I could hear was voices telling me to give up. You're nothing but a quirkless loser, maybe next life you'll have a quirk, you can't be a hero. I was so upset that I punched my mirror. The glass shattered as it cut my knuckles. As the blood dripped off my hand I was at peace, the voices were silent. I quickly cleaned the glass up and bandaged my hand. Finally some peace and quiet. A few weeks after that incident my mom was sent to a mental hospital. She was deemed unstable from living in fear of reliving the worst parts of her life. Who wouldn't go crazy with that on their mind? Mitsuki Bakugo was appointed as my legal guardian after my mom left. Luckily I was still able to stay at my mom's apartment. I spent the next year living alone with my thoughts day in and day out. The voices would never stop unless I took a blade to my wrist or drank. My life didn't seem to have much purpose. What kind of 12-year-old kid spends each night cutting and drinking? Even though my life felt like I was going nowhere, I still wanted to be a hero that could help people from going down the same path as me. As much as I didn't want to do it, I spent my first year of middle school learning about my quirk at home. I wanted to have control over it so I never hurt anyone again. After a few weeks I learned that I didn't just select a random memory when touching an orb. After I was familiar with a memory, the orb would have a description over it. After a few months, all my orbs had descriptions saying what they were. Surprisingly, this brought comfort to me. While at school, I tried to just tune everything out while putting on a happy face. I would put in my headphones and just fade away into music. It calmed me. I could just listen to the beats and the voices would be drowned out. Before I knew it, music became a key part of my life. I would go home and research for hours how to make beats and what type of equipment I would need. I hoped this would help turn some things around. After 6 months of saving from my weekly allowance that would be sent to me, I was able to get a soundboard that had a little keyboard attachment. I was happy again for the first time in years. I spent weeks straight messing with it and trying to make beats that I started to sleep less and less. Soon I could barely stay awake during class, and one day I fell passed out in class due to lack of sleep. The next thing I knew, I was in the nurse's office having Auntie Mitsuki staring at me. Despite her tone, she wasn't mad, she was sad and disappointed. I was expecting a lecture, but she just looked at me and apologized. I was confused until I saw her look at my arms. The underside of both my forearms were covered with cuts and some scars. The nurse left to give us some time to talk. I'm sure she went to tell my teacher and the principal, but they wouldn't care. As far as they knew, I was a quirkless kid with no future. Auntie Mitsuki spent the next hour asking questions and trying to convince me to come stay with them. Most of them were answered with my silence. After some time we came to an agreement that I could stay on my own, but she would come check on me weekly and I'd have to go to therapy for the rest of the year. I begged Auntie Mitsuki to not tell Bakugo about this. She reluctantly agreed, but she would tell her husband because she needed someone to talk to about it. That night she drove me home and inspected the house. It surprised her how clean it was. There were only a few dirty dishes and the living room was organized. The only thing that stood out to her was that all the pictures were lying flat or turned around. She didn't press me as to why I did that. She then inspected my room. It was a mess. The bed wasn't made and clothes were scattered everywhere. I knew I needed to clean it, but what's the point? It was just going to get dirty again. Before she left, she noticed the soundboard. I explained to her that music calmed me and that it helped me not feel alone in the house. As she was leaving, she said she'd be back sometime next week. She would never tell me a day. She wanted it to be a surprise inspection so I couldn't hide anything. The last half of the year dragged on. I went to therapy every other week. Auntie Mitsuki would come so she would have an understanding of what was going on. As if anyone could understand what I was going through. The first week there, the therapist gave me a rubber band. I was confused until he explained that any time the voices came and I couldn't use music to quiet them, to give the band a snap. He said that this is to reduce the chances of me cutting. He may have seen it that way, but to me it was just a placeholder till I got home. I had to become more strategic with my cuts and do them in places that were less noticeable. Every once in a while I was forced to have dinner at the Bakugo's house. I would put on a fake smile and grit my teeth as I would snap the rubber band most of the night. Luckily the year ended and I was able to get out of therapy by telling them what they wanted to hear and putting on a fake smile. It's not like they care, I'm just a quirkless loser. Izuku POV. It was the first day of my second year in middle school. My day started the same as it always had. I get up, take a shot of whiskey and make 3 new cuts. I hop in the shower and let the water wash the blood off my arm. After that I make my way to school. I put my headphones in and say down. The first day is always the worst. I hope he's not in this class. Sadly the world just wanted to keep F&G me over as he walked in. Hey you demon nerd, you're still here? I looked up and put my hands under my desk while giving a fake smile. Well hello Kanchan. Snap. Class dragged on after everyone introduced themselves and said what quirk they had. I was immediately made an outcast. Luckily the teacher didn't care, so I just put my headphones back in and drifted away. When lunch came I didn't go to the cafeteria, I just went up to the roof. It was quiet and I didn't have to deal with anyone. Snap, snap, snap. The rest of the day dragged on. I just wanted the day to be over so I could go home. I took out my notebook and just jotted down ideas for some beats during the last half of the day. Finally the bell rang and I could finally go. Hey Deku, the old hag said she wants you to come over for dinner tonight. Great, today just wanted to keep stacking it on. Oh alright, what time? I reached in my bag and put my notebook away. Snap. I don't know, just be there by 6 or don't, I couldn't care less. Bakugo just stormed out of the classroom. I looked at my phone, it was 3. I can't go home because I know I won't leave and I don't want Auntie Mitsuki to come and drag me to dinner again. I guess I'll just wander. I got up and put on my headphones. Walking out of the school I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Even if I couldn't hear them, I knew what they were saying. Is that the quirkless kid? I heard he still wants to be a hero. He's crazy to think that. What's wrong with him? Snap. This thing doesn't really help at all, but at least it calms me a little. I looked down at my wrist and pulled my sleeve up a little. I could see some scars and a bright red mark from all the snaps I did during the day. The rubber band was worn and starting to tear. It had a few red splatters from the days I actually snapped so much it broke the skin and caused me to bleed. Looks like it's time for a new one when I get home. Before I knew it, I was walking through the park. This place was peaceful. I used to play here as a kid. There was a bench that I would always sit at on top of a hill. I made my way to it and I saw someone sitting on it. Sheet. Snap. I took a deep breath and just walked to the tree next to it and leaned up against it. I turned the volume up a little more and just started to fade away into the beats. POV. School was over for the day. There was never any work after the first day, so I was in no rush to get home. My parents wouldn't be home till later, so I had some free time. The sky may have been overcast, but I liked it. The aesthetic was great. I made my way to the park close to my house. I made my way to the top of the hill and sat on the bench that overlooked everything. I sat back and pulled out my notebook as I just watched the world go by. After a few minutes I heard someone walking up. I didn't think much of it, a lot of people like this spot. I looked over and saw a kid that looked about my age walking up with headphones in and his head down. He walked up to the tree and leaned against it. That's a little odd, there's plenty of room on the bench. I know I was already here, but that doesn't mean he has to stay on the ground. I went back to my notebook. I was tapping on it trying to figure out some lyrics. I felt inspired to write today, but I couldn't think of anything. It's so annoying. After some time I leaned my head back and sighed out of frustration. I looked around and saw the kid sitting in the same spot. He wasn't doing anything, just looking over the park with a dead look on his face. I looked back to my notebook and started tapping my pen again. Snap. I quickly looked up. I know I heard something. I looked around and there was nothing around. Maybe it was just a stick. Snap. My eyes shot up again and I scanned the park. Again there was nothing. The only thing around was the kid and he hasn't moved. Snap. Sheet. I looked over and saw him sitting there holding a rubber band in his hand that was broken. Was he just playing with a rubber band this whole time? This guy is a little weird. I didn't realize it, but I was staring at him. Soon he was digging through his bag looking for something. He looked panicked. I decided to take a risk. Hey, no response. Hey, nothing. Hey, is everything all right over there? He still wouldn't answer. I stood up and walked over and tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up at me. His face almost looked scared, his eyes were emerald green but seemed faded. Hey, is everything all right? He took out one of his headphones. I'm sorry. He gave a little smile. Is everything all right? You seemed a little panicked. I stepped back a little to give him some space. Yeah, I just was looking for something, but it turns out I forgot it. He hung his head a little. Why did he just stutter? Why did his smile look forced? I started to walk towards the bench and looked back. You know you can sit on the bench if you want, there's plenty of room. I went and sat on the far side with my bag in the center leaning against me. He just sat there for a few minutes not moving. Soon he stood up and made his way to the bench and sat on the opposite side. He kept his bag in his lap and held onto it. Thank you. 2 faint words came from him as he gave another forced smile. I gave him a nod and went back to my notebook and just kept tapping on it with my pen trying to think of what to write about. Come on Jair, this shouldn't be this hard to get an idea. I kept tapping my pen when I heard Smoke scribbling next to me. I looked over and saw the kid jotting down a bunch of notes. I couldn't make out what he was writing. I started to lean in a little without realizing it. Can I help you? He looked over at me with a confused expression. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was invading your space. I just saw you making a lot of quick notes and my curiosity must have gotten the better of me. I gave a small smile trying to hide how embarrassed I was. Great, now I look like a creep. He shrugged a little and went back to his notes. A minute later he spoke up. I had an idea about a new beat I wanted to try, so I was making notes of what I heard in my head, that way I could better recreate it. He gave a little chuckle as he made a few more quick notes. You make music too, huh? I smiled and leaned back again. He looked at me confused. You make music? Yeah, my family is big into it, so I picked it up. I started to tap my notebook again. What instrument do you play? I don't. He kept his head buried. I just make beats, but I guess if I had to say one it would be the piano. But if you put chords in front of me I would have no clue what I'm doing. So you make EDM then? I stopped tapping and looked over at him. Not really, I could, but I personally prefer making lofi. He kept looking in his notebook. Really, isn't that just chill music to study and chill to? I gave him a confused look. Yeah, but I find it calming and easy to just fade away into. He unplugged his headphones and just let his music play. I know it's not the greatest thing in the world, but I like it. I leaned back and just listened to the music with him. I can respect that. He looked up and looked over at me. So what do you play? I sat up and looked at him and took a deep breath. I can play guitar, bass, piano, and the drums a little. I also sing and write. I quickly looked down into my notebook. Sadly, the writing music hasn't been coming along much lately. Wow, you can do it all. He gave a small chuckle. Not really, my parents can play almost anything and they pick things up quickly. I sat my pen down. Can I ask you a question? I mean, you already did, but go ahead. He started to try and tie the rubber band around his wrist again. Where do you find your inspiration? I sat up again. The whole time I've been here I've been trying to think of something to write about, but I can't figure anything out. I don't know how it is for lyrics, but I tried to capture moments. His rubber band fell off his wrist to the ground. That's why I take so many notes. I want to capture what I felt and heard in my head. As he reached for his rubber band to pick it up, I noticed a red mark on his wrist. Oh, I guess that makes sense. What's with that mark? Was he just sitting weird and putting pressure on it? I opened my bag and found a rubber band that was purple and black stripped. Here you go, I don't think that one will work anymore. He looked over to me and took it. Thanks. He quickly put it on his wrist that was red. Hey, are you? A phone started to go off. I'm sorry, I need to take this. He answered his phone. Hello. Wait, it's what time? No, Auntie Mitsuki. I'm fine, I was just at the park. No, I didn't go home. If I did, I probably would have gotten caught up in trying new music and been late. I know I'm still late. I'm sorry, I'm on my way now. Bye. Everything all right? I looked at him and laughed. Yeah, I was supposed to be at a friend's house for dinner at 6 o'clock and well, it's 6:20, so she was worried. He put his notebook up and grabbed his headphones. I'm sorry, but I have to go. It's no problem, thanks for letting me pick your brain. I gave him a smile. He stood up and plugged his headphones in. Thanks. He started to walk off. Hey. I spoke up, trying to get him to turn around. He stopped and looked at me. What's your name? He stood there for a moment and took a deep breath. Izuku Midoriya. I'm Kyokajairu. I gave him a wave. He waved and gave a smile again as he turned and walked away. Snap. As he walked away, I saw him pull the rubber band back and let his snap onto his wrist. Was that him the whole time? Why does his smile seem so forced? Izuku POV. It was about a 20-minute walk from the park to the Bakugo's house. Shit, tonight will be rough. The entire walk to their house I was just thinking about going home. I opened the gate and knocked on the door. The door flung open and I was immediately pulled into the house by Auntie Mitsuki. What the hell took you so long? Katsuki said you'd be here at 6. She just looked at me confused. I'm sorry, I was at the park and lost track of time while talking with someone. I grabbed my arm. Demon, why do I always upset people? The next thing I knew, Auntie Mitsuki threw her arms around me, hugging me. You know I was worried about you, kid. Her voice was calm and smooth. I'm sorry. Snap. Shortly after I arrived, we all sat to have dinner. I could say one thing about the Bakugos is that they knew how to cook. They always made the best food. After the meal and what seemed like an hour of asking about how school was, Bakugo got up and left. Finally, I can leave. I stood up to leave, but as I was standing up, I felt a hand grab my wrist. I looked surprised to see Auntie Mitsuki pulling up my sleeve, revealing my wrist in a deep shade of red. So it was a hard day after all. She let go of my sleeve as it fell back down to cover my wrist. Yeah. I looked down. I couldn't look her in the eyes. Have you still been? She put a hand on my head. No, I quickly cut her off. Snap. I'm sorry, I should go, I need to get some sleep. I turned around and made my way to the door. I didn't get home till 9. I opened the door to the apartment and set my stuff by the door. I survived the night. Maybe now I can fade away. I made my way to the kitchen and poured a shot of whiskey and tossed it back. I poured another one before hiding the bottle again. I made my way to my room where I opened my computer and loaded up my music program. Shit, I left my notebook at the door. After grabbing my notebook, I sat back down and started messing around with the soundboard. I looked for a pad that was mellow but had a low tone. After I found one I liked, I leaned back in my chair. Alright, that's good. I went back to my soundboard and pulled out the little keyboard attachment. I spent a few minutes trying to make the right melody. A few hours had passed and I sat back in my chair as I listened to the beat. It was mellow but sad. The melody was an acoustic guitar. It rang low as if almost sad but also gave some hope. The bass was low and you could feel it with every hit. Every now and again there was background noise making it sound like wind. I was happy with it. That's good for tonight. I can work on the EQ tomorrow. I went to save it and I drew a blank as to what to call it. Sheet, what do I even call this? I stood up and threw back the last shot as I walked around my room. I paced for a few minutes before I looked down at my wrist and smiled. I walked to my computer and began to type. Alright, that will do for now. I saved the file and turned off my laptop before lying in bed. I turned on my music as I plugged my phone in. Laying in bed I closed my eyes and thought to myself, purple-haired girl, I like the sound of that. A few weeks had gone by since that day. School was terrible. I got bullied and tormented about my dreams. At least I had my music to escape to. One day I was walking back home passing my usual music shop. I decided to stop in and look at some prices. Walking into this place always feels like home. I knew all the workers here and they helped me pick out my soundboard and they knew about the music I made. After a few minutes of catching up, I explained to him that I was wanting to get a guitar. It would make everything so much easier in editing. I was tired of editing each note to make it sound as if I really played it. He gave me a smile and pointed me to the right section. Demon, these are all so expensive. Looking at the prices I knew I had enough for one, but I could wait another month to save just to be safe. I wasn't in a rush. I began to reach for one to try it when I heard a familiar voice. Hey there. UPOV. Finally, it's Friday. I stopped to stretch as I walked through the streets. This week couldn't end fast enough. Now it's time for the weekly tradition. I made my way through the streets before stopping in front of a shop. Hey Kyoka, there you are. A man and woman walked up to me. Took you guys long enough. I gave them a smile and laughed at them. Hey, don't be like that, you know how easy it is to get caught up in a song, sweetie. The woman leaned towards her. Yeah, you know how your mom gets when the beat picks up. The man gave her a thumbs up. Gosh, why do my parents have to be so extra sometimes? I opened the door and made my way in. Let's go, we're wasting time. Every Friday since I started middle school, my parents and I would come to this music store and look around. My dad was good friends with the owner, so we got some deals, plus every month mom and dad got to play a few songs on the talent night. Most of the time we'd just get more picks or strings when we come in, and occasionally we'd get a new instrument, but that doesn't happen as often. We could spend hours here and it would feel like minutes. I was walking through the aisles looking through the straps when I noticed someone looking at some guitars. He looks familiar. Where do I know him from? Slowly I made my way over to him. I couldn't remember where I had seen him before. He reached for one of the guitars and I saw a familiar purple and black rubber band. It's him. Hey there. I called him and put my hand up. He stood there frozen for a second before turning towards me. I'm sorry, am I not supposed to pick them up if I wasn't going to buy it? No, you're fine. I gave him a smile. Does he not remember me? Why is he shaking like he did something wrong? Hey, do you remember me? Midoriya looked at her again and thought. It's you? You're from the park. It was Jairu, right? Yep. I walked over to him and grabbed the guitar and sat down with it. I thought you said you couldn't play, so why are you looking at them? I gave him a smug smile as I started to strum a little. I'm sorry. He looked down and started to turn around. I stopped strumming to stop him. Hey, I was just joking, you don't have to get so down. What's going on with this guy? He's so timid. I'm sorry. He stops and gives me a smile. I'm not the best around people. He puts his hand behind his head and chuckles a little. Why does that laugh sound so painful? No, it's my fault, I shouldn't have been like that. I begin to strum again. So why are you looking at guitars? He just stood there frozen for a second. I'm tired of having to manually edit each note while I make songs. If I had an actual guitar, it would be so much more efficient. That makes sense. I looked down at the frets as I changed chords. So you've never actually tried to play a guitar? He kept looking down. No. I stopped playing. Wanna change that? I looked up at him. He raised his head and our eyes met. Sure. I slid over some and motioned him to come sit next to me. After he sat down, I handed him the guitar. He held it so awkward that I couldn't help but laugh a little. After a minute, he got the hang of it. Alright, let's start with something simple. Take your middle finger and press down on the 3rd fret. Now put your index finger on the string above that wall on the 2nd fret and put your ring finger on the highest string and press on the 3rd fret. I helped guide his hand to make sure everything was right. His hands are so cold and rough. All right, now strum. He dragged the pick across all 6 strings. The sound came out muted and with a few strings ringing true. I couldn't help but laugh again. He put his head down. Come on, look up, it was your first time, it takes practice, but hey, now you can say you've played a guitar. I gave him a smile. He looked up and gave a smile. Is it all right if I just mess around just to hear the sounds? Yeah, music is about expression, and if you're having fun, who cares? I sat back and just watched as he fumbled around each string, hearing the sound they make at each fret. A few minutes had passed. He was still messing around trying to string along individual notes into something. He would hit a note and wait a second before hitting another. Most of the time the next note would be completely wrong and it would sound bad. You're really focused on this, aren't you? He didn't look up. Yeah, it's a bad habit. Once something intrigues me, I can sometimes go overboard. I continued to sit there and watch him fumble around when suddenly his eyes lit up a little and a grin came across his face. That's different. This one looks genuine. He began to play single notes in a melody. It was a simple melody, but still, for his first time ever playing, I was impressed. Wow, that was amazing, me. And what exactly do you think you're doing? My dad walked up and stood over us. Midoriya froze and he looked down, unable to move. You were what? Trying to serenade my daughter with a guitar? My dad leaned in, glaring at him. Dad, stop it, it's not like that at all. I stood up to confront him. Snap. I looked back at Midoriya. He had set the guitar down and he was clutching his bag. My dad and I both were silent, watching him. He was frozen. Sorry. A hushed voice that was cracking came from him. Hey, it's all right. I turned towards him. My dad likes to. Snap. I'm sorry. He was practically yelling this time. Everything was quiet as he walked towards the exit. Midoriya, wait. I reached out for him but stopped when I saw tears in his eyes. He stopped at the exit and turned back, hearing my voice. I'm sorry. His voice was filled with pain. Snap. He ran out of the store, making his way home. Dad, what the hell were you thinking? I turned towards my dad, angry. Calm down, I didn't think he would react like that. You know I like to put on an act, and when people try to put the moves on you. My dad got defensive, trying to defend his actions. He wasn't doing that at all. It was his first time ever playing guitar, and it was the first time I've seen him have a genuine smile. Don't you ever think before you do anything? I left the store, making my way to the park. I needed a place to think and calm down. As I made my way to the bench where I met him, my mind was flooded with questions. Why did I get so mad? Will he hate music now? Should I have gone after him? Does he hate me? Why do I even care? I barely even know him. Is he going to be alright? Will I ever see him again? Jiru, Dad's POV. Hey Shoni, do you know who that kid was? I walked up to the counter. Sort of. He comes in here every now and then. The first time he came in, he was so lost. He was looking for soundboards. He bought one and now he comes in once a month or so and looks around. I've heard some of the stuff he's made. It's pretty good. The man at the counter just stared outside. Will you keep an eye out for him and call me the next time you see him in here? I rested my arms on the counter. I really messed up. Izuku POV. I ran all the way to my house and locked the door. I dropped everything at the door and made my way to my room. I'm such an idiot. Why did I panic? I buried my face in my pillow. They probably all think I'm a freak now. You are a freak. Shut up. They all hate you. Shut up. Why were you trying to stalk that girl you barely know? Shut up, I wasn't. She thinks you're a pervert. Shut up. Her dad is going to report you. Shut up. What kind of hero would force themselves onto a girl? Shut up. You'll never be a hero. I said shut up, damn it. I went to my desk and grabbed my knife. I took my shirt off and pressed the cold steel to my wrist. 7 cuts later, I cleaned the blood off my knife and put it away. The blood ran down my arm while I sat in the shower. The water washes it and my tears away. The voices were once again silent. All I could hear was the water bouncing off the tile and a single thought in my head. Why? Izuku POV. The rest of the weekend I stayed locked in my room. I only left to eat and grab more liquor. Time seemed to stand still as my thoughts kept harassing me about the day before. My head felt like it was going to explode with all the noise filling it. Why won't they just shut up? I curled back the bottle of whiskey and took a big swig. Looking at the clock, it was already late and I had school tomorrow. Shit, not that place again. I took the bottle back with me to my room, taking another swig along the way. My room was a mess of clothes and papers scattered everywhere. I set the bottle on the nightstand before pulling my knife out of the drawer. The blade was getting dull and you could see faint blood stains on it. Looks like I'll have to get a new one tomorrow. Sitting back on the bed, I took another swig before I pressed the blade to my wrist. With each slice, the voices grew quiet. My head was silent. I took one last swig out of the bottle before I passed out on the bed. The world seemed to stay still in the last few moments before I fell asleep, and I heard a voice I'd never heard before. Why? The voice was calm. It wasn't aggressive or condescending, it was worried. It wanted to help. As I drifted into sleep, I could only wonder where this lone voice came from. Operator. 2 months had passed since the music store incident. I had saved up plenty for that guitar, but I couldn't bring myself to go back. I didn't want to risk running into them. How could I? I'm such a f up that brings bad fortune. The school day went by surprisingly fast. No one talked to me. Most people would say that's a bad thing, but for me it meant a day without being bullied. Packing up for the day, I grabbed my bag and threw in my headphones. I made my way through the front gate when an idea popped in my head. Today's been good. That one thought was all that was needed for me to stop by the music store. Before I knew it, I was standing outside of the shop. I just stared at the door and clenched my fist for what seemed like forever. I slowly reached for the door. Before I could grab the handle, the door swung open. Midoriya, man, it's been a while. Shoni, the owner of the shop, pulled me in, and before I knew it, we were standing at the counter talking. Man, where have you been hiding this whole time? Oh, I've just been really busy with school. Has the shop been busy lately? I gave him a fake smile, trying to change the topic. It's been steady, but I've got a talent night tomorrow. He gave off a smile, pointing towards a poster. I wanted to try something new. It will give people a chance to show off their skills, plus it may inspire people to pick up something new. Look at you trying something new. I gave him a small chuckle. Yeah, if it goes well, I may do these once a month. He looked down at the counter. So what brought you in here today? Are you looking for a new board? Not exactly, I was wanting to get a guitar. Oh, look at you branching out finally. He gave a light chuckle. Actually, the opposite. It will make the process for my music smoother and less time-consuming in the long run. I began to relax a bit as the conversation went on. Actually, there was one I liked the last time I was here. Hey there. I was frozen. I knew that voice. Sheet, not now. Why of all days did it have to be today? Can't I have one good day? Snap. POV. It had been 2 months since I last saw Midoriya. Every day after school I'd go to the park or the music store hoping to see him. I don't know why, but I needed to see him again. The way he shut down that day didn't sit well with me. I had only met the guy once before, but I didn't expect that kind of reaction. I guess my dad did catch him off guard, but still my dad isn't intimidating at all. But then again, that first time he was extremely timid. Either way, I need to explain everything. Hopefully he's not mad. I continued walking down the street having these debates in my head. It was Thursday. Normally I go to the park after school today and look for him, but today I decided against it. I was tired and just wanted to go home and relax. It's been 2 months of this every day and I haven't seen him once. I need a break, if only just for a day, and I'll start again tomorrow. Next thing I knew, I was walking by the music store. Out of habit, I looked through the window to see if there was anything new in stock. To my surprise, there was something new in stock. A certain green-haired boy was standing at the counter. I stopped and had to compose myself. Then it dawned on me. Shit, it's been 2 months and I didn't think of what I was gonna say. Damn it, how could I forget that? I started to panic with my ear jacks spazzing out. Calm down, you can do this. Just walk up and say hi and I'm sure we can figure it out from there. I grabbed my jacks to calm them and myself down before walking into the store. Hey there. Hey. He didn't even turn around and his body instantly tensed up. Is it alright if we talk for a minute? I stood at the door waiting for a response. Please say yes, this is my best chance at this. I guess so. He kept his head down, staring at the floor. Hey Midoriya, you know she's got quite the eye for instruments. I'm sure she could help you out. Besides, I need to make a call right quick. Shoni turned around and grabbed the phone. Still wanting a guitar? I'm glad to hear that. Let's go back to our spot again. I started making my way to the guitars when I noticed he wasn't following me. You coming? He didn't say a word, just kept his head down as he slowly made his way to me, holding his wrist the whole time. Once we made it to the spot, I grabbed the guitar and started to play softly as he stood in front of me. Please sit down, it would make this less awkward. Midoriya sat down on the stool across from me and kept his eyes glued to the floor. Why? You wanna talk? He could barely get his words out. I looked up at him and stopped playing. I wanted to apologize. My dad is really protective of me because I'm daddy's little girl. He also likes to put on a tough guy act to make him seem tough. I'm sorry. He kept his eyes on the ground. Why is he apologizing? He did nothing wrong? I started playing again. It's not your fault at all, so don't apologize, please. If it makes you feel any better, my mom and I chewed him out and he had to sleep on the couch for a week. I gave out a small chuckle hoping for any kind of reaction from him. I'm sorry. Again with this, what's going on in his head? His voice is so empty. I stopped playing again. No need to apologize, he deserved worse. I mean, why would he just come up and start interrogating you like that? Midoriya began to mess with his wrist. Is everything okay? I lean in a little bit. What? Yeah. He tensed up more. Hey, look at me please. He slowly raised his head and their eyes met for the first time that day. Is everything alright, dude? Why, yeah, I'm fine. He's obviously lying, but I can't blame him. The last time he was with me, he got yelled at. He's probably just nervous. I hand the guitar to him. Play. It's been a while since you last played, I assume. Yes. He reluctantly took the guitar and held it in his hands, staring at it. Come on, it won't bite, I swear. Let's see what you remember. I gave him a smile, hoping to lighten the mood. He slowly started to just mess around with single notes again like last time, but it was painfully obvious he hasn't played since then. He definitely hasn't played anymore. What has he been up to this whole time? I just sit there watching him play. He's definitely relaxed more, that's good, I'm glad. His playing slowly got better and eventually he was playing how he was 2 months ago. Look at you, the fast learner. He jumped a little as I spoke. Yeah, I guess so. He totally forgot I was here. For a moment it was just him in the guitar. Well, he seems relaxed, this may be my best chance. I straighten up in the stool and squeeze my fists. It seems like you haven't played since we last talked. What have you been doing this whole time, hiding from me? He suddenly stopped playing and looked down again. Snap. No. I looked down after hearing him. This probably sounds creepy, but every day for the past 2 months I either came here or to the park to try and find you. Snap. WH. Why? Because I wanted to apologize for everything. I know we barely know each other, but that whole encounter was wrong. I started to twirl my finger in my jack as I looked down. What? What do you mean? I know it may sound weird and I may just be reading into things, but it feels like you're trying to hide something. I don't know, it's probably not. I looked up and noticed he had stopped playing. His body was shaking ever so slight as he stared into the ground. Hey, I'm sorry I dug too deep. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Hey, can I ask you a question? His voice was soft and cold. Of course. I shifted my eyes back to the ground. Oh God, I effed this up so bad, he probably hates me now. Do you think I'm a freak? POV. Do you think I'm a freak? This was the question just asked to me by a guy I barely knew. For a moment time seemed to stand still as I stared into his faded green eyes. I knew what my answer was, but I was so caught off guard that I couldn't bring herself to answer. Where the hell did that come from? It's alright if you do. I'm not exactly what you would call normal. He gave a small chuckle, trying to hide the pain. I just stared at him with wide eyes, trying to put my thoughts together. I mean, it's been 2 months since I ran out of here with no explanation. It would only make sense for you. Shut up. Everything went quiet as time stood still again. I'm sorry, Jur. I said shut up, DMN it. I stood up and grabbed him by his shirt and stared into his. They were still faded, almost as if they had no life. Why the hell would I think you're a freak? Midoriya just sat there staring into her onyx eyes, unable to speak. I don't give a f about if you're normal. I don't know if you noticed, but nothing is normal in this world. And sure, you may have ran away for almost no reason 2 months ago, but that doesn't mean I think you're a freak. For God's sake, I spent every day of those 2 months looking and hoping to find you to apologize. Now you tell me, would I do that if I thought you were a freak? Midoriya hung his head after my rant and just sadly shook his head no. I let go of his shirt and sat back down across from him. Now I'm going to ask you a question and I want to know the truth, but if you're not comfortable answering, you don't have to. He slowly nodded yes, but still kept his head down. Why did you run that day? I know my dad was yelling, but still I think there was more to it than that. Midoriya kept his head down as he took a few deep breaths to try and calm himself. He didn't want to lie to her, but he couldn't tell her everything. As he took his last deep breath, a voice interrupted. Is it all right if I talk? Midoriya instantly tensed up again. Dad, what are you doing here? I turned towards my dad in shock but quickly shifted my focus back to Midoriya. Oh god, how is he going to react? He's already tensed up again. If he runs, I'm chasing after him. I'm not gonna let him get away again. Midoriya sat there frozen, not moving at all, as if he had turned into a statue. He gripped his wrist tightly and flinched as the man began to speak again. Look, I wanted to apologize for what happened. I know it was uncalled for and I didn't give you a chance to explain, but Kyoka is my world and I'll do whatever to protect her. That being said, I shouldn't make assumptions about one of my daughter's friends. I understand I messed up, but don't hold that against my daughter. Jairus' dad sat down at another stool. I don't know if you're interested or not, but there's an event here tomorrow night. You should come. It will be fun. Our family will be here, so you'll know at least one person. Shoni told me you make music. I think you'd enjoy it. He stood up again and put his hand on his daughter's head and walked out. Hey, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't know he was gonna be here. I sat there staring at him, still not moving. Can I ask you another question? His voice came out soft and shaky. Yeah. Did you mean all that you said earlier? Of course I did. Why would I lie to you? I leaned forward a little, noticing him start to relax a little more. Did your dad mean everything he said? His voice began to shake more. Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He means well and is a great guy, just a bit of a dumb but yeah, he meant it all. I leaned back again, starting to relax. He took another deep breath as he sat up again, still holding his wrist tightly. He gave a slight smile. I'm glad he seemed to relax again, but his smile doesn't fit. Why does it seem so forced? I stood up and reached my hand out to take the guitar from him. Come on, let's go somewhere else. The vibe here has been killed. He handed me the guitar as he started to stand up. Don't you have to head on home? Nah. I put the guitar up. When my dad put his hand on my head, that was his way of saying have fun and don't stay out too late. Oh. Okay. Hey, you don't have to if you don't want to. But I think we should at least have one time we see each other and when we decide to. I gave a small giggle, trying to lighten the mood again. Why? Yeah, I have time before I need to get home. Well, let's get going, we don't have all night. I began to walk towards the door with Midoriya behind me. Izuku POV. Sheet, how did I end up here? We were back at the park that we first met. Back on that same hill, sitting on the same bench. No words were said between us. We just sat there looking over the park, watching people go by. Why did she bring me out here? It's funny how we're back here again. She leaned back and stretched against the back of the bench. How so? I sat there staring out over the park. She shrugged a little. I don't know, it just is to me. I mean, we've run into each other 3 times now and it's always been in the same places. I think it's more coincidence than funny. Maybe, but still it is to me. Whatever you say. I leaned back and took a deep breath. What is she even talking about? That makes no sense to me. So, I know this is odd, but you never answered my question earlier before my dad interrupted us. Again. She turned towards me and sat cross-legged so she could see me. Shit, I hoped she forgot that. I took a deep breath and scooted off the bench so I was shitting on the ground. Do you really want to know? Of course. She shifted so she was leaning her back against the armrest. Well, it's pretty obvious I'm socially awkward. More often than not, I'm a stuttering mess. Plus, I'm not good with confrontation. I panicked and ran. It's as simple as that. I brought my knees to my chest and wrapped my arms around them tightly. Hopefully that's good enough for her. Is that it? Yeah. I'm not buying it. What, why not? I turned to her in shock. Dimen, am I that easy to read? Call it a sixth sense or just part of my quirk. She raised her jacks in the air and pointed to them. I've seen you look at them from time to time and I'm guessing you're curious about them. I gave a slight nod as I turned away from her. Well, for better or worse, my quirk heightens my hearing. Because of that, I've become extremely perceptive and can pick up on things most wouldn't. It's honestly annoying sometimes because I can always tell when people are lying. As you can imagine, people don't like that and it causes a moral dilemma of me calling them out or pretending like I don't know. She shifted and sat on the ground next to me. Honestly, I've been trying to get a read on you each time we saw each other because I had this feeling that something was wrong. But I could never get a read on you. I could feel my breathing getting faster. Of course, the one person that doesn't write me off instantly can read people like a book. Just my luck. I felt a hand placed on my shoulder. Dude, calm down, it's okay, I'm not gonna ask for all your secrets, not who I am. I just wanted to be honest with you and I want you to be honest with yourself. Honest with myself, that's a laugh. There's no way I wouldn't be sent back to therapy or worse if I was honest with myself. I turned my head towards her, Not to sound rude, why do you even care? She laughed to herself for a moment. You know, I've been asking myself that for a while now. Ever since you ran, I kept asking myself why I care if this guy that's not even a friend is alright. But that turned out to be the answer. I guess I did consider you as a friend even though we didn't know each other. We do share an interest in music. Plus, you let me pick your brain on how you find inspiration. By the way, that was really helpful and has been working for me too. She gave me a smile as her jacks perked up a little. Also, I don't think I'd go around giving guitar lessons to a guy I just met, so yeah, I do consider you a friend. I couldn't help but let out a small smile after hearing that. It may have been the first real smile in a long time. I could live in this moment forever. I guess today was a good day. As if on cue, my phone began to ring. I looked at it and saw it was Auntie Mitsuki. Sorry, I have to take this. It's all good, don't worry. She gave me a nod. Hello. I'm at the park. I'm just hanging out with a friend. I didn't know you were coming over today. No, it's not like that at all. Yeah, I'll be safe and let you know later. What? No, I can't do that tomorrow. I have plans already, sorry. Yeah. I guess you could say that. No, it's actually been alright lately. No. Yeah, I understand and I will be. Alright, bye. Things were quiet after I hung up the phone. No words were said. We just sat there listening to the breeze. So, was that your parents wondering where you were? She turned towards me again. No, a family friend. I brought my knees back into my chest. Do you need to head back to meet them? Can I ask you a question? I relaxed a little as I took a deep breath. I'm all ears. She gave a small giggle and motioned to her jacks again. Yeah, about that. Did you hear any of that conversation? The air grew tense as the question left my lips. Not really, it sounded like they were worried, as if something had happened though. I thought so. Could you do me a favor and forget all that, and if I get another call around you again, could you please do your best and not listen to it? I understand that it could be hard, but please try. Yeah, I can do that. But can I ask you something? Go ahead. What did you mean when you said you had plans tomorrow? Don't take this the wrong way, but you don't seem to be the type to go out on the weekends. What are you talking about? You were there when your dad invited me to the event tomorrow. I gave her a confused look as I stood up and stretched. Besides, it would be rude to say no after he apologized. She looked up at me and smiled, noticing I still had on the purple and black rubber band. Still have that old thing, I see. Yeah, I guess I still do. I put my arms down and gave a small smile. Shit, I hope she didn't see that. So what's with the rubber band anyways? She looked at me and stared into my eyes. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I gave another smile. She stared daggers into me. Did you forget what I just told you? I know you're lying. I balled my fists and turned away from her. It's nothing. I'm fine. It doesn't sound like you're fine. She stood up behind me and put a hand on my shoulder. I said it's nothing, damn it. She quickly took her hand off my shoulder. Midoriya. I'm sorry. Please drop it. I'll see you tomorrow, Jiru. I started walking off home before she could say anything else. Izuku POV. Friday morning started out like all the rest. I woke up and dragged myself out of bed to be face to face with a shattered reflection of myself in the mirror. Opening the drawer to my desk, I pull out a half-empty bottle of whiskey and take the first of my morning swigs. The slight burn as it went down my throat every morning was a reminder that I'm still alive. Next, the morning shower. I always hate this part of the day. Showers weren't necessarily bad. It was more the fact that all my scars were on full display. Sure, nobody was around to see them, but just the thought of it was enough to cause panic. About halfway through the shower is when I would take my second swig of the day. By the time my shower ended, my phone would be going off. Auntie Mitsuki calls every morning to make sure I'm always up for school. After the call ends, I take my last swig of the morning before getting dressed for school. I hope today goes by fast. The school day went as usual. I kept my head down with headphones on all day, only looking up to write notes. Nobody seemed to care if I even paid attention. The only time anyone paid attention to me at all was when something was thrown at me. Snap. Lunch was the same as always. Sitting up on the roof with my legs hanging over the edge. It was peaceful except for the occasional student who would walk by and mockingly yell, "Jump." Maybe one day, but they'd probably just step over the mark I'd make as if it was nothing. Snap. Halfway through the day and just a couple hours left. The last few PRDS of the day were easy. So everyone had time to tease me. The teacher even would join in as if it was part of the lesson. Snap. I didn't care about what these people thought. They didn't know anything about me, and the one thing they do know is a lie. Even if that lie was one I created, it still doesn't change the fact that they know nothing of me. Snap. The school day finally came to an end and it was time to go home and get ready for tonight. At least the worst part of the day is over. As I was getting up, a hand slammed onto my desk and sparks came from it. Sheet. Hey Kanchan. You see, can I do anything for you? I gave him a little smile. The hell do you think you're doing, Deku? What? What do you mean? He grabbed me by my collar and pulled me up. Don't play dumb, I heard the old hag say you had plans tonight. What the hell kind of plans would you make? I started to shake at his grip. It's nothing really. There's an event at a music store. I wanted to check it out. He threw me back into my chair. Is that so, and where exactly would this so-called store be? His friend standing behind him started to laugh. It's not too far from my house. The store's name is. Shut up already, will you? He let off more explosions onto my desk, leaving a slight char. I know where you're talking about, so you can stop trying to explain. Why don't you do us all DM favor and leave already? I'm tired of looking at your quirkless face. Before they left, they kicked me and the chair over, laughing. Snap. Tonight needs to come faster. Finally, it was time to head out. Tonight's gonna be a good night. They didn't really say what to wear, so I guess casual would be fine. I put on a pair of jeans and a blue hoodie that said hoodie on it. Once I made sure I had everything I needed for the night, I took a swig of whiskey just to calm the nerves for the night. I was a couple blocks away from the store and everything was going great till I heard an all-too-familiar voice. Why right now? Hey Deku, who would have thought you'd actually go out? And here I was thinking you were lying just so you could avoid seeing us. He spoke in a mocking tone as he laughed. But it turns out you did have plans. He put a hand on my shoulder and dragged me into the alley. Stop Kanchan, it's starting soon and I don't want to be late. I tried to pull away, but he just tightened his grip. Oh come on Deku, this will only take a second, it's not like anyone will notice if you're not there. He threw me against the back wall and I fell to the ground. That's not tier. True. I'm meeting a friend here. I tried to stand up before I felt a fist slam into my gut. Who the F would want to be friends with a quirkless loser like you? I mean seriously, even your own parents wanted nothing to do with you. He sent another punch into my gut. I don't know what happened, but that moment something snapped, and for once it wasn't my rubber band. I was so angry at Kanchan for what he was saying and doing, but I was also angry at myself because I knew that he wasn't completely wrong. Still, I wasn't going to sit there and take it. I stood to my feet and glared at him. I didn't realize it, but in the heat of the moment I activated my quirk and my eyes turned completely black. I raised my arm and sent a punch into Kanchan's stomach. Shut up, damn it, you don't know what you're talking about. My punch didn't do anything but piss him off. The next thing I knew, I sent back into the wall with a burning sensation on my chest and the taste of blood in my mouth. Things were starting to go black, but that didn't stop him from sending another blast into my chest and burning my chest again. Who the F do you think you are trying to take a shot at me? You don't even deserve to even think about touching me. He sent another blast into my chest. By this point my shirt and hoodie had a hole in them and he was hitting my bare chest, burning it. Why don't you do us all a favor and take a swan dive of the roof? With that he sent one more blast into my chest before walking off. I don't know how long I just sat there in the alley. Everything was blurry and starting to go dark. All I could think about is how they would react for not showing up. Would they even notice? Would they look for me? Would they go home? These thoughts rushed through my head as everything started to go black. The last thing I remember is a man's voice calling out. Hey kid, are you okay? POV. I was so excited that it was Friday evening. The weekend has officially started and there was no better way to start it than with a concert. Well, it wasn't a real concert, more of a show off what you could do, but that didn't matter, it was a way to get out the house and enjoy music. Plus I got to see my new friend again. He may be a little weird, but it kept things interesting. I left my house before my parents so we could get a decent spot. We didn't know how many people would be there, so it's better than to be safe than sorry. I wonder if he's actually gonna show up? The store was just a few blocks away. Now I could see some people starting to gather outside. I guess they closed up early to set up. It doesn't look like there are too many people, so that's good. I made my way closer to the store. I passed an alleyway. Thanks to my quirk, I was able to hear some strange noises coming from in it. You know, it gets annoying hearing everything sometimes, especially when something is going down. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered something traumatic from my childhood. And that's why I made them soundproof the entire house. Hey kid, are you okay? What the F, they have kid with them? Okay, I don't want to see what's going on, but someone needs to stop this. I look around and notice that nobody's near. Shit. I'm gonna need a strong drink after this. I took a deep breath and started to walk into the alley. Hey kid, you need to wake up. I made my way closer to the sounds. I readied my jacks just in case. Damn, this is bad, he's not waking up. I stopped once I saw a figure crouching over someone on the ground. Hey, I don't know what you're doing over there to that kid, but you better stop. I've already called the police and I'm sure some heroes are on the way. I stared at the person as they started to stand up. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, please believe my bluff and just leave. Did you really call the police? Yes. So you better get out of here quick before they catch you. The figure turned around to reveal him as a man giving me a confused look. Why would I leave? I'll have to give them a report and explain the condition of the kid. I returned the confused look. Wait, so you're not the one who put said kid in this situation? No, why would you think that? Well, just look at you. Tall and skinny, crazy hair, all black jumpsuit, extremely long scarf. Oh shit, you're a hero, aren't you? Yeah, I am. Wait, what did you think I was? That's not important now. But we probably should call someone because I may have lied about calling people. My jacks nervously clicked together. Of course. He pulled out a phone and started making a call. Do me a favor and watch him until I come back. I don't want to drag him out to the street and cause a crowd until absolutely necessary. As he stepped away, my heart sank as I saw who the kid was. Midoriya. I ran to his side and knelt down next to him. What happened to him? Don't know, I just got here when you showed up. But it sounds like you know him. He continued to walk towards the street. If that's the case, you may want to ride along once they get here. But why did it have to be him? I could feel tears start to form in my eyes as I looked at him. His chest was covered in burns. Who would do this to him? I could hear his faint breathing, so I knew he was still alive, which brought me some comfort. They'll be here soon, so I need you to tell me how you know him. He made his way back to me as he put his phone away. I honestly don't know him that well. We've only met a few times. All I really only know is his name and that he likes music. He let out a sigh. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. We could hear the sirens approaching us. He walked over and picked up Midoriya and started carrying him out of the alley. If you want to ride along, you better hurry up. Without a moment of hesitation, I followed behind him and hopped in the ambulance and rode off to the hospital. Izuku POV. I woke up and my entire body ached. I didn't remember what happened. All I knew was everything hurt. The room was so bright that I couldn't see clearly at first. Just as things were starting to become clear, I heard a voice. Oh, looks like you finally woke up. I looked over to see a man sitting in the corner. Sir, who are you and where am I? He sighed. I'm Eraserhead and I brought you to the hospital. I found you passed out in an alley. I looked around and took in my surroundings. Well, why did you bother bringing me here? He looked up and gave me a confused look. Kid, you could have died if you stayed there. You were in bad shape. Your chest had third-degree burns. On top of that, some of your ribs are broken. You're lucky I got to when I did. I looked down and placed a hand on my chest. I could feel it burn at the touch and shoot pain through my chest. I looked up at him. How long have I been here for? It's been about 3 hours. He looked towards the door. The doctor will be back soon and you should be discharged tomorrow once they make sure your chest isn't infected. Alright. Thank you. I relaxed a little before I felt a breeze run up my arm. I looked down and dread filled my heart. Shit, no, not again. I quickly shot my head up to see Eraserhead sitting up leaning forward as he locked eyes with me. So tell me, what's with all the scars, kid? His eyes looked tired, but they still seemed as if they could pierce steel if needed. It's a long story. Don't dodge the question. I have a good idea of what's going on, but you need to tell me. His voice didn't have much change in tone. I haven't had what you call a normal childhood. I was born quirkless. Because of that, I was bullied. People treated me as a punching bag or dirt to walk over. He sat back a little. So you became depressed because of this? Yeah, I mean, imagine being a child who wants to be a hero and have your dream crushes because of something you can't control. I rested my back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Do your parents know about all this? I let out a small chuckle as I stared at the roof. Well, I guess that doesn't matter, they'll find out when they get here, and if you don't tell them, I will. Guess you'll be waiting a while then. I started to laugh a little louder. And what's that supposed to mean? He leaned forward in his chair. I don't even know where they are. I doubt the doctors could find them. I heard him stand up as he began to walk towards the door. Where are you going? I thought you were gonna wait for my parents. I'll be back. I need to make a call. After he walked out, I let out a deep breath. God, could this day get any worse? I looked up at the clock and my heart dropped again. Shit, I was supposed to meet them at the music store. I threw a pillow over my face and sighed. God, she's gonna be so sad. I heard the door start to open again and I pulled the pillow of my face. Alright kid, we need to have a talk and the doctor will be in shortly. He went back to the chair and sat down. I looked towards him again. What is it? That depends on what the doctor says. He sat back and put his head down. We sat in silence for a few minutes before the doctor walked in. Ah, Midoriya, glad to see you're up. You were in pretty bad shape, but you'll be fine in just a few weeks. He stood at the foot of the bed. We contacted your emergency contact and they said they would be here shortly. Hearing this, I tensed up and put my head down. Even though I couldn't see him, I could tell Eraserhead was staring at my reaction. That being said, you'll be released tomorrow. But I do have to ask what happened. I kept my head down as I answered him. I was on my way to meet a friend at a music store when I got mugged. After he threw me in the alley, I was beaten till I was knocked out. Any reason as to why they may have targeted you? I looked up and chuckled at the doctor. Seriously, look at me. Do I look like someone that would be able to put up much of a fight? That may be true, but he didn't know your quirk, so for all he knew it could have been something that gives you incredible speed or strength. I doubt that. I looked over to Eraserhead. This person knew they could get what they wanted. They knew he didn't have a quirk and picked him because of that. The doctor looked over at Eraserhead confused. What do you mean? According to the chart, Midoriya does have a quirk. I put my head down again. I could feel his eyes peering into me again. Anyways, I just wanted to let you know that. Everything is going to be fine, kid. Once we get the last couple of test results back, we'll get you back home. With that, the doctor left the room, leaving the two of us in silence. So, how much of what you told me was a lie? He leaned forward in his chair. Not much. I have a quirk, but I wish I was never born with it. What is your quirk? It's called Traumatize. When I use it, I see orbs around people. When I touch them, I make them relieve a traumatic experience. I took a deep breath and started to shake. I see the memory as well. I can also increase the level of trauma in the memory. He just sat there and stared at me dumbstruck for a moment. How do you know you can do all that? I had to use it on myself to gain control of it. That way I wouldn't lose control and hurt someone else. What do you mean by that? Because of my quirk, I drove my mother insane. She lived with me for 6 years after my quirk manifested. She was then sent to a mental rehabilitation center. At the beginning of last year. I haven't seen her since. And what about your dad? I never met him. I found out my mom kicked him out because he was cheating on her. I kept my head down, but I could hear him stand up and begin to walk. The next thing I knew, I felt a hand placed on my head. It will be alright, kid. I know I said I would stay until they got here, but there is something I need to take care of. I'll be back tomorrow before they let you go, alright? I didn't look up but just nodded. Also, I was supposed to give you this before I left. He set a note on my lap. Your friend was worried about you. Her dad had to practically drag her out of here. He made his way to the door. Get some rest, kid, you need it. With that, he left and I looked down at the note. My heart began to race as he opened it. Hey kid, sorry we couldn't stay till you got up. The doctor told us that we couldn't stay but that you would be alright. Call us when you get up. Kyoka probably won't stop staring at the phone until you do. Get well soon. Kyota. At the bottom was a phone number. I sighed as I looked around until I found my phone in a bag along with my clothes from earlier. I took a deep breath as I started to dial a number. Hey. Mitsuki POV. Fridays are always the best. It's the end of the work week and I get to spend the weekend with my family. As chaotic as this family can be, we have our tradition of family meals on Friday. Each week the meal changes, but it never fails to put a smile on my face to see my family together. I look to the clock as I'm in the kitchen. It's almost 5. I go back to my cooking when I hear the door start to open. I'm home, old hag. Akatsuki, it's about time you get home. I thought you were going to be late. Yeah, whatever. When's the food gonna be ready? He starts making his way to the stairs. In a couple hours, I just started. I turn back to the counter. Hey Katsuki, what do you think Izuku is doing tonight? I hear him come to stop. Why the hell should I care what he does? Well, he is your friend? I turn to face him. Whatever. Also, he's going to some music night or something. Oh, music night. Sounds like he's gonna have fun on his date then. I give a little smirk and start to chuckle. What the hell do you mean date? That demon nerd can barely talk to us. What makes you think he has a date? Well, when I called him yesterday, he said he was with a friend. And from the sounds of his reactions, I'm sure it was a girl. Like hell it is. Ah, is my little Katsuki jealous that Izuku is going to have a girlfriend before you? I could never be jealous of a quirkless loser like him. He started to make his way up the stairs. I sigh to myself as I go back to cutting vegetables. Why doesn't Izuku tell people about his quirk? Dinner was almost ready, it just needed a little longer to cook. I look to the living room and see Mizuru watching the news. I love these little quiet moments. As I stood there taking in the moment, my phone started to go off. Dean, why did it have to ruin the moment? Hello. Hi, is this Mitsuki Bakugo? Yes, who is this? My name is Chiho. I'm a receptionist at Dagoba General Hospital. In an instant my happy Friday had turned into my worst nightmare. I'm calling because you're listed as Izuku Midoriya's emergency contact. What happened? I'm sorry, I don't know all the details, but he was brought in and is still unconscious. It seemed as if he was mugged. But he is stable and will be released tomorrow. Oh, thank God. Is it all right if I come? Of course, but if possible, could you bring a change of clothes? His aren't exactly able to be worn. Of course, thank you. I dropped my phone and nearly collapsed. As I was trying to regain my composure, I heard Masaru walking up to me. Is everything all right, Mitsuki? He grabbed me by the shoulders. I put a hand on his hand and shook my head. Izuku's in the hospital. I have to go check on him. We'll all go. I'll go get Katsuki. He starts to make his way towards the stairs. No, you two stay here. I grab my phone and start to make my way to the door. Mitsuki, but why? You know why. I can hear Masaru walk towards me. He takes my hand and squeezes it. You really think he's still doing that again? I don't think he ever stopped, but I could never find any proof. I let go of his hand as I made my way out of the door. I was driving towards Izuku's house, trying to not panic as to what I was going to see when I arrived. God, why did it have to be him? Speeding down the streets, I couldn't help but think back to the day I got a call from the school about how he passed out. I could still see him in that bed as if it were right in front of me. He looked peaceful, but his arms were covered in scars. I couldn't believe that the nurse at the school acted as if it was nothing. After I found out that the school didn't care that he was harming himself, I seriously debated having him switch schools. I knew I couldn't do that though. I'm sure it would be worse for him at a new school. Even though his current school didn't care about him, at least Katsuki was able to keep an eye on him. The drive to his house was a short 15-minute drive, but it felt like it took hours. I had just parked and was about to get out of the car when my phone went off again. Hello. Hey. Izuku, are you all right? Yeah. I'll be fine. Just sore. I'll be there shortly. I'm at your apartment. You don't have to come, I'm fine, I promise. Izuku, I'm coming, and besides I know you'll need a change of clothes. Alright. Could you grab my black hoodie at least and my charger too? Of course, I'll be there as soon as I can. Alright. Thank you. It's no problem. I'm just glad you're okay. I heard the phone click. He had hung up. I took a deep breath and rested my head on the wheel. Thank you, God. Thank you for letting him be all right. I sat in the car for a few more minutes as I cried. Izuku POV. I leaned back and let out a long sigh. God, that went better than I expected. I stared at the note in my hand and unlocked my phone again. I took another deep breath as I hit call. Hello. I didn't recognize the voice. It was a woman, but her voice was calm. Hi, it's Midoriya. Midoriya? I don't know anyone by that name. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have been given the wrong number then. Oh no, you misunderstood, I don't know anyone by that name, but my daughter told me to watch the phone. But she wouldn't tell me why. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay, just give me a moment, I'll go get her. Oh, thank you. Kyoka, your boyfriend Midoriya is on the phone. Boyfriend? Where did that come from? I stared at my phone in disbelief before speaking up. I'm not her boyfriend, we barely know each other. Oh, I know that, I just enjoy teasing her. Plus her father freaks out as well. Duh. Is everything alright? Yeah. I just remember learning that one the hard way. What do you mean by that? The woman's tone had changed into a stern one that seemed to be filled with anger. Well, before I could answer, I could hear muffled voices on the other side alongside some muffled yelling and a scuffle over the phone. Hey kid, sorry about my wife. We haven't explained the situation to her fully about what happened tonight. Oh no, it's alright Mr. Gyre. I just was confused as to what was happening. It's fine, also call me Kyotoku. By the way, you called probably at the worst time. We finally convinced Kyoka to go take a shower. Sorry. No need to apologize, I'm sure she'll be down in a minute. But how are you feeling, kid? I'm sore and I have some burns, but other than that I'll be fine. I'll be released tomorrow. That's good to hear. Hey kid, why don't you come over tomorrow for dinner? I would like to, but tomorrow won't be good. I'm sure I'll be busy with questions from family. Ah, okay, I understand. But Sunday would work if that works for you guys. Yeah, that will work. I'll pick you up at the music store Sunday at 5. All right. Also, don't tell Kyoka, this will be a surprise for her. Yes, sir. Speak of the devil, sounds like she's coming down the stairs now. I took a deep breath. Relax, kid, it will be all right. I'm trying. I can hear another muffled conversations over the phone. My heart races as I don't know what to expect. I had just talked to her mother and father. Any confidence I had was gone. I sat there quietly for what seemed like forever until I heard a voice come over the phone. Hey, is it really you, Midoriya? Her voice was soft as if she was almost on the verge of tears. Yeah, it's really me. Oh, thank God, I was so worried. Yeah, sorry about that. What are you apologizing for? It's not like you did that on purpose. I'm sorry. It's kind of a habit. Gotta love that anxiety. I gave a small chuckle. Yeah, so how are you feeling? I'm sore, but I'll be out of here by tomorrow. That's great, I'm glad it's nothing too serious. You and me both. But I'm sure tomorrow is going to be hell. Yeah, probably. Hey Jair, can I ask you a question? Yeah. What all did you see while here? I could hear her breathing shake after the question as she took a few breaths. I saw the burns on your chest. They looked really bad. Yeah, they're 3rd degree, so I'll have some scarring. Oh. Did you see anything else? I heard her gulp as she stayed quiet. Jair, did you see anything else? Yeah. What was it? Your arms. I let out a sigh. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, it's not like you came and inspected my body while I was sleeping. That's not why I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Midoriya, are you really okay? Yeah. That's all in the past. Everything all right, Jairu? Jairu, Izuku, please be all right. Whoa, Jair, where did that come from? Answer the question. Please. I'm all right, Jairu. Promise me, Izuku. Promise me that you'll be all right. I promise. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry about using your first name. I just wanted you to know how serious I was. It's all right, don't worry about it. We stayed quiet for a few minutes. We both didn't know what to say. Finally, she broke the silence. Her voice was still quiet and shaky. Do you know what time you're gonna be let go tomorrow? They said sometime in the morning, but I'm not exactly sure. All right. Could you call me and let me know when you get home tomorrow? Before I could finish my answer, the door opened up and Auntie Mitsuki walked in nearly screaming. Izuku, how are you feeling? Why are you on the phone? Hey, Auntie Mitsuki, why? You got her faster than I expected. What do you expect when I get a call saying you're in the hospital? Now who are you on the phone with? I'm sorry, and it's my friend. I was calling to apologize for not being able to make it to the event tonight. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you and your girlfriend. I'll give you a minute. She left the room giving me a smile. She's not my girlfriend. I let out a sigh as I went back to the phone. Sorry about that. How much did you hear? Enough. Her voice finally picked back up. So I'm your girlfriend now. Thanks for letting me know about this. She giggled a little. Sorry, she gets overexcited easily and can jump to conclusions. Honestly, I haven't even told her that you're a girl. I've only referred to you as a friend. Wow, I feel so special to be known as friend. It's not like that. I know, I'm just teasing you. Oh, sorry. So your aunt came to visit, that's nice of her. Yeah, I should probably go. I don't want to keep her waiting. I'll call you when I get home tomorrow, Jairu. Alright, good night, Midoriya, and thank you. Good night. I hang up the phone before taking a deep breath to prepare for the onslaught of questions that are about to come. You can come in now, you don't have to keep your ear to the door anymore. The door quickly opened as Mitsuki walked in and closed the door. So she's not your girlfriend, but you're gonna call her tomorrow. It's not like that. Honestly, how could you even say stuff like that when I didn't even tell you she was a girl? She came and sat on the edge of the bed. Call it woman's intuition. She gave me a smile before looking me up and down. So how are you feeling, Izuku? I'm fine, I'll be sore for a couple days, but I'll be fine. I gave her a smile. She looked down and saw the scars on my arms. What happened to Izuku? I spent the better part of the next 30 minutes explaining what had happened. I made sure to leave out that it was Kaken who did this to me. After I finished the story, we sat in silence until a nurse walked in. Hello, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to clean and change the dressing on the burns. I flinched as Auntie Mitsuki's eyes darted towards me. What is she talking about, Izuku? Oh, did I not mention that? Ha. No. You seem to leave that part out. I scooted to the edge of the bed next to Auntie Mitsuki and the nurse helped me out of the hospital gown. We both looked down to see my chest wrapped in layers of gauze. The nurse began to unwrap it and stopped before she pulled the last pieces off. All right, this might sting a little since the skin is still tender. I nodded and looked back down. If it makes you feel any better, this is going to be the first time I see what it looks like. I received a quick smack to the back of my head. No, it doesn't, dumb butt. Ha. I know. I winced in pain as the last few layers were pulled off. I looked down to see the burn in the center of my chest. DMN. I felt Auntie Mitsuki wrap an arm around me and she put her head onto mine. I could hear her sniffle into my hair. Even though I couldn't see it, I knew she was crying. The scar on my chest looked like it was an 8-pronged star. It wasn't small, it took up the majority of my chest. The nurse grabbed new gauze and started to wrap me back up. It goes without saying, but this is going to scar. When it does scar, it will get a little smaller. That being said, if it was any worse, you would have needed a skin graft. I looked up and nodded at the nurse. Well, looks like I have another one to add to the collection. I looked back to the nurse. Will the scar look roughly the same as it does now? She just gave me a nod before she made her way out of the door. After she left, I sighed. Well, at least this one looks cool. I start to laugh as Auntie Mitsuki tightens her grip on my neck as she continues to cry into my hair. Izuku POV. The next morning I woke up and looked around the room confused. Right, I'm still in the hospital. I sat up on the bed and grabbed my phone. It's already, hopefully they let me go home soon. I stood up and went to grab my clothes. As I changed, pain shot through my chest with every movement. My shirt and hoodie were by far going to be the hardest part of the day. After changing, I sat on the edge of the bed and thought back to everything that had happened yesterday. I got sent to a hospital because of Kaken. A hero saved me. That same hero now knows of my past. Jiru saw a glimpse of my past. Ding. She probably thinks I'm a freak now. I flopped back on the bed and stared at the ceiling and got lost in my thoughts again. I haven't seen Auntie Mitsuki cry like that since Mom left. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. As I let out the breath, I opened my eyes and extended my finger and touched a red orb that had appeared. Instantly, I was standing in the doorway of my apartment. All the lights were off. The door began to open behind me. I didn't turn around. I had seen this memory enough to know what's coming next. Mom, I'm home. A younger version of myself walked through me as they continued into the house. Mom. I followed the younger version of my house through the house. We checked every single room and made our way back to the living room. I guess she got called in early today. I watched myself walk into the kitchen and grab a drink. I stayed in the living room. I put my hand up and counted down from 3 on my fingers. As I put my last one down, my younger self opened up a letter and began to read and made their way back to the living room. I watched the light drain from my eyes. As I finished the letter, I fell to my knees. I watched myself stay motionless for 10 minutes before the door opened up. Auntie Mitsuki was standing in the doorway. Izuku, are you here? My younger self broke out of their trance and quickly hid the note in my pocket. Auntie Mitsuki walked in the house and saw me on my knees. She knelt down behind me and wrapped her arms around me and cried. I'm sorry, Izuku. I sat up in the bed and was gasping for air as a single tear rolled down my cheek. Every time it's a single tear. As I caught my breath, I heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and the doctor walked in. How are you feeling this morning, Midoriya? I'm still sore and it's a pain to change. I expected that much, but you should be fine by Monday. He pulled up a chair and sat in front of me. So do you want the good or bad news first? Does it really matter? He let out a sigh. Not really. Well, the results came back and there are no infections, so you're clear to go home. However, the hero that brought you in requested we don't discharge you till he gets here. I looked to the ground. Is there anything else? Just the discharge paperwork and home care instructions. He opened up his chart and handed me some paperwork. All this is just saying what you can and can't do. But because of your age, you can't legally do the majority of the list. Just don't do anything too active next week. There is a note in there to excuse you from gym class. Also, I'd recommend staying home Monday if the pain is still bothering you. There is a second note that covers that as well. As far as home care for the next 2 weeks, you'll want to change the gauze daily, but don't change that wrapping we just put on till tomorrow. We'll give you some to take home on your way out. Yes, sir. Any questions? He stood up from his chair. No, sir. All right, well, we called him earlier, so he should be here shortly. Try and get plenty of rest today. He made his way out the door and closed it behind him. After the doctor left, I gathered all my stuff and sat on the bed waiting for Eraserhead to show up. After 30 minutes, there was another knock on the door. Come in. I grabbed my bag. The door opened and a man walked in wearing dark blue jeans and a long-sleeve black shirt. His hair was long and jet black and it was pulled back. How are you feeling today, kid? Sore. I stood up and threw my bag over my back. We good to go, Eraserhead? Yeah, do you have all your stuff? Yes, sir. I started walking towards the door. All right, let's go. Also, when I'm in civilian clothes, call me Mr. Aizawa. I don't like people recognizing me. He held open the door as we made our way out the door. We walked through the hallway in silence. Once we reached the parking lot, I broke the silence. Mr. Aizawa, why did you tell them not to discharge me till you got here? I tightened my grip on the straps of my bag. I'm gonna make sure you get home safely. He pulled out the keys to his car. And besides, I have some questions to ask you. Oh, okay. We walked up to a small black car and he clicked a button and unlocked the car. I sat in the front seat and set my bag at my feet. All right, kid, where do you live? I stay in an apartment complex in Mustafa. The first few minutes were quiet. It was hard to believe that I was being driven home by the man that took me to the hospital. We continued to drive in silence until we hit a light. So what did they say your recovery time would be? I can't do anything active for next week. They also advised me not to go to school Monday. Did they give you a doctor's note to excuse you? Yes, sir. Good. We sat in silence for another minute before he spoke up again. Do you still get pushed around at school? I let out a small laugh. That's if they even notice me. He looked over at me confused for a moment before looking back to the road. What are you talking about? Each day I'm either ignored like I don't exist or I'm everyone's personal stress ball. Do the teachers stop them? That's a funny joke. I turned to look out the window. They don't care. They've all written me off as a lost cause. They don't even know I'm there half the time. What makes you say that? My first year of middle school, I passed out in gym class. The next day I heard my class laughing about how the teacher didn't realize till after I had been out for 20 minutes. I could see his grip tightening on the wheel. I was in the nurse's office the rest of the day and missed my classes. When I went back to classes the next day, the teacher didn't even tell me what I missed. But it's not like it matters. Like hell it does. This was the first time he had an inflection in his voice. I guess you're right, but it's nothing new. I don't pay attention in class. I just listen to music and write the notes down. I've taught myself everything since middle school and my grades have always been top of the class. He was at a loss for words. We sat another few minutes in silence before he let out a long breath. Why don't you tell them you have a quirk? Don't you think that would make all this stop? I let out another laugh. Yeah, I'll go from a quirkless freak to someone that sends people to their most traumatic moments. Honestly, out of the two, I'd rather be the quirkless. At least then I have a chance to meet people who are understanding about my situation. And how well has that worked out for you? I couldn't answer him because I knew it hadn't worked out. The one person that considers me a friend doesn't even know I'm quirkless. Well, it seems like you have at least one friend. That girl wouldn't let go of your hand the entire ride to the hospital. She doesn't know anything about me. We've only met a few times. He let out a sigh. I figured you'd say that, but you really should tell her something. I'll think about it. We continued the rest of the drive in silence. The drive to my apartment was 30 minutes from the hospital. We pulled up to the rundown complex and he parked the car. Is this really it? Yeah, this is Ho. This is where I live. He glanced towards me before looking at the complex again. Can I see your doctor's notes? I think it would be best for me to take them to your school. I'm sure. I open my hand and pull out a folder that holds my notes and I hand them to him. Thanks, I want to see exactly what goes on there. He took the notes and put them in his wallet. What school do you go to? Aldred Junior High. I zipped up my bag and reached for the door. Hey kid, I have one more question. He put a hand on my shoulder. Okay. What do you plan on doing for a career? I let out a sigh and looked towards the floor of the car. I really enjoy making music, so I'll probably do something with that. But honestly, a part of me still wants to be a hero and say you to all those who say I couldn't do it. He let out a small laugh as he took his hand off my shoulder. I'm glad to hear that. Don't give up on your dreams, kid. I'll see you around. Thank you, sir. I got out of the car and pulled out my phone as I made my way up the stairs. I looked down at it and called Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku, is everything all right? Yeah, I just got back to the apartment. Wait, already? When did they let you go? About an hour ago. The hero that took me to the hospital drove me home to make sure I made it back safely. Oh, that's a relief. I'm glad you're back home safe. Yes, me too. Hey, do you want to come over for dinner tonight? Thanks for the offer, but I'd like to just stay home and rest for the day. I'm still pretty sore. Oh, that's fine, I'm sure you need it. Well, what about tomorrow then? I let out a sigh as I opened the door to my apartment. I can't, I already promised Jairu I'd do dinner with her tomorrow. I hear a snicker from the phone. Are you sure you're not dating? Yes. She actually doesn't know. Her dad invited me over. I'm sure they're both blaming themselves for what happened. Ah, well, I can't argue with that. But Izuku, just keep an open mind. I've never known you to talk to a girl that's not me or a teacher for this long. I know. Well, I would like to meet this girl someday. Sure, right after I tell her about my quirk. You don't plan for me to ever meet her. I can feel your glare over the phone and know how would I even explain that. That's easy, just tell them I'm your aunt. Yeah, I'll say, hi, this is my Auntie Mitsuki. She's not really family, just a family friend that raises me because my mom is in mental rehabilitation and I don't know my dad. I'm sure that will go over great. Izuku, you know you'll have to let people in at some point, right? Yeah, I know. It's not like she's completely in the dark. Go on. Yesterday she saw my scars and she's seen the rubber band before. Are you going to tell her anything more? I don't know. I feel like I owe her some answers, but at the same time I don't want to scare away a friend. I still have to call her. Why are you still talking to me? Go call her now. Oh please, you and I both know you would have kicked down my door if I didn't call you first this morning. Shush, this is my first chance to tease you or Katsuki about a girl. I won't let it's IP past me. Now don't keep her waiting. Fine. Hey Izuku. Yeah. I'm proud of you. Thanks. I hung up and walked to the kitchen. I opened one of the cabinets and pulled out a false back that I used to hide my bottles of whiskey. I took a half-empty bottle and took a swig as I walked back to my room. I set the bottle on my nightstand and fell back onto my bed. All right, let's get this over with. I took my phone out and dialed the number on the note they left for me. Hello. Hi Kyoto-ku, it's Midoriya. Is Jairu home? Yes, she's in her room. Why? Oh, well, she asked me to call her when I got out of the hospital last night. How, why am I not surprised by that? Oh, well, could you let her know I'm out of the hospital now? Nope. Why not? Because that's your job. But why don't you just call her instead? I only have this number. I know, kid, I gave you this one, remember? Now grab a pen. I'm only gonna tell you this once. I quickly found a pen and wrote down the number he told me. Thank you, sir. It's no problem, kid, and don't forget about tomorrow. I won't, sir, thank you. Also, I heard you make music. I think I speak for everyone when I say we'd like to hear it. It's nothing special, honestly. It's more of a hobby. Maybe it is now, but every passion starts out as a hobby. Anyways, it's up to you, but you should probably call Kyoka now. You don't want to keep her waiting, trust me on that. With that, he hung up on me. I laid there confused at what had just happened. I just got a girl's number. From her dad. What the F is my life? I sat up and looked towards the bottle of whiskey and took another swig. I think I earned that one. I let out a small chuckle as I added the new contact into my phone. POV. I woke up early Saturday morning. I turned towards my nightstand and grabbed my phone, 8:30. Why the F did I wake up so early? I turned over and buried my face back into my pillow. Yawning, I closed my eyes. It's the weekend, I can sleep a little longer. It's not like I have anything planned for the day. As I started to drift back to sleep, I felt like I was forgetting something. I shook it off and sunk deeper into my bed. I wonder how Midoriya is feeling today? I quickly sat up and shook my head. I can't believe I forgot I told him to call when he got home. Getting out of bed, I looked around my room. My desk had an open notebook on it. Walking over to it, I looked at the blank page. I sighed as I looked at my guitar. Why can't I still find any inspiration? After getting changed into a tank top and some running shorts, I made my way downstairs to find my mom in the kitchen. Good morning, Kyoka, you're up early. She didn't even turn around from what she was doing. Morning. I let out another yawn as I grabbed a drink from the fridge. Yeah. I guess I just couldn't sleep any longer. I'm sure it is. Her voice had a hint of smirk in it. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? I sat on the couch next to the phone. Did you forget you're not the only one that hears everything? She pointed to the jacks resting on her shoulders. I sighed and threw my head on the back of the couch. No, I didn't. Is it that obvious? My mother let out a soft chuckle. Yes, it is. How so? Well, first off, it's the weekend and you're up before second you decided to stay downstairs instead of going right back to your room. She turned around to face me and gave me a smile. Also, I'm your mother, so I just knew. Well, looks like nothing gets past you. She turned back towards whatever she was working on. So, I'm guessing you're waiting for him to call you again? I shot up as I felt my face start to get red. What? Where did that come from? She let out another small laugh. Well, why else would you be sitting in the same spot as you were last night? So what if I am? What exactly is that boy to you, Kyoka? It's not like you to act like this. I looked down. I honestly don't know. I grabbed my jacks and started fidgeting with them. What is he to me? I looked back to the kitchen to see my mom smiling at me. What's that look for? Oh, nothing. She walked up to me and knelt in front of me, taking my hands. I know you're worried about him, but don't stress, okay? I'll be home today. I have quite a bit of prep work to do for tomorrow. Why don't you go up to your room and try to enjoy your day off? When he calls, I'll let you know so you can talk to him, all right? She stood back up and walked back into the kitchen. All right, thanks, Mom. I stood up and made my way towards the stairs. I looked back towards the kitchen before I made my way up. What are you prepping for? Did you forget that tomorrow night is our family night? Oh, right, sorry, guess it slipped my mind with everything going on the past couple days. I made my way up the stairs heading back to my room. I wonder if he could come over tomorrow night? Back in my room, I was playing guitar. I couldn't help but let my mind wander to everything that had happened the past couple days. Saying it was a whirlwind of emotions was an understatement. Thursday, I ran into him months after he ran out of the music store. We had a heart-to-heart as things seemed to be turning around. Friday, he was going to go to the talent night and hang out with us. I don't know why, but it felt as if my heart skipped a beat at the thought of us hanging out. I mean, it's not like it was a date, and besides, he was only going to be polite. I tightened my grip around the neck of my guitar. If he had just said no, he would have never ended up in the hospital. He wouldn't have burns on his chest. I would have never seen those diamond scars on his arm. I set down my guitar and made my way to my desk. I picked up my pen and stared at the empty notebook. How could I not see it before? His faded eyes. The forced smile. His stuttering. I looked up to the top of my desk and saw a cup filled with purple and black striped rubber bands. I gave him one. Even if I didn't mean to, I caused some of his pain. I set my pen down and buried my face into my hands. I could feel hot tears fall onto the palms of my hands. No, I don't regret giving him one. I'll do it again gladly. I don't care if it doesn't help that much. But it's better than the alternative. Once again, I felt my heart drop. What is the alternative? I can assume he is, or at least has been, cutting himself. But is that the whole story? I don't know anything about him other than he likes music and he suffers from some form of depression. I raised my head and wiped away the last of my tears. None of that matters now, I'll be there for him. I know I can't force my way in, but I'll be dead if I don't stand by the door and wait for my chance to help. I stood up and made my way back to my bed before falling face first into my pillows. Midoriya, what are you to me? With that last thought, I found myself drifting off into sleep. I woke up and was shocked to find myself lying on a couch. How the hell did I get here? I looked around and noticed nothing looked familiar. Actually, where the hell am I? Kyoka, are you up? I sat up and looked around to see Midoriya standing in the doorway. Midoriya, what are you doing here? He let out a small laugh. Midoriya, it's been a while since you called me that, babe. He walked over and sat next to me, taking my hand into his. Wait, what are you doing? He squeezed my hand and looked into my eyes. Is everything all right, Kyoka? I know this PR has been stressful, but I'm here and I love you. I was stunned. I didn't know what to do. You do. Yes, Kyoka, I will always love you. He began to lean in and our lips were mere inches apart. I could feel my heart begin to flutter. I leaned into him. Our lips were about to connect. Ring. I shot up in my bed, taking deep breaths. What in the actual F was that? I looked around my room and fell back onto my bed. God, what a weird dream. I closed my hand and brought it to my chest. I don't know if that dream answered or posed more questions. Ring. I looked to my desk and saw my phone going off. Well, at least that answers one of my questions. I laughed to myself a little as I sat at my desk and answered the phone. Hello. Hey Izuku Midoriya? I felt my heart jump again. Why is the universe doing this to me? Yeah, it's me. Huh. How did you get my number? I never gave it to you. Well, I called earlier and your dad answered. He sort of gave it to me. Sorry. Are you serious he gave you my number? Yeah, I was surprised as well. I can delete it if you'd like me to. No, you don't have to. Actually, I was going to give it to you when you called today anyways. I let out a small laugh. Note to self, tase Dad for giving out my number without my permission. Second note to self, hug Dad for being nice to him. Oh, okay, I guess it worked out then. Yeah, it did. Hey Midoriya, how are you feeling today? I'm sore but doing better. I'll be back to my old self in about a week. I felt my chest tighten. Well, that's great to hear. I started to twirl one of my jacks in my free hand. I shouldn't pry now. I should just be glad he's alright. Hey Izuku, is everything alright? Hiya, why? I don't know, you just seem off is all. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I tugged on my jack a little. How can he be worried about someone else right now when he just got out of the hospital? I let go of my jack and stared at my notebook again. Hey, I don't know if you have plans or even want to, but would you like to come over for dinner tomorrow? My parents and I do a family night once a month. I don't know, I just think we all could use a night of fun. I'm sorry. I can't. Oh. I let out a sigh. F you universe. But maybe some other time. Someone already asked me about tomorrow. Yeah. Sounds great. I could feel my heart skip a beat. Hey Izuku. Yeah. Never mind. Oh hell no, I'm not letting you do that. What is it? I was wondering if you wanted to meet up at the music store after school next Friday. I still haven't gotten that guitar yet. I thought maybe you could help me pick one out. Izuku. What? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overstep. No. I'm sorry, I was just caught off guard. My heart continued to flutter. Yeah, I'd like to do that. Guess I'll see you then. Yeah, well, I should go. I need to get some rest. I'm pretty tired. Alright, I'll talk to you later then. Bye. I heard the phone beep signaling that he hung up. I sat at my desk motionless. Did he just ask me out? No, he couldn't have meant it like that, could he? Oh God, Kyoko, what is wrong with you? This is so not like you. I smacked my face with both hands to regain my senses and stood up to head downstairs. As I made it to the stairs, one last thought came to mind. Thank you, universe. I made my way downstairs and my mom was still in the kitchen. Hey sweetie, how are you doing? I'm good, Mom. Do you happen to know where Dad is? She turned around and pointed to the studio with one of her jacks. Why do you ask? Oh, no reason. I gave her a smile as I raised my jacks ready to strike. I walked to the studio and opened the door. Oh hey Kyo. Why the hell would you give him my number without asking me first, dumb butt? I'm sorry, Kyo. Back in the kitchen, I could hear my mother laughing as I tormented my dad. Izuku POV. The next morning I woke up to a sharp pain in my chest. I gently placed my hand on it and a rush of memories came to me. I fell onto my back again as I ran a hand through my hair. Is this going to be a daily thing until it heals? I slowly sat up and grabbed my phone. Looking through it, going through any news and putting on music, I made my way to the bathroom. I stared at the mirror. Looking back at me was the same person I always saw, except a few things were different. My chest was wrapped in bandages and my hair still had a few spots that were caked with dried blood. But there was one thing that stood out as odd even compared to what was seen today. The face staring back at me had a slight smile on it. I stood there dumbfounded at what I was seeing. I put my hands to my face and started to feel around trying to figure out what's going on. When did this happen? I can't even remember the last time I woke up with a smile on my face. The shower that morning seemed to last forever. Steam filled the room as I became lost in my thoughts. The recent events had made me start to think about what I had planned for the future. The world began to seem a little bigger compared to before. A few bright spots in the dark tend to shine the brightest. I let the water pour down on my head as I stared down at the floor. What do I want to do? The soft sound of water splashing was soothing. It made me feel safe. Looking up, the room had been completely filled with steam. Turning off the water immediately sent a cold shock through my body, and with the shock I was brought out of comfort back to the real world. Making my way back to my room, I looked at my phone to see that it was already noon. And I was in there for over an hour today. I guess that's fine, I deserved it. I sat down at my desk and started to work on my music. It had been a few days since I last was able to do this. As I was working, I heard my phone go off. Looking down, I saw a text from Auntie Mitsuki. Auntie Mitsuki, hey kid, hope you're feeling better today. Don't forget your plans tonight. I know how you lose track of time when it comes to music. Izuku, thank you. I'm feeling a little better. Auntie Mitsuki, good, have fun tonight. I love ya kid. I let out a small laugh as I set an alarm to let me know it was time to get ready. I put on my headphones and got to work. Thanks Auntie Mitsuki. Time seemed to fly by. I found myself just staring at my screen when my alarm went off. Glancing down at it, I turned it off and looked back at the screen before sighing. I stood up as everything that I worked on saved and began its backup to an external storage. Rewrapping my chest turned out to be a bigger pain than I thought it would be. Almost half an hour later, I found myself standing in my room ready to head out. I went to my dresser and took one swig of whiskey to calm the nerves as I made my way to the door. I grabbed my backpack and threw it over my shoulder as I made my way to the music store. POV. Sunday morning always comes too fast. It's the last day to catch up on sleep, and it's always unnecessarily busy. It's not because a lot goes on, it's more because a lot of small things pile up. Sitting up in my bed, the sun shined through the window, making it hard to see. Looking down at my phone, the time was already 10 a.m. Flopping back onto the bed, I covered my face with a pillow. I don't want to get up yet. Laying there for another few minutes, I eventually sat up and began to clean my room. There wasn't much to clean, but the lack of drive to do anything made it take longer than normal. Slowly heading down the stairs, the sounds of people scurrying around could be heard. As I approached the final steps, I could see Mom and Dad cleaning and cooking. So what's going on down here? Oh, Kyoka, good, I was just about to get you. Did you clean your room? Yeah, it's all done. I gave Mom a small nod as I continued to look around the house. Something seemed off. What's with all the cleaning? Oh, the house just needed it, and since it's family day, that means we all get to clean. So go help your father, Lord knows he needs the help. I let out a small chuckle as I started getting orders on what's next from Dad. Only half paying attention, my mind was still thinking about what Mom had said. I know she's hiding something, but I know there is no way she'd tell me unless she wants to. What seemed like an eternity later, the cleaning was done. I found myself on the couch staring at the ceiling, wondering what all they had planned for the night. Hey Mom, what was all that cleaning for? It's not like we're throwing a party tonight. I looked over to the kitchen hoping to get some insight into what she was hiding. Oh Kyoka, don't you think it feels better to be in a house that you know is clean? She didn't even pause to think before her response. Now why don't you go get all cleaned up for tonight? With that, I made my way to my room to shower and relax before the family night began. A few hours later, I made my way downstairs to see my dad standing at the front door. Where are you going, old man? He looked to the base of the stairs to see me standing there in a tank top and booty shorts. Oh, I have to go pick something up before the night starts. So that means he gave a big smile. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I quickly shoved him out the door and slammed it behind him. Now that's gonna be stuck in my head all night long. Oh, don't worry, it will be out before you know it. I look over to my mom, smiling. So that's what you're wearing for family night? Yeah, is there something wrong with it? I look down and give a little spin. Oh no, sweetie, nothing wrong at all. Now come give me a little help. She chuckled as she motioned for me to come into the kitchen. Almost an hour later, I hear the door start to unlock. I walk out of the kitchen ready to give him an earful. It's about time, old man, we thought you got lost. I stared down the door waiting for him to walk in. Also thanks to you, that DMN song has been stuck in my head. Sorry about that. I told you I had to pick something up, right? He walked in, leaving the door open. Yeah. I gave him a confused look. Well, it actually was a surprise for you. He gave a smile and called out. Come on in. I looked back to the doorway and was stunned to see Midoriya walk in with his head down. Without looking up, he let out a soft, surprise? What are you doing here? I thought you said you couldn't come because you had plans? I walked up to him and stood right in front of him. He slowly looked up to meet my eyes before quickly looking away, only to say, sorry. I looked at him confused. He quickly looked between me and the wall to his right multiple times. His face had a light shade of red to it. He's blushing, how adorable. Did I just call him adorable? Damn it, Kyoka, get your sheet together. I let out a nervous laugh and began to speak as I looked down. What are you apologizing for? You did nothing. Oh wait, sheet. I quickly took off up the stairs and slammed the door to my room behind me. I completely forgot I was wearing this. Oh god, this is so embarrassing. Quickly changing into a pair of jeans and hoodie, I made my way back downstairs to see my parents sitting on the couch talking to Midoriya. Hey, sorry about that. I made my way to the couch that Midoriya was sitting on. It's okay. I didn't realize you weren't ready yet. He kept his eyes glued to the floor. No, I was ready, but apparently my parents decided to not mention a dress code. I glared over at them to see my dad looking away and my mom trying to hide a laugh. My mom stood up and put her hands together. Well, why don't we go eat before the food gets cold? With that, we all stood up to go enjoy our meal. After the meal, we all made our way back to the living room and took seats across from each other. Well, Mom, you managed to outdo yourself once again. I threw my head back as I sunk into the couch. Why, thank you, sweetie. She gave a small smile as she sat next to my dad. Seriously, you rocked it tonight. My dad threw his arm around Mom and looked to Midoriya. You enjoy the meal, kid? Midoriya gave a small nod. Yeah, it's been a while since I had something that good. He lowered his eyes to the coffee table. So, Midoriya, how did you and Kyoka meet? She's never been the outgoing type before. My mom asked as she eyed the two of us. Well, it was kind of a fluke. After school one day I went to the park. I was hoping to sit at my favorite spot, but when I got there she was sitting in it. So I sat against a tree instead. Eventually she said I could sit on the bench as well. After that, everything has just been coincidence for the most part. Midoriya quickly shifted his eyes between Mom and the floor. I see. Mom looked at me before averting her gaze back to Midoriya. Please don't think of me as rude, but how long have you known my daughter for? I hadn't even heard of you till the day you called. It was the beginning of the school year when we first met. He kept his eyes to the floor. So it's been about 3 months now. Is that so? 3 months and she hasn't mentioned you to us at all? Mom looked back to me and smirked. How long were you planning on hiding him from us, Kyoka? It's not like that and you know it. I started to turn red as I answered her. I didn't think it necessary for you to know all my business. I sunk further back and crossed my arms across my chest. You probably would have met him earlier if it wasn't for Dad. Mom raised an eyebrow as Dad tensed up. Her voice turned cold. And what exactly does that mean? I looked over to Midoriya. I could hear his heart rate pick up a little. Well, the second time we met was at the music store. I was teaching him how to play guitar and Dad happened to stumble upon us. I shot a glare at Dad and he jumped a little. You know how he can be. After that I didn't see him again till last week. That's when Dad invited him to the music night on Friday. I see. Mom shot me a glance before glaring at my dad. This whole time I thought the music store incident was some random kid. So you're the reason I'm just hearing about our daughter's friend. Meek, I swear I didn't mean it, please forgive me. I couldn't help but laugh a little as I watched my parents go back and forth with each other. As they went on I looked over at Midoriya. He was trembling a little as he stared at the coffee table. I hope he's enjoying his time here. I couldn't help but stare at him. Time seemed to slow as the sounds of my parents' bickering started to fade. This guy I barely know is in my house. He's a complete mystery to all of us. Well, I guess we're just as big a mystery to him as well. Is everything all right? I was suddenly brought out of my thoughts as Midoriya called out to me. Huh? Is everything all right? He looked towards me but kept his eyes down. Yes, sorry, I got lost in my thoughts, I guess. Oh, okay. He shifted his head back as he switched his grip to hold his wrist. I looked over to my parents to see them snickering at us. I shot them a quick glare before my dad spoke up. So, kid, I gotta know, did you bring that laptop of yours like I mentioned? I looked towards my dad confused before looking back to Midoriya. What is he talking about? Midoriya reached down and pulled his bag onto his lap. When I called the other day, your dad said he wanted to hear some of the stuff I had been working on. He reached into his bag and pulled out his laptop. As he reached in his sleeve, snagged the bag, pulling it up slightly. My eyes darted to his wrist, but he quickly pulled it back down and proceeded to set it on the table. I know this may be a dumb question, but do you have any speakers we could plug it into? I didn't bring any. We could help but hold back laughing. Dude, we're a family of musicians. We have speakers almost everywhere. Mom, Dad, can you two go grab one? Of course, sweetie. With that, Mom stood up and dragged Dad along with her. Once they were out of the room, I looked over to Midoriya. He was clicking away in a music program trying to find something to play. Hey, are you enjoying your time here? Yeah, he didn't look up. All right, if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to do this. I don't want you to feel forced to do anything. He let out a sigh as he looked towards me, meeting my eyes for the first time tonight. Thanks, but this is something that I need to do. He went back to searching on his laptop. Something that he needs to do? What does he mean by that? I sat there watching him search as I heard my parents come back in. This should do the trick. My dad sat down a speaker on the table next to him and handed Midoriya the cable. Whenever you're ready, kid. Midoriya plugged in the cord and took a deep breath as he stared at the screen. I could hear his heart rate start to accelerate. Even though he looked calm, I could tell he was panicking. Man, I hope this works. I gently nudged his shoulder with one of my jacks. Everything all right? He looked over at me and nodded. Yeah, it's just that I don't really show people what I've made, so I'm kind of nervous. Mom let out a small giggle. Wow, you picked a tough crowd to show off to then. Midoriya instantly tensed up as his hand began to hover over his laptop. I turned to my mom and glared at her. Seriously, Mom, you're not helping at all. Dad let out a small laugh as he put his arm around her. Come on, Miko, we can't scare him off twice. Hearing my dad utter those words made my stomach drop. Oh God, what if this goes wrong and he disappears again? I looked between my parents and Midoriya. Will he be all right? Will I be able to find him again? Would I ever see him again? Why am I panicking this much? Damn it, Kyoka, get your shit together. After internally slapping my face a few times, I looked back to Midoriya. Oddly enough, he had relaxed a little. Well, here goes nothing. Midoriya clicked play as he sunk deep into the couch as if he was trying to disappear. As the sound of music filled the room, everything seemed to go still. My parents were speechless as a feeling of peace settled into the room. Even though the music had a somber tone, it wasn't depressing. It still had a tinge of hope. His music painted the scene of watching the sunset, the light slowly dimming and turning to night. But even as the sun faded away, the light still held hope as the moon faintly lit the world. I couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic while listening to it. Why does this feel so familiar? I looked at Midoriya to see him fidgeting a little bit while he messed with his wrists. My eyes widened as I saw a purple and black rubber band still on his wrist. No way was this what he was thinking then? A smile crept onto my face as I relaxed into the couch and closed my eyes. As I listened to the song, I was brought back to the day we met. I could see everything clearly. The bench on top of the hill, a notebook in my hand, and Midoriya sitting against a tree. I was brought back to reality as the song ended, and I could feel a tear starting to form in my eye. I quickly wiped it away before anyone could notice. Sitting back up, I couldn't help but smile. The room stayed quiet. I could hear Midoriya's heart race from the nerves of what was going to be said, but he had nothing to worry about. My parents being speechless with music means it was amazing. So, how was it? He kept his head down as he waited for an answer. Kid. My dad stared him down. You have quite the talent. That was great. I may have to ask for your help on some future projects. My dad gave him a smile. Really? Midoriya looked up and met my dad's eyes. Yeah, well, that's if you want to. My dad leaned back and crossed his leg over the other. It's your choice. Midoriya was left speechless. He didn't know what to say. All he could do was nod. That was what you were working on in the park that day, wasn't it? I turned on the couch to face Midoriya. A slight blush came onto his face as, yeah, I figured it would be the best since you saw me work on it. I figured you might have wanted to hear it. I felt my face get hot as I looked down. He wasn't wrong. I'm glad I got to hear it. Well, Midoriya, does it have a name? My mom spoke up and I looked up, curious as well. Midoriya once again tensed up, but this time it was different. Well, you know, it's a funny story. As Midoriya stammered on trying to come up with an explanation, I leaned over to look at the screen. With how he's sounding, it must be something odd like clickety-clacks. Looking at the screen, I looked for a potential name. Where is it? PNG 738, no, that's not it. Reverb, no, that's the effects. My face turned bright red as I found the name. Oh, looks like she found it. What was it, Kyoka? Mom asked as I slowly looked away. Purple-haired girl? The room fell silent once again. Topic change. My dad screamed as he stood up, then sat back down. So, kid, are you planning on doing music for your career? That's what Kyoka is planning on doing. You two could make quite the team. Dad. I glared at him. It's not that I didn't like the idea of it, it's just that was so sudden and out of the blue. I'm joking, Kyoka, calm down. Well, a little. Mom just rolled her eyes. Ignore him for now. So, is music something you want to pursue? If so, we could always help and introduce you to some people. Honestly, at this point, I'm not sure. I never really put a lot of thought into my future, but I've been asked twice recently about what I plan on doing. He looked down to the floor and held his hands. I guess I always just assumed it would be music, but ever since I was a kid I wanted to be a hero, and a conversation I had recently has made me want to do that again. Everyone in the room looked at Midoriya. I never would have expected that from him. With how timid he is, I don't know if he could do it. That's pretty hardcore, kid. If that's what you want to do, you must have an awesome quirk. My dad leaned forward waiting for an answer. I was now even more curious. In all our conversations his quirk never came up. The only time was when I brought up mine. I sat up as well as I looked at him. Well, you see. He took a deep breath as he stared at the floor. I don't have one. I was born quirkless. The room was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Time almost seemed to stand still. Those 4 words instantly connected all the dots in my head. All the past interactions made sense. Everything was adding up, and the story of the Midoriya I knew was fit near perfectly together. There was only one piece that was out of place. He was lying. Why would he lie about his quirk? Whatever, I'm not gonna let this stand. I must have been making a face, or my mom just knew I was about to do something. She tapped me on the shoulder with her jack and just shook her head no. She knew he was lying as well. There has to be some reason for it. I looked back to Midoriya and I could feel my heart ache. I wonder what all he's been through? My dad looked straight on at Midoriya. So even without a quirk you want to be a hero? Why, yeah. You can't help what the heart wants. Midoriya kept his eyes glued to the floor. The next thing I knew, my dad had put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and gave him a smile. That's one rocking line, kid. Mind if I steal it for a song? The room was quiet, only a faint sniffle from Midoriya. I looked at him and back to my mom. She gave me a smile. Without it being said, we knew that was my dad's way of saying that he believed that Midoriya could do it. After that the night carried on smoothly. We all watched a movie and showed off more music. Midoriya seemed to be having a good time. It was hard to tell, but he had a slight smile for the rest of the night. Before we knew it, the night was over. Sorry it has to end here, kid, but tomorrow is a school day. My dad stood up and stretched. Man, I forgot about that. I sank deeper into the couch. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stayed so late. Midoriya quickly gathered up his things and put them back in his bag. Thanks for the night, it was a lot of fun. We're glad you enjoyed it. My mom stood up and picked up some of the glasses off the table. Next time your parents should come, we'd love to meet them. On the floor was Midoriya's bag. He had tensed up again. Is everything all right? I walked up to him. Yeah. Sorry, I must have moved too quickly and aggravated the burn. He gave a weak chuckle. He's lying again. I sighed. Don't scare us like that, man, but seriously, it would be fun to meet your parents. Ma. Maybe sometime, they are really busy with work. He slowly picked up his bag and walked towards the door. Thanks again for having me over, Kyotoku and Mrs. Jairu. Oh, that's not right at all. Why does he get to go by first name and I go by Mrs. Jairu? Mom raised a jack to Dad. I told him he could call me that the other day. Would you like for him to call us all Jairu? That would be way too confusing. Well, in that case, Midoriya, you can call me Mika. Mom lowered her jack and gave Midoriya a smile. Okay, but would Mrs. Mika be all right? That's more than fine with me. Mom stood up as well. Well, thanks again, everyone. I guess I'll be heading out now. Midoriya turned towards the door. Hold up, let me give you a ride home, it's pretty late. Dad grabbed his keys. You want to come with Kyoka? Sure. I stood up and awkwardly made my way to the door. Not so fast. Someone needs to help me clean up. Mom was now in the kitchen. So she is staying with me. Dad let out a sigh. All right, sorry sweetie, looks like you'll have to wait for next time. After waving goodbye, they left. I stood staring at the door for a minute, trying to process what had happened the entire night. I felt a hand placed on my shoulder. My mom was standing next to me with a straight face. Hey Mom, why do you think he was lying to us? She took a deep breath before looking down at me. I don't know, but you can't press these things. I know you could tell how stressed and strung out he was the majority of the night. I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. Yeah, I guess you're right. I sighed and looked towards the ground. Why don't you go on upstairs and get ready for bed? Mom kissed my head and went back to the kitchen. Our purple-haired girl has school tomorrow, and I doubt you set your stuff out for tomorrow yet. I let out a small laugh as I made my way upstairs. Yeah, you're probably right. I walked into my room and closed the door. On my desk was my bag for tomorrow fully packed, and hanging on the closet door was my school uniform. Well, I did say she was probably right. I changed back into my tank top and booty shorts, then got into bed. I used my jack to turn off the lights. So much had happened tonight and I didn't know where to begin in processing it. Kyotoku POV. Alright kid, where are we heading to? We both got into the car and took off down the street. Muzutafu sir. That's not too far at all, just let me know what turns to make and we'll be there in no time. The drive to his house was a quiet one. Not so much an awkward silence that you could feel, it was one that formed because there was nothing to say. Most of it he stared out the window into the night sky. Hey kid, how's the burn doing? Better. It still stings but that will go away in time. He kept his eye out the window. I let out a sigh. You gonna be alright at school all day with that? I'll survive, but the doctor advised me not to go tomorrow. He also wrote a note stating that I was to sit out of physical activities for a week. I glanced between him and the road as we made our way down the streets, eventually reaching a rundown apartment complex. Is this the place? Thanks again. Tonight was fun. He grabbed his bag and opened the door. Hey kid, if you ever need anything just give us a call, alright? Yes sir. With it he made his way up the stairs into his apartment. The drive back home went quick. The streets were clear for the most part. I arrived back home to see Mika sitting on the couch. I'm surprised to see you still out here. I had to wait for you. She walked over and kissed my cheek. So how was it? A little too far to the right. I started to laugh. Shut up, you know what I meant. She teasingly hit my shoulder. I know. I sat down on the couch and looked at my wife. Honestly, something doesn't sit right with me. They stay in a rundown apartment complex. Some things aren't adding up. So what do you plan on doing? She sat next to me. There's nothing we can do. I sunk into it as I put my hands over my eyes. Do you think he's hiding something? I moved my hands and looked at her. I'm not as oblivious as you two think I am. Even I could see he's hiding something. Gyrus POV. Upstairs, my parents didn't realize that I was still awake. I had plugged my jack into the floor and was listening for Dad to get home. I heard their entire conversation. I took my phone out and stared at Midoriya's contact page. Gyro, hey, I know it's late, but I just wanted to say thanks for coming over. I hope it was a good time for you. Midoriya, it was fun. Sorry to surprise you like that. Your dad wanted it to be a surprise. Gyro, yeah, if I knew that someone was coming I may have dressed more appropriately the first time. Oh, Midoriya, yeah, that was interesting to say the least. Gyro, well, I'll talk to you later, I'm gonna go to bed, I have to get up early. Midoriya, alright, good night. I set the alarm on my phone and set it on the nightstand. Pulling the covers over me, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. Universe, let me have normal dreams tonight. Gyrus POV. Alright universe, what's your game? I spoke to the sky as I made my way to school. I sighed as I looked back to the ground and plugged a jack into the phone. I mean, technically it wasn't about Midoriya, it was just weird. I mean, seriously, why would I have a dream about talking food? I looked down at my phone and pressed shuffle, and a smirk came to my face as the intro to Stevie Wonder's Superstition began to play. I looked up to the sky once more and flicked it off. You think you're funny, don't you? What are you, my mom? I looked back to my phones and sadly pressed skip. My eyes widened as I read the name of the next song, Mother Knows Best, from Tangled. I quickly pressed pause and I stopped in my tracks. I looked back to my phone and scrolled through my contacts and called Mom. Hey sweetie, everything alright? Mom, do you believe that the universe likes to play tricks on us? Well, that's an odd question. Why do you ask, is everything alright? I sighed and looked around to make sure no one was around. I'll explain more later, but I had a weird dream last night and just a minute ago was it about Midoriya? What? No. Not this time. It was about talking food. But I was talking out loud asking, wait, so you have had dreams about him before? I felt sweat start to form on my forehead as I gulped. Mom, that's not important right now. Oh fine, but we're talking when you get home about it. I could practically hear my mom's smirk through the phone. So as I was saying, after I called out the universe and asking it what's its game, Superstition began to play. Good song. Mom, stay on topic here, okay? Fine. So after that I taunted it again saying, what are you, my mom? I skipped to the next song and it was one called Mother Knows Best. So I stopped and called you cause I may be freaking out a little. Oh wow. I know it's creepy. Oh no, I was just thinking I bet Midoriya had a dream about you in that tank top and booty shorts last night. Not helping at all. Calm down, there is nothing to worry about. It's natural for kids your age to have dreams like that. Relax, I'm just teasing you, and as far as the universe messing with you, I think you're just reading into things too much. So just take a few deep breaths and enjoy your day, alright? With that, she hung up. I stared at my phone, debating to start my music again. I clicked on and off the app multiple times. I clicked shuffle and Coldplay's Green Eyes started to play. I sighed and started to walk again. This is my life now. I continued my walk to school, listening to music that seemed to relate to what has happened to my life recently. As I arrived at the gates, I pulled out my phone to check the time. It's 8:15, I still have some time. I continued to walk in as I made my way to class. I sat down at my desk and unplugged my jack. I wonder how he's feeling today? I opened up my messages and clicked on Midoriya's name. Jairu, morning. Are you feeling any better today? Hey Jairu, how was your weekend? I looked up to see a friend walking up to me. Hey, it was interesting to say the least. I gave them a small laugh as I looked back at my phone, waiting for a response. Is that so? Tell me all about it. My friend sat at the desk in front of me. She turned around and rested her elbows on my desk. It was nothing really. I looked back at my phone, still nothing. Maybe he hasn't seen it yet, or his school is super strict about phones. I looked back up to see my friend giving me an odd look. What's up? You first. Seriously, you're acting way out of it. I took a deep breath as I relaxed in my chair a little. You're not gonna stop this, are you? Nope. She gave a smile as she turned her head, trying to act cute. Fine. I looked back to my phone to see no reply. Have you ever talked to someone before and know they were lying? Not to cover themselves for doing something wrong or embarrassing, but like they were trying to hide something painful. So like they are trying to protect themselves? She looked at me confused. That, or maybe they are trying to protect those around them or something. I bit my thumb as I thought of what to say next. I don't know why, but the things they said weren't adding up. Care to share what was said? She looked at me with curiosity. Hell no. First off, it's not my place to expose what they said, and secondly, everyone knows you're the biggest gossip in this school. My friend started to laugh. Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. She started to turn around. You know, Gyro, I wouldn't worry too much. I'm sure they have their reasons for it, so don't think about it. It's like they say, ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss, huh? With those 3 words, a bulb clicked in my head. Tsubaki, you're a genius. I quickly pulled out my notebook and started to jot some words down. Tsubaki turned back around, surprised. I am. I looked up from my notebook. Well, not really, but you just gave me a great idea. I went back to my notebook and continued to write some things down. Honestly, how could I have been so dumb to not see it before? I can't wait for Friday now. Izuku POV. Why am I up so early? I turn over and pull out my phone. I'm not even going to school today, so why did I wake up at 7? I turned on my back again and covered my eyes with my arms. Well, I'm up now, so might as well make the most of it. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I opened my nightstand and grabbed a bottle of whiskey. I took a swig and set it down. Looking around my room, I took in what was around me. I should probably clean up a little bit. I took a deep breath as I stood up, the pain shooting through my chest. This is gonna get old real fast. I took another swig and started cleaning up. As the trash and clothes slowly started to form small piles, I looked at my desk. I laughed to myself as I walked out of the room with my clothes in hand. I can't believe I actually went through with that last night. I could feel a small grin form on my face as I set the clothes in the washer and started it. Last night was interesting to say the least. As I made my way through the halls, I thought back on everything that had happened the night before. So this is how families interact. It's much different than Auntie Mitsuki. I sat back in a chair as I watched them go back and forth, laughing and taking jabs at each other. It looks like they all have a lot of fun. Everything all right, Midoriya? Jairu was leaning in towards me a little. Yeah, I was just thinking it looks like you all have a lot of fun together. I gave them a nervous laugh. Well, of course we are a family. Kyotoku was giving me an odd look. Don't you and your family get along like this? Sheet. I reached down for the rubber band and began to pull it. Hey, why don't we go ahead and get that movie started before it gets too late? Jairu gave me a smile as she stood up. I brought the rubber band back to its resting point and stood up. That was close. We all made our way to what seemed to be a personal theater. Demon must be nice. Alright guys, we got a good one, and one of my personal favorites. Kyotoku had a huge smile on his face. I looked over to see Jairu trembling a little. I leaned in and whispered to her. Everything alright? I'm just not the biggest fan of scary movies. But my dad loves them. Apparently when she said not the biggest fan of them, she meant absolutely terrified of them. We were barely 10 minutes into the movie and Gyro had what felt like a death grip on either my arm or the pillow she was holding. She couldn't sit still, either turning away or hiding in the pillow she held. I let out a small laugh as I threw on a hoodie that was halfway zipped up. Who would have thought little Miss Punk Rock would get scared so easily? That being said, it was really cute seeing her like that. I gathered the rest of the trash and a few empty bottles. I was walking toward the front door when I stopped. Did I just say she looked cute? I shook my head as I made my way downstairs to the trash bin. I mean, she definitely is cute, so I'm not wrong to think that. Not to mention those booty shorts were definitely working for her last night. I quickly shook my head and focused back up. Calm down, man, don't be like that. When I reached the bottom floor, I looked around before noticing a familiar car. I turned towards where the dumpster was stored and kept walking. They are really bad at spying. Like, seriously, did they think I wouldn't remember a silver car that has jacked up, painted on the hood? I threw the trash in the dumpster and the bottles in the recycling bin. Why the hell did they come here? It's not like there is anything to see. As I made my way up the stairs, I pulled out my phone. It's 8 right now, so school should be starting soon. I wonder if I should let Gyro know who I just saw. I looked over the railing as I reached my door and looked at the car one last time. Nah, I'd hate to cause them more trouble. Even I know how Gyro gets when she's upset, and I barely know her. Back in my room, I sat down at my desk and decided to work on some new music. Everything was going great. A nice calm day, nothing could ruin this. Izawa POV. Sir, you know you didn't have to come with me for this, right? I looked to the passenger seat as I drove down the road. Nonsense, why wouldn't I come when one of my teachers says he needs the day off to go talk to another school? He looked out the window with a calm smile on his face. So what exactly are we doing anyways? I let out a sigh as I looked back to the road. Aldra Junior High, sir. I told you about the kid I found on patrol last week, right? Yes, the one who tells everyone he's quirkless but in reality has one that he wishes he never had. He looked towards me. It's quite the predicament. Yeah, well, when I took him home the other day, I told him I'd turn in his doctor's notes. I wanted to see exactly what this school is like. I tightened my grip on the wheel. I see you want to make sure the school does right by him and doesn't think he's making the story up. It's a shame that these things happen. But I must say it's not like you to get so invested in someone that's not your student. Honestly, sir, the kid has been to hell and back more than anyone his age should, and based off what he told me, and I saw, it won't stop anytime soon. Interesting, I'm beginning to see the picture now. But I must ask, what is the boy's quirk? I scratched my head as I thought. Honestly, sir, I've seen nothing like it before. It's something he'll have to explain. Oh, so you plan on stopping by his house? He gave me a smirk. Yeah, I still have a few more questions to ask him. The rest of the drive to Aldra was peaceful. Pulling up to Ye's school, one wouldn't think anything of it. It looked like your normal middle school. Nothing that seemed to set it apart. We made our way inside and were immediately stopped. Excuse me, sir, but what business do you have here? Relax, we just came to turn in a doctor's note for a student. I waved him off as we walked into the school. Making our way through the halls, nothing stood out about the school. Everything seemed to be normal. Honestly, based off what the kid said, I figured this place would be a madhouse. What's wrong, Izawa? Nothing, sir. I looked over to him as we made our way through the halls. Just thinking is all. Eventually we found the teacher's lounge. We knocked on the door and waited for an answer. After a few seconds, a woman opened the door. Hello, how may I help you? She looked at us confused. Hello, we came to talk to one of your students' teachers. We came to deliver a doctor's note for them. I pulled out the notes to show her that they are real. Oh my, of course. Do you know what class they are in? She motioned for us to enter. No, ma'am. All I know is he's in his second year. His name is Izuku Midoriya. She went to her computer and thought as she searched. Izuku Midoriya. I don't know if I've heard that name before, but just give me a minute and I can figure it out. We could hear the clicking of the keys as she looked for a name. After a few minutes, she looked up. All right, he is in class 2C. That will be the next floor up, about halfway down on your right. Thank you very much. With that, we started to make our way out. You're welcome. Also, did they not mention that pets aren't allowed on campus? She looked at us confused. I looked down to my side. I'm not a pet. My name is Nizu. I just look a little odd because of my quirk. The woman jumped back and bowed. I'm so sorry for making assumptions, please forgive me. It's all right, but we should be going. We made our way through the halls and up the stairs. You know, sir, I never really figured out what you are, if I'm being honest. I looked down at him curiously. I don't see why that matters. At the end of the day, I'm still the principal, right? I nodded as we continued our way through the halls. They were still empty, but students should be arriving soon. We reached the room that had 2C hanging next to it. Knocking on the door, we waited for an answer. Come in. Opening the door, we stepped in. Sorry to disturb you, but there is something we needed to discuss with you about one of your students. Oh dear, I hope they haven't been causing trouble. But I'm sorry, what are your names? He mourning for us to sit. I'm Shota Aizawa and this is Principal Nizu. We work at UA. Wait, you're from the UA? Yes, more specifically the hero course, but that's not important at the moment. We came to discuss one of your students. Of course, please forgive me, it's just that we've never had a student from this school make it to UA. I'm a little taken back at the moment. That's understandable. But I'm here to talk about Izuku Midoriya. Who? I began to squeeze my hands together to try and keep calm. Izuku Midoriya, messy green hair, diamond-shaped freckles on his face. I looked at him and he still had a blank expression on his face. I swear to God if this man doesn't remember this kid. I let out a sigh. He's quirkless. Oh right, yes I know him. The one that cheats on every test to pass. Why would you be asking about him? I could feel my anger bubbling up. Yes, him. I'm sorry sir, but what do you mean he cheats on every test? Nizu interrupted before I could continue. Well, every test he gets perfect scores. Even when I throw in questions that I never went over in class. Why does that mean he's cheating? Maybe he studies more than the others. Nizu continued. I highly doubt he studies more than the other. He doesn't even pay attention in class. He just has headphones in as he writes in his notebook. I still don't see how this means he's cheating. Have you ever caught him in the act before? Nizu was beginning to get irritated. Well no. But it's nearly impossible to get perfect scores on everything without paying attention unless you have a quirk that enhances your IQ. But if I may, we can get back to the subject at hand. I have class starting soon. Of course, sir. I gritted my teeth. Well, you see, while I was on patrol Friday evening, I found Midoriya unconscious in an alley. Is that so? It's no surprise he's resorted to drags already. The kid never had a chance. He wasn't on drags. He was mugged and sent to the hospital with burns covering his chest. If I hadn't found him when I did, his wounds would have been infected. He's lucky to be alive right now. I see, well that's good to hear. There's no need for unnecessary death. I'm sorry, but do you even care? I leaned forward in my chair. The teacher eyed me. Of course I care about my students, but I can't do anything to help a lost cause with no future. At this point I was close to losing it. I see. Well, we came to deliver his doctor's notes. He won't be here today and he's been told to stay out of physical activity for a week. I highly suggest you make sure those happen. With that we stood up and made our way to the door. Thank you for your time, sir. We quickly made our way back to the car. Once inside I threw my head back. It's like he was trying to piss me off. I wouldn't say that, but it does seem as if they never gave him a chance to start. Nizu put a paw to his chin and began to think. So what do you plan to do now? I plan to make a quick stop to check up on him. I turned the car on and began to drive. I see. Nizu looked out the window. I've decided to go along with you. I'd like to meet him for myself. I looked at Nizu confused. Sir, I don't think you had much of a choice at this point. That is, unless you plan to walk back to the school. Nizu looked over at me and smiled. I said I decided to go with you. I looked back at the road. Right, whatever you say, sir. Izuku POV. Why the hell is someone knocking on my door this early on a Monday? I got up from my desk and shuffled out of the room, grumbling incoherent words to myself. This better be pretty damn important. I so close to finding what I needed. I took a deep breath as I composed myself. Opening the door, I was immediately confused. Mr. Aizawa? Morning, Midoriya. Is it all right if we come in? I looked at him confused for a second. Hello, my name is Nizu. A small bear, thing stepped from behind Aizawa. Oh, I looked between the two. Sure, come in. I stepped to the side, allowing them in. I closed the door behind them and showed them to the living room. I could tell they were inspecting how everything looked even if they didn't say anything. So I don't want to sound rude, but why did you come by today? Sitting down on the couch, Mr. Aizawa looked at me. Well, we stopped by your school today to turn in your doctor's note. And we had an interesting talk with your homeroom teacher. Is that so? I leaned back into my seat a little as I looked to the floor. What did he have to say? Well, first off, I owe you an apology. I looked at him confused. I didn't really believe you when you told me that the teachers don't realize you're even in class. That was made abundantly clear by your teacher. I let out a small chuckle. Really, what did he say? Well, he didn't even know who you were till I said you were quirkless. I relaxed a little. Yeah, that sounds about right. He also said that you cheat on all your tests. Mr. Izawa leaned in a little. Of course he did. I'm sorry, but I have to ask. Nizu scooted up to the edge of the couch. But do you cheat on the tests? No, but it's not like they'd believe me. In that case, would you mind taking this for me? It's just 10 questions. Nizu pulled out a piece of paper. Sure. I took the paper and looked over the questions. What's his game? These questions are all so vague. I continued to look over the questions before it hit me. So that's it then. Very interesting. I began to answer the questions one after the other. I looked up to see a bored look on Mr. Izawa's face and a smile on Nizu. I went back to the paper and finished the last couple questions and handed it to Nizu. Here you go. He took it from me and nodded. Thank you very much. He looked at the paper for a minute before folding it up and putting it in his pocket. So Midoriya, what exactly is your quirk? Mr. Izawa mentioned it but wouldn't explain it. I took a deep breath. Does it really matter? I don't ever plan to use it and I don't see why you should know what it does. I see. Well, maybe we should have introduced ourselves better. You already know Mr. Izawa is the pro-hero Eraserhead. But he is also a teacher at UA. I looked at him in disbelief. And as for me, I'm the principal of UA. Nizu leaned forward and locked eyes with me. So humor me. What exactly can your quirk do? I felt a chill go down my spine. Holy shit. I'm not sure if this is great or terrible luck, but what are the chances? I took another deep breath and composed myself. I can make people relive their most traumatic experiences. I can also alter them to make them worse than they actually were. I see. I can understand why you wouldn't want to use this. But would you be able to give us an example of how it works? Nizu looked at me with a curious look. Oh, are you sure? I looked at him confused. Of course, and Mr. Izawa is more than happy to let you use it on him. Nizu motioned to him. I looked to Mr. Izawa and he just nodded. Okay, but how are you going to understand how it works? Everything happens in an instant. Well, why don't we do a little test and see if you can bring others into someone's memories? Alright, but just this once. I looked at Mr. Izawa. I need you to tell me a memory you had that was traumatic for you. Preferably one that you still think about to this day. Mr. Izawa just nodded as he began to think before Nizu spoke up. Why does he need to tell you a memory? Is that some kind of requirement that is needed? I shook my head. No, sir. When I activate my quirk, I see orbs float around everyone. They have different colors depending on how traumatic the experience was to the person. Like this, it's a random guess as to what I'm choosing. But if I'm familiar with the incident or it's something we both witnessed, the orb gets a title letting me know which one it is. Very interesting. Nizu put his paw to his chin. So with enough time you could have a vast library of someone's worst moments to use against them. Not just that, they have no idea I know about it. To them it's just a flashback, but to me I'm watching it all happen as if I was there, but I can't interact with it in a physical way. That's quite the quirk you have. And it's also a huge test of character. Nizu stood up and walked over to me. I'm very impressed with you, Midoriya. Thank you, sir. I looked down at him before going back to Mr. Izawa. Are you ready? Mr. Izawa nodded. Alright, I hope this one works. Back when I was still in high school, I was sparring with a classmate. His quirk allows him to project his voice at extremely high frequencies. While we were sparring, I tried to capture him with my scarf. I misjudged my throw and ended up grabbing him by the throat. When I pulled on my scarf, it tightened and he went down. I quickly released it and ran to make sure he was okay. He wasn't speaking and was sent to the nurse's office. I thought I had crushed his throat, ruining his potential hero career. It turned out he was just being overdramatic and I had just bruised his throat. That being said, I was shaken for a while and couldn't help but think that I could have ended his dream. Will that be enough for you to know which memory to choose? Nizu looked towards me. Only one way to find out. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. When I opened them, I looked towards Mr. Izawa and saw the orbs floating around him. Looking through them, I found one with the title, Mic Dropped. I turned to Nizu and nodded. I can see it, so whenever you're ready let me know and we can try to bring you along with me. Alright, let's see if this will work. Nizu climbed onto the couch and then onto my head. Since you have to touch the orbs, maybe you can bring along anyone who is making contact with you as well? I guess that makes sense. But why are you on my head? I try to look up at him confused. Well, it's quite comfy up here and provides a better view. He leaned forward and patted my head. No, let's give this a try. All right. I looked back towards the orb and started to reach for the orb. As I was about to touch the orb, I hesitated and shook my head before continuing my reach for the orb. I opened my eyes and looked around. I was standing in a gym now. In the center of the room, two teens were fighting. I guess this is the fight. I walked a little closer and watched, waiting to see what was going to happen. As I was approaching the fight, I felt something move on my head. Oh my, this is quite strange. Nizu scooted down arm before jumping to the ground next to me. You're telling me? I honestly didn't expect you to make it in here. I looked down to Nizu before turning my attention back to the fight. Well, now you know it's possible. Nizu directed his attention to the fight as well. So you said you can alter a memory? Yeah. I see. Aizawa said that he only bruised mixed throat during this. Can you change that? I'd like to see the effects it has. Nizu looked over to me. Sure. I closed my eyes and began to focus. All right, let's see how he can handle this. I brought my hand up and snapped my finger. Did it work? Nizu turned towards the fight again, watching intently. Just give it a minute. The two of us stood and watched the fight unfold before us. The two of them traded blows back and forth. Eventually, Aizawa jumped into the air to avoid a leg sweep. He saw an opportunity and took it. His scarf flew and wrapped around Mike's neck. When the scarf was pulled, it tightened on his neck and Mike fell to the floor. Aizawa rushed over to him and turned him onto his back. What exactly did you do? Nizu asked as we began to walk closer to the scene unfolding in front of us. He crushed his windpipe, which caused paralysis in his vocal cords. He won't be able to talk very much or use his quirk. We reached the center of the room and saw Aizawa panicking and screaming for help. So what exactly happens from here? Nizu looked up from me. We'll be kicked out of the memory and be back to sitting on the couch. The only big difference is that Mr. Aizawa more than likely will be screaming or panicking. I see. So what should we do? Break the false memory. Show him something that will prove that the memory was wrong. That will cause his knowledge of the true incident to return. In an instant we were back in my apartment sitting on the couch. Everything was quiet until Mr. Aizawa spoke up. I ruined his dream. How can I call myself a hero when my friend can't even talk? He looked up with tears streaming down his face. Calm down, Aizawa, it's okay. Mike can still talk. Nizu got off of my head. He walked over to Mr. Aizawa and pulled out his phone. Listen to this message he left me this morning. Good morning, Principal Nizu. I just wanted to run an idea past you about a new subject. It's called the art of the DJ. I'd pretty much just have students help out with the radio show I do. Of course I'd teach them how to do some stuff, but mainly it would help reduce the cost of everything. With that, Nizu closed his phone and sat next to Mr. Aizawa. See, he's perfectly fine. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know what came over me. He wiped away any remaining tears. It was my quirk. I changed what you remembered. I looked to the floor. Now do you understand why I wish I never had it? The two of them just looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, I completely understand. Mr. Aizawa looked over to me. So have you given any thought to what we talked about the other day? Kind of. I looked over to him. I opened up to that girl and her family some. I showed them some of my music and told them I was quirkless. I looked over to the wall where the pictures were turned around to face the wall. I also told them I wanted to try for a hero course. Well, it's baby steps. Mr. Aizawa gave a small smile. So I have something else for you to think about. I looked towards him confused. What's that? Well, based off what I saw at your school, I was going to offer you leaving here and coming to stay with me. I narrowed his gaze at me. That is if you're serious about going for a hero course. I gave him a slight smile back. I'll think about it. Well, thank you for allowing us to take up your time, but we should be getting back to the school. Nizu and Mr. Aizawa stood up and started making their way to the door. It's fine. Honestly, it went better than I expected it to. I followed behind them. Here, kid, take this. Mr. Aizawa pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to me. Give me a call when you come to a decision, all right. With that, the two of them made their way outside. I closed the door behind them. Making my way back to my room, I couldn't help but laugh. And it's been a crazy couple of days. I went and laid down on my bed and pulled out my phone to see a message from Jairu. Jairu, morning. Are you feeling any better today? Midoriya, morning. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry about not responding, it's been a crazy morning so far. I stood back up and grabbed my keys and made my way to the park to think. Izuku POV. The park was quiet for the middle of the day. I walked through it making my way to my spot. The sound of music flooded my head as I took in the scenery. It was oddly peaceful. It was comical just how contradicting this is. A somewhat average middle schooler walking through a park as if they didn't have a care in the world. It was a moment that looked so carefree. But on the inside that boy was a chaotic twister of confusion. I laughed to myself a little as I finally reached my favorite spot. I stopped and stared at the bench for a moment before shaking my head and sitting against the tree. I leaned my head against the tree and sighed. Life shouldn't be this stressful. I brought my head forward and looked down the hill to see a family enjoying a picnic. A small smile crept onto my face for a moment before turning to a scowl. Life shouldn't be this unfair either. I wasn't even given a chance to have a normal life. I kept watching them for a few minutes. They laughed and enjoyed their time without a care in the world. Their child started to run around playing. The parents just watched and smiled as their child had fun. I shook my head and looked up to the sky. I guess no one ever said life was fair. I looked back at my phone to see a notification. Jairu, is everything alright? I let out a small smile. Well, it's not like everything is completely unfair. Midoriya, yeah, I just have a lot on my mind at the moment. I closed my eyes and just let the music fill my head as I thought about everything that had happened recently. Honestly, things are starting to look up. I actually have choices in life. I opened my eyes and looked down the hill to see the family starting to pack up and leave. I may have missed out on my real family, but that doesn't mean I can't have another in the future. Jairu, oh, well, I'm here if you ever need someone to talk to. You know I'm all ears. I let out a small laugh while shaking my head. Midoriya, God, is that the best you can do? I mean, you've already used that one already. Midoriya, but in all seriousness, thanks, it means a lot. I set my phone down and stared into the sky contemplating what to do. I reached into my pocket and grabbed the paper Mr. Aizawa had left me. If I did this, I'd have a year and a half to prepare. I'm sure that he'd help train me, so I'm physically ready. I looked back to my phone to see another notification. Would I have to give up what I have now? I don't want to lose the first real friend I've had. I threw my head back into the tree, making a small thud. I had a feeling you'd be here. I looked to the side to see Auntie Mitsuki walking up to me. What are you doing here? She sat next to me against the tree and put a hand on my head. You seriously didn't think I'd come check up on you? I haven't seen you since you got out of the hospital. I looked down to the ground. I guess I meant, how did you know I was here? Izuku, I've known you your whole life. I know your tendencies more than you do. I looked over to her before looking back to the ground. Whatever you say. I put my thumb to my teeth. I heard Auntie Mitsuki let out a sigh. What's on your mind, kid? Nothing. Don't try and hide it from me. She gave me a gentle slap on the head. I looked up to her with a look of annoyance. She gave me a smile. I looked back down the hill to where the family was earlier. A lot has happened recently and I don't know what to do. Does it have anything to do with last night? She shifted around a little to get more comfortable. Sort of. I looked back to the ground again. I told them that I was quirkless. Without even looking up, I could tell Auntie Mitsuki was disappointed in me. But they still accepted me and told me to follow my dream. Is that so? So why are you so confused? I'm not sure what my dream is anymore. Back when I was younger, I wanted to be a hero, but I can't really do that with what I have. I brought my knees in and wrapped my arms around them. I also love music and I think I'm really good at it. Well, you still have plenty of time to decide. There's no need to rush. I tightened my grip on my knees. Not exactly. Auntie Mitsuki looked down at me confused. What is that supposed to mean? Do you remember the hero I told you about that drove me home the other day? Yeah. Well, this morning he and one of his friends came over to check on me. As they were leaving, he said if I wanted to, I could stay with him. That is, if I was serious about going into the hero course. I looked up to her to see her narrowing your gaze at me. I looked back to the ground. But the family I was with last night have a lot of connections in music. They said they could introduce me to people if I wanted them to. Auntie Mitsuki was quiet for a while. She put her hand back on my head. You know I love you, right, Izuku? I just nodded my head. I know life hasn't been easy for you. You've had to deal with more than anyone your age ever should. I don't want to rob you of your dreams, but I think of you as if you were my own child. If you want to leave, I'll support you, and if you want to do music, I'll support you. She put her arm around me and pulled me into a hug. I'm scared though. I know, it's a big decision, but life is scary. That's not it. I'm scared because I don't want to lose the first friend I've had in a long time. Auntie Mitsuki tilted my head up so our eyes met. Who said you had to lose them? You can still be friends even if you go your separate ways. She let go of me and leaned back against the tree. That being said, if you do choose to leave, I want to meet the man that you'll be staying with. I leaned back on the tree as well. I pulled out the paper Mr. Aizawa gave me. Here's his number, you can give him a call if you'd like to. She took the note from me. Look at you being smart and not making me have to pry it out of you. I let out a small chuckle as I pulled out my phone. Yeah, it only took 13 years. I opened my phone to see the message from Jairu. Anytime, well, my lunch break is about to end, so I have to get back to class. I'll talk to you later. Midoriya, alright, try and have fun. Midoriya, hey, are we still on for Friday after school? I looked down over the park again. It was filling up a little bit more. It was still peaceful but not as quiet. I was just staring at it all before Auntie Mitsuki broke the silence. Oh, does someone have another date this Friday? She looked at me with a smirk. It's not like that. We're just going to the music store to look at guitars. I started to wave my hands back forth. She gave a small chuckle and messed up my hair. Oh man, I can't wait to see Katsuki's reaction when I tell him you have another date. Don't tell him. I looked back down to the ground with a cold expression. Auntie Mitsuki looked at me with piercing eyes. And why is that? Just don't. Please. I put my hands into my jacket pocket. I could feel my hands start to tremble. She looked at me confused and stood up, extending her hand to me. Come on kid, let's go get some lunch. I took her hand and stood up. Okay. It's been a while since it was just you and I having a meal. Also, I want to hear more about this girl you're meeting Friday. She started walking before stopping. I wonder if I'll end up having grandchildren after all? I told you it's not like that. Yeah, whatever you say kid. Now come on, we don't have all day. With that we made our way out of the park. Gyrus POV. Finally. I leaned back in my desk stretching. It's about time for class to end. I started packing up my books. I know, right? Today just seemed to drag on. Tsubaki turned around to face me. Totally. I pulled out my phone to see a notification. A small smile started to form on my face. Midoriya, alright, try and have fun. Midoriya, hey, are we still on for Friday after school? Jairu, hell yeah. Earth to Jairu. Tsubaki tapped my head. Wah. I shot up accidentally, throwing my phone at Tsubaki. Whoa, calm down Spaz. She picked up my phone and a smirk started to form as she looked at my phone. Oh my Jairu, it looks like you have a date on Friday. Oh shit. I smacked my head onto my desk and put out my hand. Give it back. Not till you tell me all about this boy. Now spill girl, how long were you gonna plan on hiding this from me? It's not like that. I raised my head up but kept my chin on the desk. I met him by chance at the beginning of the school year and then I ran into him again later on. There is seriously nothing going on between us. If that's the case, then why are you so excited to meet up with him Friday? She placed my phone back in my hand. That's a complicated story. I looked to the side before standing up and grabbing my bag. Anyways, we should get going. Fine. She stood up, grabbing her bag as well. So what's your plan for Friday? We're just going to the music store. I plugged in my jack to the phone and started listening to music. I'm helping him pick out a guitar. As we walked out of the room, it dawned on me what I had just said. Forget I just said that. Tsubaki just looked at me and smiled. Now why would I do that? You're never gonna stop bugging me about this, are you? We made our way to the front gate. Me? I would never do something like that. She started to laugh as she turned away to head a different way. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow, Jairu. With that she waved and made her way home. The rest of the walk home was peaceful. Nothing weird happened and the music was actually not messing with me. Everything was going right and it was a great start to the week. Nothing could ruin the moment of pure bliss. Music flowed through my head as I walked down the street. The sounds accompanied me as if it was my own personal soundtrack. The rest of the wall seemed to fly by. The next thing I knew, I was standing at my front door. As I reached to open it, I felt a chill run down my spine. Something's wrong. I looked around for a minute before opening the door. As I walked in, I saw my mom sitting on the couch with her tea. Oh good, it's only you. She turned around and looked confused with me. What's that supposed to mean? It's nothing. I took off my shoes and set my bag by the door. I just had a weird feeling as if something was wrong when I was about to walk in. I sat on the couch that was across for her. Seems like you've been having quite a bit of weird feelings lately. She took a sip of her tea. What makes you say that? I eyed her curiously. Did you forget our chat this morning? She raised her eyebrow at me. What are you talking? I paused as I felt a familiar chill run down my spine. Oh no. Oh yes. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees and chin on her hands. So tell me, a smirk formed on her face as she looked over her glasses. What was this dream you had? Wah. What are you talking about? I told you it was about talking food. Ha. I tried to sound convincing as I felt sweat start to form on my head. Nice try, but wrong dream. Now tell me, Kyoko, what about the dream with Midoriya? Her eyes pierced into my soul. Shit, there's no way out of this unless. I looked around the room for a minute before looking back at Mom. Is Dad here? I'm sure he wouldn't like talking about a boy I dreamed about. I raised my voice a little, hoping for him to hear it and come charging in, ending the conversation. The room was quiet for a minute before Mom started to snicker. That was a nice try, but I made sure he wouldn't come home till I told him to. So until I call him, it's just you and I, now spill. You really thought of everything, didn't you? I threw my head back and stared at the ceiling. Of course I did. I mean, this is the first time you've shown any serious interest in anybody. So when did it start? I looked down and to the side. Saturday. Mom interlocked her fingers as she looked at me. And what exactly happened? Well, after you told me to go back and relax, I started to play some music and do some thinking. I grabbed my jacks and mumbled under my breath. Then I fell asleep and had a dream. Mom's eyebrows raised as she eyed me. And what was this dream about? I continued to twirl my jacks as I refused to look at my mom. Well, I was sitting on a couch and Midoriya was standing in the doorway. He walked in and asked if everything was all right. Then he was going to kiss me. I covered my face, looking down. Is that it? I quickly shook my head, trying to say yes. Well, that's obviously lie. She leaned forward and put her hand on my head. Now what all happened? I peeked up at her through my hands. Fine. I assume we were married because he mentioned my PRGNCY being hard. That's when we almost kissed. Oh my, how juicy. My mom giggled to herself. I never would have expected that from you. I know, but I don't know what to do. I threw my head back in frustration. Well, that's not too hard to figure out at all. My mom stood up and made her way over to me. Tell me, what does Midoriya mean to you? That's the issue, I honestly don't know. I looked over to her as she sat next to me. She wrapped her arms around me and gave me a hug. Well, that's something you'll have to find out on your own. She tilted my head up so our eyes could meet. But trust me, once you figure that out, everything else will start to make sense. Thanks, Mom. I hugged her back, then stood up to head upstairs. I just hope I can figure this out by Friday. Oh, and what exactly so special about Friday? She looked over her shoulder towards me. I'm meeting him at the music store to look at guitars. I started to twist my jack around my finger nervously. Oh, my little girl has a date. My mom stood up excited. Who the hell has a date? Dad barged in the front door yelling at us. What the hell, Mom? I thought you said he wouldn't be back unless you called him? Oh yeah, I lied about that. Mom stuck her tongue out at me. Why would you risk that, knowing what we talked about? I looked at her with utter betrayal in my eyes. Because I knew you wouldn't talk if I told you the truth. She just smiled at me. Is anyone going to tell me what the hell is going on here? Dad looked between the two of us, waiting for an answer. Still, Mom, what if he came home any earlier than he did? You know exactly what he would have done. Calm down, sweetie, everything worked out in the end. Now go get started on your homework, dinner will be done soon. Will someone please tell me what this talk of a date is about? Dad cried out, begging to be heard. Fine. Thank you. Finally someone answered me. I'll be in my room till then, call when it's ready. I have some thinking to do. With that I turned to head up the stairs to my room. Am I just invisible to everyone today? Dad sat on the couch, confused, with his head hung in defeat. Izuku POV. It was Thursday afternoon, class had just ended and I was making my way back to my apartment. I threw on my headphones and let the music take me away as I kept my eyes glued to the sidewalk. Today was the day that Auntie Mitsuki and I were supposed to meet with Mr. Aizawa. The world around me seemed to slow down as I made my way through the streets. I laughed to myself a little as I thought about my life. Who would have ever guessed that this Dekus life would turn out like this? A small smile formed on my face but quickly faded as my thoughts came to the surface. Do you really think you're good enough? My walk came to a stop. I took out a headphone and looked around confused. I could feel a pain in my chest form as I continued my walk. That's weird. Slowly I made my way back while trying to shake that voice out of my head. You'll never make it, you're just wasting your time. I felt my pace quicken as I made my way through the street, dipping between people trying to do anything possible to make it back faster. You've never been anything besides a failure. I could feel the pace of my breathing accelerate with each voice that spoke up. You're nothing but a worthless nobody. By now I was in a full-out sprint through the crowd trying to make my way back to the safety of my apartment. Give it up, you'll never amount to anything. I began to slow my pace as I looked around trying to find a place to hide. Shut up, damn it. Why now of all times? I could feel the pace of my breath pick up even faster as I turned the corner. Around the corner I found an alley that I was able to hide in. Quickly ducking into the alley I sat down and opened up my bag, pulling out my flask. After taking a few swigs I threw my head back and stared into the sky. And it's been a while since I last heard them like that. I wrapped my arms around my legs and tightened my grip as I felt myself start to shake. What? Why now of all days? I buried my face into my knees as I sat there trying to calm myself down. Taking some deep breaths I slowly raised my head to stare at the wall in front of me. I clenched my fist as I took one more deep breath. Just one step at a time. As I was starting to stand up I felt my phone go off. I stopped and pulled it out to see a message. Auntie Mitsuki, hey Izuku, just wanted to remind you that we're having that meeting at your apartment today. I'll be over soon, okay? I slowly slid back down to the ground and brought my knees back to my chest. I sat there for a minute just thinking about what would come from tonight. They're going to hate each other and you won't even have a chance to try. I could feel my breathing start to pick up again. Shut up. They both think you're nothing but a burden. I could feel a knot start to form in my stomach as I buried my face in my knees. That's not true. They only pretend to care out of pity. They do care about me. I clenched my hands on my knees. As I continued to shake. No one has ever cared about you. Stop it. It's not true. I could feel a few tears starting to run down my face. You're nothing but a cursed child that's meant to be alone. I stood up and walked to the wall in front of me. I placed my head against it and brought my arm back before punching it as hard as I could. Just shut up already. I punched the wall again. Why are you trying to escape the truth? No one wants anything to do with you, especially her. I punched the wall again as I shut my eyes trying to block out the voices. I said shut up, damn it. It's not true. I brought my arm back again ready to punch the wall again. As my fist was about to connect with the wall again my phone went off and I stopped short. I looked to my hand to see blood running down my hand. Sheet. I carefully rolled up my sleeve to try and keep my shirt as clean as possible. I pulled out my flask and poured what was left on my hand to clean the wound. The sting I felt as the alcohol ran over the open wounds was calming. I pulled out some spare gauze from my bag and slowly began to wrap it around my hand. Once I finished wrapping my hand I turned to the side and threw up. I made my way back to the wall and slid back to the ground. Slowly, the world around me slowly began to stop spinning. As everything came to a standstill I rested my head on the wall. The sting of freshly opened wounds began to run through my hand. I shook my head as I stood up grabbing my bag. I wiped my mouth as I made my way back to the street. What seemed like an eternity later I finally reached my apartment. I threw my bag to the floor and made my way to my room. I turned on some music and grabbed a change of clothes. I made my way to the shower and set out everything I needed. I unwrapped the gauze from my hand and chest, then looked at my reflection in the mirror. I put a hand on each side of my head and messed with my face. Man, I look like shit today. I stared into the mirror for a few seconds before chuckling to myself. What's wrong, cat got your tongue? I looked around the room waiting for a response before going to turn on the shower. I guess that means you used up everything earlier. I hopped in the shower and felt the hot water sting all of the wounds. The water walked a fine line of relaxing and pain. I closed my eyes as I let the water cascade on my head as I calmed myself and mentally prepared for the night. The sounds of music and water splashing on the tile echoed in the room. I opened my eyes and stared at the scar left on my chest. A small smile formed as I placed my hand on it. There was a faint sting still, but nothing compared to the first day. It's just my luck. I look at my hand and take in the damage I did to it earlier. The second one wound heals, I make another. I let out a small chuckle as I turned off the water. It's almost funny how well that describes my life. Stepping out of the shower, my phone went off. I grabbed my towel and started to dry off as I checked the message. Auntie Mitsuki, hey kid, I'm on my way over. I'll see you in a little. I let out a sigh as I looked back to the mirror. I guess I better get ready then. Izuku, alright, sounds good. I finished drying off and started to wrap my hand again. As I finished covering the last of the exposed cuts, I looked back to my phone and saw another message notification. I guess that was from earlier. I picked it up and opened the message up before I hung my head. Sheet. Jairu, hey, I'm bored, want to meet up at the park? I hope she isn't waiting for me. I shook my head and stared back at the mirror. Midoriya, hey, sorry, but something came up and I just saw this. I finished the wrapping of my hand before looking back to my chest. You know, this one actually looks kind of cool. I set the wrap down and made sure my chest was dry. Jairu, don't worry, I understand, but is everything alright? Midoriya, yeah, everything will be fine. I just had to get back so I could change the wrapping on my chest. Jairu, oh okay, hey, I hope you don't mind me asking, but how bad is it? You know, your burn. I stood there for a minute as I read the message over again. I guess it wouldn't hurt to let her see it. I took my phone and took a picture of the burn. Midoriya, it's going to leave a scar, but I kind of think it looks cool. I started to redo the wrap for my chest as I waited for a reply. Luckily, I more or less had full range of motion without any pain, so it made the process go quicker. I finished getting ready and made my way back to my room. I sat at my desk and looked around the room. I reached down to one of my drawers and pulled out a notebook. I began to flip through the pages as a rush of old memories came back to me. Each page told a story of an old dream's flame that was starting to rekindle its spark. I couldn't help but smile a little as I turned through it. Seeing all the old hero names and costume designs I had come up with were comical. I can't believe I actually thought these were good. Man, I was such a fanboy of his back then. I continued to turn through the pages before I stopped to see a spot where a page was torn out. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the roof for a minute. My smile faded away as I closed my eyes. When I opened them up, I saw the library of orbs floating around me. I looked between them, all reading the names, trying to find a certain one. I raised my hand and was moving towards a purple orb. I stopped just before touching it and let out a sigh. I closed my eyes again, and when I opened them again, the orbs were gone. As I sat there in silence for a while before my phone went off again, I leaned forward and picked up my phone. Jairu, dude, what the hell, why are you in a towel? Midoriya, well, I had just got out of the show, ER. Midoriya, oh shit. I slammed my head on the desk as my face turned bright red. Am I effing idiot? I slammed my head on the desk again before I heard my phone go off again. Jairu, oh shit is right, for multiple reasons. Seriously dude, what were you thinking? Midoriya, well, obviously I wasn't thinking. I swear I didn't mean anything by it though. Jairu, look, I know you didn't. I just wasn't expecting to see a half-naked guy on my phone. Midoriya, right, I'll warn you next time. Jairu, if, did you just say? Jairu, I must be going crazy because I believe you just inferred that you'd send stuff like this again. I slammed my head on the desk again. Yeah, I am an effing idiot. Midoriya, so can we pretend that I didn't say any of that, please? Sure, no. Midoriya, DMN. Jairu, hey, I need something to tease you about since you saw how I react to scary movies. Midoriya, haha, fair enough. I stood up and made my way to the living room. I started to straighten everything up a little bit before everyone showed up. Once everything looked presentable, I sat on the couch and put on some music. I pulled out my phone again. Jairu, so will the scar be that big? Midoriya, they said it will be a little smaller, but it will be noticeable. Jairu, oh, but what happened to your hand? Midoriya, it's nothing. I sat there and started to type out another message before stopping. I looked at it for a few minutes. Should I just tell her? I shook my head and quickly erased what I had typed out. I sunk into the couch and I tossed my phone on the coffee table. I sat there for a minute before I heard my phone buzz a few times. I sat up and reached for my phone. As I grabbed it, the door opened up. Izuku, you better have some DMN pants on. Auntie Mitsuki walked in and took her shoes off at the door. I opened my phone as I answered her. Yeah, I have some on, but you wouldn't have to worry about that if you just knocked first. I looked down at my phone. Jairu, are you? Sure. Midoriya, hey, I have to go, I'll talk to you later. I put my phone away as I felt a hand placed on my head. Are you talking to your girlfriend? Auntie Mitsuki ruffled my hair a little. You know she's not my girlfriend. I stood up and walked into the kitchen. She turned around and rested on the back of the couch. I know, but you like her, don't you? I stopped and looked down for a second. And what makes you think that? The fact that you actually opened up to someone is more than enough for me to be suspicious. She walked over to the counter in front of me. And what if I do? I began to tense up a little. Well, that's easy. You tell her. By now she was leaning on the counter, not breaking her gaze at me. I'll think about it. I looked up and met her eyes. Don't wait too long or you may miss your chance. Now let's get ready for tonight. With that she pushed herself off the counter and made her way into the living room. An hour later everything was ready for the night. I walked out of my room and locked the door behind me. As I made my way into the living room there was a knock on the door. I made my way back to the door and opened it up. Standing in front of me was Mr. Aizawa and Nizu. Good evening, Midoriya. I stepped to the side and let the two of them. Sorry for having you come over so late. It's no trouble at all. Nizu rode on his shoulder. We're actually quite glad that you called. We made our way into the living room. As we entered, Auntie Mitsuki was sitting down waiting. Hi, you Mr. Aizawa. I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, Izuku's guardian. It's nice to meet you. This is Principal Nizu. He came with me the other day and insisted he come again. I hope that's not an issue. We all sat down on our respective couches. Of course that's fine. But I have to ask, where exactly are you a principal at? Auntie Mitsuki sat up a little bit. Well, I'm actually the principal at UA and Mr. Aizawa is one of our teachers. Nizu got off of Aizawa's shoulder and sat on the couch next to him. Oh, I see. Wait, did you say UA as in the national school known around the world? Auntie Mitsuki's jaw dropped in disbelief. That is the exact school I'm talking about. Nizu just smiled at her. I honestly don't know what to say. Auntie Mitsuki was in shock. If I may, we can get to the topic at hand. I'd hate to waste everyone's time. Mr. Aizawa spoke up. Of course, sorry. Auntie Mitsuki cleared her throat. So Izuku told me that you said that if he wanted to pursue the hero course that he could move in with you. She locked eyes with Mr. Aizawa. That is correct. Mr. Aizawa matched her gaze. I understand that you're a pro-hero yourself, but I don't know anything about you, let alone have even heard of you until the other day. I understand that you work with UA, but I still don't feel comfortable about this. She kept her eyes locked with his. I understand where you're coming from, but it's not logical for you to fully trust us after one meeting. He kept his eyes on hers, not showing any signs of wavering. However, I would like for us to come to some form of understanding tonight. Auntie Mitsuki raised her eye at that. Is that so, and what exactly do you mean by that? Mr. Aizawa leaned forward, keeping his eyes focused. Midoriya needs to get out of that school after this semester. Auntie Mitsuki looked at him confused. And why do you think that? I've been a teacher for quite a while now, and there are some things that go without saying. 1, they should know all of their students, and 2, they shouldn't give up on a student. Just from the short time I was there, it was clear that they considered him nothing but a lost cause. He shifted his gaze towards me. I'm sure Midoriya could tell you the same thing. Auntie Mitsuki looked towards me with suspicious eyes. Is that true? I shifted my eyes away from her and only nodded. She let out a sigh and looked back to Mr. Aizawa. Well, I have thought about him going to other schools, but I think that he would get the same treatment there as well. The reason I decided to keep him there is because he knew most of the kids there for a few years now, and that is including my own son. That's a fair assumption, but it may be for the best. It could be a chance for him to start over or at least have a second chance. Mr. Aizawa looked towards Nizu. All that being said, there is a chance that it is just as bad as before. I see. Auntie Mitsuki looked at me and then back to Mr. Aizawa and Nizu. So why exactly are you interested in Izuku? He said you'd take him in if he was interested in going for a hero course. Midoriya has a good heart. I can see that in just the short time I've known him. Based on what he's told me, he never had a fair chance at living out his dream. If he wants to go for a hero course, I can help him. He has a little over a year and a half till high school. In that time I can train him to give him a fighting chance. Of course, I'd also take over responsibility for his studies as well. Mr. Aizawa kept his eyes matched with Auntie Mitsuki's. Of course, the entire responsibility won't be on Mr. Aizawa alone. We have plenty of staff that would be more than happy to help out young Midoriya. Nizu spoke up with a smile. I myself would be more than happy to teach him. So hypothetically, let's say he does choose to pursue the hero course and everything goes as you say. What happens if he doesn't get accepted into the hero course? I'm assuming he'd go for UA since that's where you two work. Auntie Mitsuki's eyes narrowed. There are plenty of other hero courses that he could apply for, and if not, he could go into UA's general course and pursue whatever he chooses to. Even if it's not the hero course, UA is still a top school in the nation. Graduating from there is an accomplishment no matter what he wants to do. He kept his eyes locked with hers. And how do you expect him to compete with everyone that has quirks? I'm sure you know that Izuku was born quirkless. Do you really think that you can bring him to the same level as everyone else? Auntie Mitsuki looked at me and placed a hand on my head. If I can be so blunt, I know Midoriya has a quirk. I've seen how terrifying it can be firsthand. He looked at me. There are plenty of people out there whose quirks aren't powerful but are still heroes. It's not all strength and speed, it's how you use it. He is a smart kid and with training he can outmaneuver most. Though using a quirk as an ace up his sleeve would be helpful. The fact that everyone thinks he's quirkless could become his strongest weapon. So you know about his quirk? Audit Mitsuki looked back at them. I should have figured that you already knew about that. It's true that he has a powerful quirk, but we can also help him hone it to be something he can use to help others. We want to help him become the best person he can be. Nizu added while tapping his paws on the couch. I see. Auntie Mitsuki looked back at me. So why aren't you interested in taking care of him if he doesn't go for the hero course? To put it frankly, there's nothing we could do for him that you can't already. It's not that I wouldn't want to, it's just I don't see the point of taking him away from the support system he has already. So are you saying he's not worth the trouble unless you can't turn him into something? Auntie Mitsuki started to scowl at them. That's not it at all. I think Midoriya will grow up to be a great person either way. The fact of the matter is that he already has people that care for him here. It would be counterintuitive to take him away from that and surround him with people he doesn't know. But if he was wanting to train as a hero, then it would be logical to put him in an environment of people that can guide him. Mr. Aizawa met her eyes but kept a calm expression. Auntie Mitsuki lowered her eyes and put one hand on her chin. I understand where you're coming from and I trust that you would be able to help achieve his dreams, but I don't think I can trust Izuku to you. But Auntie Mitsuki. I stood up and looked at her shocked. Listen. Izuku, I think of you as if you were my own child. I was there when you were born and I watched you grow up. To me this is them asking to take away my son. No mother would be able to trust the care of them to someone else. She raised her head and looked at me with tears in her eyes. I was so scared that day when I got a call that you were in the hospital. I didn't know what happened and I thought the worst. I didn't think I'd be able to talk to you again. But when you called I was so happy that you were all right. I don't think I could go through something like that again. She wrapped her arm around me and pulled me into her side. But I promised that I'd support him no matter his choice. Even if that means he has to leave. I was barely able to get that out as I felt tears form in my eyes as Auntie Mitsuki pulled me into her side. Mr. Aizawa stood up and bowed before he picked up Nizu and sat him on his shoulders. Thank you for your time and honesty, but it's getting late and we'd hate to overstay our welcome. Both Auntie Mitsuki and I stood up and bowed back to them. We appreciate you coming all this way. We'll talk about everything and let you know when we come to a decision. Auntie Mitsuki gave them a smile as we walked towards the door. I don't want to rush your decision, but keep in mind that the semester ends next month. Mr. Aizawa turned around as they stepped outside. If possible, it would be better to start at the beginning of a semester instead of the middle. If it helps put your mind at rest, I have already thought up some great lesson plans. Nizu gave a big smile. Thanks, we'll be in contact soon. I gave them a small smile. All right, stay safe out there, kid. Mr. Aizawa nodded as they walked away. We closed the door behind us and made our way back to the living room and sat down again. So, how do you think it went? I asked her as I put my head down. I like them, they weren't intimidated by my question and didn't back down from my stare. She gave a small laugh. Yeah, that's impressive in its own right. I looked up to some of the pictures that were still turned around. Hey, can I ask you a question? What's up? She puts her arm around me again. Did you really mean all of what you said? I stared off at the wall. Of course I did. She pulled me back into her side. But I may have exaggerated some parts of it. Really? Like what? I shifted my eyes to the ground. The part where I think of you as my own child. She put a hand on my head. Oh, I see. I started to stand up before she pulled me back down to her. I don't just think of you as another son of mine. You are another son of mine. Even if I didn't give birth to you, you're part of my family. She rested her head on top of mine. Nothing will change that, do you understand? Yes, ma'am. I could feel the tears start to run down my face. I had been conflicted with so many emotions that flooded my head that I hadn't experienced in years. It's all right, Kido, let it all out. She put my head into her shoulder. We sat there as she let me cry into her shoulder. After a few minutes she raised my head up. So let's talk about this girl again. WH. What? WH. Where did that come from? I looked at her completely confused. I felt like we needed something to lighten the mood. She gave me a smile as she laughed a little. So since you refused to let me meet her, why don't you tell me about her? Her name is Kyoka Jairu and we're the same age. I look away from her. Boo, tell me about her. Things you find interesting. Auntie Mitsuki started to mess my hair up as she spoke. Come on, I won't stop till you spill. No wonder Kan-chan is so violent. I looked away as I mumbled under my breath. What was that? She stopped as she looked at me suspiciously. I said her hair is violet. I gave her my best fake smile. Is that so? She kept eyeing me before letting out a sigh. Well, what else? She's really caring. I couldn't help but have a small smile form. Even the first time we met she was like that. Apparently when I was in the hospital her dad had to drag her out. Then when I called to let them know I was alright her mom said that she had been sitting by the phone waiting for me to call. Auntie Mitsuki looked at me oddly. Did I say something wrong? No, I just can't believe you can be so dumb. She smacked the back off my head. And what's that supposed to mean? I looked at her confused. Well, it's pretty obvious that she cares for you. She gave me a smile. Well, yeah, I told you she is really caring. I looked at her even more confused now. That's not what I mean. It sounds like she cares about you personally more than a normal friend. She gave me a little smirk. Well, why would she care about me more than normal friends? I was completely lost by this point. Izuku, what's wrong with you? She smacked my head again and glared at me. Abandonment issues, anxiety, socially awkward, and depression. Do you want me to keep going? I looked at her with a straight face. Auntie Mitsuki just looked at me and shook her head. No, I get the picture, but what would you think if you saw this situation happening between two other people? Well, it would seem like one of them has feelings for the other. I looked at her as if it was a completely obvious answer. Exactly, so let's pretend these two people are you and Jairu. So what does that mean? She locked eyes with me and stared into my soul. That she thinks of me as a good friend. I raised an eyebrow waiting for her response. DMN it Izuku. She quickly smacked my head again. I'm saying that she has feelings for you. WH. What? No, that's crazy, she just thinks of me as a good friend. I looked at her in confusion. You're hopeless, kid. She hung her head and shook it. Hey, aren't you two hanging out tomorrow? As far as I know we are. I looked away from her. Well, why don't you give her a call and make sure? She gave me a slight smirk. I pulled out my phone and stared at it for a minute before looking back to Auntie Mitsuki. Why can't I just text her like I normally do? She quickly smacked the back of my head. Because I told you to call her. Oh wow. I rubbed the back of my head before taking a deep breath. Fine. I opened up my phone and found Jaira's contact and called her, putting it on speaker. You're not going to say anything, are you? I'll be quiet this time. She gave me a soft smile. I just nodded as we listened to the phone ring. The silence in the room grew tense as we waited for an answer. Hello. Hey Jairu. Dude, what the hell was that all about? Sorry about that. Something came up and I had to go. Is everything alright? Yes, some people came over so I was busy. Seriously? Yes. Dude, why didn't you just say that instead of being vague? I thought something was wrong. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it. Haha, oh my god, dude, you're such a dumb butt. Yeah, I've heard that one before. I looked over to Auntie Mitsuki to see her trying to hold in a laugh. Well, what up? It's not like you to just call out of the blue. Oh. Well, you see. I looked back to Auntie Mitsuki to see her furiously nodding. I was wondering if we were still on for after class tomorrow. What are you talking about? We were supposed to go to the music store tomorrow. You were gonna help me pick out a guitar. I don't remember anything about that at all. Oh. I looked down before feeling Auntie Mitsuki put her hand on my shoulder. I looked to her and saw her with a sad expression as she tried to force a smile. Well, never mind what I just said. It must have been some kind of fever dream. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry to bother you, Jairu. Man, you are way too easy to trick. I'm just screwing with you, dude. Of course we're still on for tomorrow. You'd think I'd really forget about that? Well, don't think about it too much. I should probably apologize for leading you on but I had to get you back somehow, right? Hiya. I guess so. But seriously, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. It will be a lot of fun. Yeah, it will be. I lifted my head up as Auntie Mitsuki rubbed my head a little. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow at the store. Don't be late, alright? I won't. Good. It's a date then. Good night. And night. After she hung up, we sat there for a second before Auntie Mitsuki brought me in for a hug. So you officially have a date tomorrow. It's not like that. It's just a saying. I tried to pull away from her. Keep telling yourself that and you'll miss your chance. She let me go before leaning back into the couch. But in all seriousness, why don't you think it would be a date? She even said it herself. I looked back to the ground as I pondered my thoughts. I guess I never really expected this to happen. Auntie Mitsuki stood up and started making her way to the door. Well, I'm gonna head home. Don't stay up too late. You have a big day tomorrow. Yeah, I guess I do. I stood up and walked towards the door as well. So the music store. It wouldn't happen to be the one downtown, would it? She gave a slight smirk. I looked back at her and rolled my eyes. Is that so you can come see what she looks like? And what if it is? She gave an innocent smile. Good night, Auntie Mitsuki. I opened the door for her. You know you can't hide this forever. I will meet her one day. She stepped out the door and turned back to face me. Yeah, but it will be on my terms. I gave her a half-hearted smile. I was about to start closing the door before I pulled into another hug. I'm really proud of you, Izuku. You've grown so much recently I sometimes don't even recognize you. See, come on. I haven't grown that much. I leaned into her as felt her rest her head on top of mine. You idiot. She squeezed me tight before letting me go. Yeah, I know I've gotten that a lot lately. I stepped back and gave a faint smile. She ruffled my hair one last time before turning towards the stairs. I'll be waiting to hear how it went. Stay safe out there, okay? I'll try. With that, she made her way down the stairs and I locked the door behind her. I made my way back to my room and flopped on my bed to see an unopened message. Jairu, hey, I know I said I was going to bed, but I wanted to say sorry for messing with you like that. I totally took it too far. I've actually been looking forward to it all week. I also thought maybe we could go to the park after and hang out a little. That's if you don't have plans already. If not, it's cool. Well, I've rambled long enough. Good night, see ya tomorrow. I set my phone down on my chest and laughed to myself a little. Maybe Auntie Mitsuki was right. I picked up my phone and smirked at what I typed out. Midoriya, sounds good, it's a date then. I plugged my phone in and stared at the roof. Letting out a deep breath, I closed my eyes, hoping for the school day to go by quickly. Well, only one way to find out. Jairus POV. Oh God, what was he thinking with that text? Oh God, what was I thinking when he called? I buried my face into my knees as I twirled my jacks in my hands. Why the hell did I have to say it's a date? I mean, it's not like he took me seriously or anything, but then what did he mean when he said it's a date? Kyoka. Does he think of this as a date? Wait, is this a date? Oh God, do I need to wear something cute? No, that's stupid, we're meeting after school so we'd both be in our uniforms. Kyoka. Why am I thinking like this? I don't even know if he likes me, and it's not as if I like him. At least I don't think I do. I mean, sure, he's kind and his hair looks soft enough to use as a pillow. He genuinely cares for people and makes great music. Not to mention he looks good without a shirt, and that scar is kind of a turn on. Oh God, what am I even thinking now? Then that idiot. Kyoka. What am I saying? He's not an idiot, he's socially awkward and he didn't mean anything by it. Unless he's secretly some kind of XHBTNST. No, that's impossible, there is no way he could be like that, he's too innocent. I bit down on the inside of my lip. Well, maybe he isn't. I don't really know much of his personal life. All I really know is skin deep. I closed my eyes and I could see him clear as day. All the scars on his arms and the one on his chest. I shook my head and closed my eyes tighter. I could now see his green eyes. Those diamond eyes sometimes shined like emeralds and other times they were covered in a fog drained of all life. They just add to the mystery that is Midoriya. Hey Kyoka. I was suddenly jolted back into reality by my mom's jacks tapping my head. I'm awake. I sat up quickly and looked around the living room to see her standing in front of me. Is everything all right? She kneeled down so we were level and unwrapped my jack from my fingers. I should be asking you that. I've been calling you for the past minute, but you were so caught up in your own mind, weren't you? Sorry, I just was doing some thinking. I rubbed the back of my head. Is that so? What could possibly be on your mind this early? She gives me a small smirk. Or should I say who's on your mind? What are you getting at? I give her a cold stare. Kyoka, I know you better than you know yourself. She closed her eyes while giving me a smile. If that's the case, what am I thinking right now, Grand Wizard? I roll my eyes slightly. She pouts at me before standing up. You're thinking about that Midoriya boy again. Lucky guess. I groan under my breath. Gosh, you really like this boy if you're thinking about him this early. She sat next to me and leaned in a little. So what's the issue this time? Meeting up, after school, to look at guitars. Then maybe going to the park. I bury my face into my knees again. Oh, is this a date? She practically squeals in excitement. And oh, maybe. I don't know. I tossed my head back and stared at the ceiling. We talked last night making sure we both were still good to meet up, and as I was about to hang up I said, it's a date then. A little later we texted and he said the same thing. Now I don't know what to think. Mom just stared at me blankly before taking a deep breath. Why are you so worried? It seems pretty clear to me that it's a date. But what if I don't want it to be a date? I look at her upset. Well, that's your own fault for saying it was a date in the first place. But try not to stress, I'm sure he's panicking just as much as you are. She gave me a smile. A small chuckle escaped my lips as I relaxed a little. Yeah, you're probably right. I stood up and made my way to the door and put on my shoes. Well, I better get going, I don't want to be late for school. All right, sweetie, be safe and have fun. She waved as she walked back into the kitchen. I made my way down the streets with a jack plugged into my phone. The music playing was a poor attempt of background music for my inner monologue. Demon that Midoriya, why did he have to be so mysterious? It's not fun being the one left in the dark. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through all our messages. A small smile crept onto my face as I played with my free jack in my other hand. Well, I guess the mystery is part of the package. Speaking of package. I quickly scrolled back to the picture he had sent the night before. He may not have much muscle mass, but DMN, that scar is going to be secretary. I wonder if he'd let me touch it? Maybe I should send something risque to get him back. Also, it could work out as a nice apology for acting like we had never talked about going back to the store. Stop it, Kyoka, he's not like that. He didn't mean it like that. You're not like that. Stop panicking and overthinking this. Hey Jairu. I was brought out of my inner monologue and dropped my phone after being hit by a surprise attack from behind. Holy shit, Tsubaki, what was that for? My bad, didn't mean to scare you. She gave a small laugh as she reached for my phone. It's fine, I just wasn't expecting it. I took a deep breath and looked around for my phone and saw her reaching for it. Oh God, is the picture still open? Okay, don't panic, if I jump to grab it she'll know something is up. The phone is face down so she can't see what's open. Hopefully she keeps it. Would you look at that, lucky you know cracks on the jar. Her voice went from happy to confused. F you universe. Why were you looking at a picture of a guy with nothing but a towel on? It's not like that, I swear. I quickly take the phone away from her and exit out of it. Oh my Jaira, you have a boy toy. I would have never guessed you to be like that. She gave me a smile. Okay, hold the F up, he's not a boy toy, he's a friend and he just got out of the hospital from being attacked. I asked how everything was healing and he sent me that out of the blue. Also, don't think I missed that comment about you not thinking I could land a guy. I raised my jacks at her, ready to strike. All right, whatever you say. She turned around and started walking down the street. So does this guy have anything to do with what we talked about the other day? And what if he does? I started to walk behind her. It's nothing, just sheer curiosity. I could almost hear the grin she had on her face. So do you like the guy? Maybe I do and maybe I don't. Does it really matter? I plugged a jack back into my phone. Of course it does. Who doesn't love some romance? She threw her hands into the air. I scratched behind my ear. Yeah, I guess you're right. Right, now tell me all about this guy. She turned to face me and started walking backwards. He's a guy and she has a scar on his chest. I closed my eyes and kept walking. Come on Jair, tell me at least a little about him. If not, I'll just go back to assuming he's your secret boy toy. She turned back around and matched my pace. I ignored her for a moment while trying to get my thoughts together before speaking. Fine, but this is all you get and you forget you saw that picture. All right. Deal. She gave me a huge smile. He's our age and he goes to a different school. He loves music and he wants to be a hero. That's all I can comfortably tell you. Other than that, he's a complete mystery to me. I opened my eyes and looked back to my phone and saw a notification. Midoriya, morning. So are you still wanting to go to the park afterwards? Jairu, hell yeah, let's do it. I could feel a smile crawl onto my face as I replied, but I also got a sudden feeling that something bad was about to happen. This can't be good. Oh my god, Jairu, you have a date today? I looked to my side to see Tsubaki leaving over reading my messages. Tsubaki, what the actual F are you doing? Haven't you ever heard of personal space? I pushed her away a little bit as I felt a small blush start to form as I picked up the pace. So what are you two gonna do? She quickly caught up to me. Come on, tell me. Just drop it, all right, it's none of your business. I quickened my pace again and hurried into the school, trying to make my way to my class. Damn it, why did it have to be her of all people to see it? Once I made it to my class, I quickly got into my seat, hurried my head onto my bag, trying to avoid any conversations. I wonder how he's handling all this? Izuku POV. Sheet, I have a date today and I have no clue what to do. I was sitting in class with my headphones, silently tapping my pen on my notebook. I was trying to keep up a facade of not caring so no one would notice me. Do I need to think of conversation topics? No, that's stupid, we're going to look at guitars. I can just ask questions if there is an awkward silence. I don't even remember which one I wanted to get. I opened my notebook and flipped through the pages, trying to find any notes I may have made about what I wanted. Lucky, after going through half of the small notes, I found something helpful. Emerald Martin. I looked out the window as I tried to figure out what I meant by Emerald Martin. Dean, why do I have to be so cryptic with notes sometimes? I looked up at the clock and felt a chill go down my spine. Well, I better hurry up and figure it out since the day is almost over. Maybe I should just ask her, she might have some idea about what it could mean. I spent the last hour of the day staring out the window and occasionally writing down notes as to what I need to cover before next week. Finally, the bell rang and everyone started to pack up. I sat at my desk and waited a little before starting to pack up. Luckily, everyone decided to ignore me, so I wasn't stopped on my way out. I pulled out my phone as I walked out of the school and opened up my messages. Midoriya, I'm on my way, I'll be there shortly. Jairu, sounds good, I'm almost there. Let's just meet at the guitar section. Midoriya, all right, works for me. I put my phone back in my pocket as I continued on my way down the street. Holy shit, this is actually happening. Okay, calm down, Izuku, there is nothing to worry about. You like her and you're certain? Fairly certain. Alright, you have no clue if she likes you back, so just be yourself. I took a deep breath and continued my walk, trying to figure out what I could have meant by Emerald Martin. 15 minutes later, I found myself standing outside the music store. I took my headphones out and looked around to see if she was still outside. While looking around, something caught my eye. Is that? No, it couldn't be. I shook my head one last time before making my way in. Hey Midoriya, it's been a while. Shoni was behind the counter waving at me. Yeah, sorry about that. Life's been pretty chaotic lately. I gave him a nervous smile. I heard that. Well, just give me a holler if you need anything. He sat back down on his stool. Will do. I nodded at him and made my way through the store. As I walked deeper into it, I could hear the faint sound of an acoustic guitar being played. I made my way into the guitar section and stopped when I saw where the sound was coming from. There she was, sitting on a stool, guitar in hand. Her violet hair covering part of her face as she played with her eyes closed. The soft sound of her finger picking seduced the ears as her fingers danced across the fretboard. DMN. I could get used to that. Take a picture, it would last longer. She spoke up without even looking up or opening her eyes. How did you know it was me? I sat on the stool across from her. She opened her eyes and looked up at me as she continued to play. I heard you walk in and talk to Shoni. She used one of her jacks to gesture to the other. Right, you hear everything. How could I forget that? I chuckled to myself as I set my bag next to me. Were you waiting long? Nah, I just got her a few minutes ago. She gave a small smile as she went back to watching her picking. Did you write that? I rested my elbows on my knees and leaned in a little. She gave me a small smirk. Maybe I did and maybe I didn't. Wow, what a tease. I leaned back a little and stared off at the ceiling. That's rich coming from you. She kept her focus on the strings. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? I looked at her confused. Oh, nothing. She stopped playing and looked back at me. So let's get you a guitar. She stood up and out the guitar back. Do you have any ideas about what you want? So, about that. I gave her a nervous laugh. She turned around and peered into my soul. You have no clue what you want, do you? Something like that. I found some notes I made about what I was looking at, but I have no clue what they mean. He started to rub the back of his head. She continued to look at me before starting to laugh a little. God, how could you forget what your own notes mean? They were pretty vague. All I wrote was Emerald Martin. I gave a small shrug. She just stared at me before letting out a sigh. Seriously, you couldn't figure that out? I just looked at her and shook my head no. Honestly, Midoriya, a quick Google search would have told you everything you need to know. Oh, and what did I need to know? I put my head down and stared at the ground. Didn't I really mess this up? I'm such an idiot. She let out a small laugh and took my hand. Come on, I'm just messing with you. Sure. I stood up and grabbed my bag following her. We walked a little deeper into the store before coming to a stop. Take a seat and give me a second. She let go of my hand and turned around to look through the wall of guitars. As I sat down, I stared at my hand. I could still feel the warmth of her hand lingering on. That's new. I closed and opened my hand a few more times before I heard her walk back. You all right, Midoriya? I looked up to see a confused look on her face. I quickly nodded and put down my hand. All right, well, I think I found what you were looking for. She pulled a Martin guitar from behind her and handed it to me. Thanks. I held onto the guitar and looked it over. What makes you think this was the one I was talking about? A small smile crept onto her face as she came and sat next to me. Well, based on what you said, there weren't many choices. Martin is a brand of guitar, so that was pretty straightforward. The part that was odd was Emerald. That could mean a lot of different things, but I think I got it right. By now her smile had turned into a cocky grin. I looked at her confused again. Care to explain? She let out a small laugh. Oh, come on, Midoriya, just look at and tell me what you think. I looked back to the guitar, examining it. I traced it with my fingers before stopping on the neck and smiling. I guess it was pretty obvious. A Martin guitar with emerald green fret markers. She leaned back a little as I smiled at the guitar. You know, for someone who's never played seriously before, you have good taste. Thanks, I'm just glad you were able to help figure it out. I started to try and go through the few chords I knew to see how it felt. I looked to my side to see her sitting with her eyes closed, just enjoying the moment. You know, it's still pretty rough, but there's something about the sound of an acoustic guitar. It's a simple sound yet can set so many different moods depending on the dynamics used. She opened her eyes and looked over to me with a smile. I felt a blush creep onto my face as I continued to play. I looked back to the guitar as I continued to practice my chord changes. Yeah, I guess you're right. But this is something different. She looked over at my hands as they fumbled trying to switch chords. Listening to someone learning is special. You can hear the excitement when the chord is played cleanly, the disappointment when the sound is muted from too much pressure, and the agony of their first callus when it rips open while playing. Is that so? I stopped for a moment and looked back at her. She looked back and had a small pout on her face. I started to strum again and it quickly turned into a smile. DMN, that was cute. I looked back to strings, trying to focus on my fingers. So, are you gonna get this one? She stood up and was standing in front of me, bent down so we were eye level. That depends. How did it sound to you? I looked up to her eyes. It sounded like you. She gave me a smile. I looked at her confused. And what does that sound like? Broken and rough. She placed a hand on the neck of the guitar, muting the sound. It's faint but begging to be heard. She looked back into my eyes. It hides behind a cracked facade. She let go of the neck and placed her hand on mine. But it has potential to be so much more than it shows. There is no way she heard all that. I looked down to the floor. Are you sure that's what you heard? She took my chin in her hand and brought my head up so our eyes met again. Yeah, remember, I'm all ears. Why, yeah, that you are. I gave her a small smile. I guess I'll get this one then. Oh my god, that was so cute. God damn it. I quickly shot my head to the ground again. Yes. Tsubaki, what are you doing here? Jairu jumped back away from me. I followed you, obviously. I wanted to see this guy you were meeting up with, but I never expected this. I heard her walk a little closer. It's been a while. She crouched down next to me. Midoriya. H. Hey, yes. Tsubaki H. How have you been? I could feel myself slowly trying to curl up. Wait. You two know each other? Jairu looked between the both of us. Oh yeah, we went to elementary school together. She sat down next to me. So we go way back. Isn't that right, Midoriya? F dash. Why now? Of all times, why now? I sat there and I could feel my hands starting to shake a little. Why, yeah. Hey Midoriya, is everything alright? Jairu reached out a hand toward me. It seems you still haven't gotten over that stuttering just yet? What a shame. She scooted a little closer to me. Please, St. Stop. By now I could feel my breathing pick up significantly. Hey Midoriya, is everything alright? Jairu had squatted in front of me and had taken the guitar out of my hands. Hey Midoriya, answer me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I could feel Jairu's arms on my shoulders as my heart rate quickened. It's alright Midoriya, I'm here. Jairu continued to hold on to me, trying to calm me down. Tsubaki, do you know what's happening? Don't worry, this used to happen nearly every day, he'll snap out of it shortly. She stood up and started to walk out. You know you could do so much better, Jairu, but you two are pretty cute together. I'm happy for you. I'm sorry. Please stop, I'm sorry. I continued to shake as I slid onto the ground. Sheet, what do I do? She knelt down beside me and sat me up and brought me into a hug and placed a hand in my hair. It's okay Midoriya, I'm here. Everything will be alright. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She slowly rocked back and forth as she whispered in my ear. It's okay Midoriya, it's not your fault, you did nothing wrong. We sat like that for a few minutes as I started to calm down. Eventually my breathing steadied and my heart rate normalized. I still felt a little short of breath. Jairu, I'm sorry. My voice was shaky and quiet. It's okay Midoriya, you don't have to apologize for anything. She held onto me tighter, I could feel her hot tears falling onto me. Why did I have to put her through this? Today was supposed to be a good day, damn it. I took one of my hands and grabbed her shoulder. I'm sorry. I ruined today. Stop it Midoriya. You didn't ruin anything, damn it. We continued to sit in silence for a few more minutes. Hey Jairu. I let go of her shoulder. Yeah. She kept her head buried into my neck. Can I go? I looked over her shoulder towards the door. Not without me. I'm not leaving you alone. She held on to me tighter as if I was about to disappear. I let out a small sigh. All right, let's go then. She nodded into my neck as she pulled away from me and wiped the tears off her cheeks. All right. She slowly stood up and gave me a smile as she extended her hand towards me. I took her hand and she helped me up. We grabbed the guitar off the ground and made our way to the registers. After paying for it and a case, we made our way onto the streets. I looked up into the sky and noticed the clouds were turning to a deep gray. Looks like it's gonna rain. She took my hand into hers as she just stared down the street. You should probably head on home. I'm sure your parents are worried. I looked over to her and she didn't respond. All she did was squeeze my hand tighter. You don't care, do you? I let out a nervous laugh. She kept staring down the street. Do you want to go somewhere else? I asked as I stopped walking. She took another step before pulling me to follow. She turned to face me and gave me a small smile. She continued to pull me down the street until we came to a stop at a corner. I stood next to her and looked around. So, is this where you wanted to go? I looked at her confused. She didn't answer as she pulled me down the stairs and onto the sand. We crossed the sand to the dock and sat under the gazebo so our legs hung off the edge. You know, when I was a little girl, this used to be my favorite place. This beach was so beautiful, but now it's a mess. I looked around to the mountains of garbage stretched across the shoreline. Is that why you started going to the park? Yeah, that, and it was a little closer so I was able to enjoy it longer. She put her arms behind her and leaned back. You know, I'd love to see this beach clean again at some point, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. I just nodded as we stared out into the ocean. The sound of the ocean breeze filled the air as the waves crashed onto the shore. I took a deep breath before leaning over the edge a little. Hey, Midoriya. Yeah. I stared down at the water, watching it crash into the beams. About Tsubaki, what did she mean when she said that used to happen almost every day? She looked over at me with concern in her eyes. I grabbed my wrist and tightened the grip. Can we not talk about that right now, please? She stared off into the distance as it started to rain. I'm sorry. I don't want to pry, but I just want to understand you better. Don't, I'm not worth the time. I looked up to the sky and watched the rain come down. Why? She looked at me concerned. Why would you say that? Because it's the truth. I looked at her and forced a smile. I mean, ever since the first time we met, I've caused trouble for you. The next thing I knew, I felt a sting on my cheek. Jairu had just slapped me. Shut up, damn it. Who said you've only caused trouble for me since we met? Because I sure as hell didn't. Jairu, it's the truth. I looked to the ground. I said to shut up, Midoriya. She grabbed onto my shoulder and shook me slightly. If that was true, then why am I still here? Why would I spend every day looking for you after school for 2 months? Why would I rush off to the hospital with you? Why would I wait by the phone all day and night waiting for you to call? Why would I agree to help you pick out a guitar? Tell me why, Midoriya? I looked up at her to see tears rolling down her face. I looked back to the ground and I could feel a tightness in my chest. The same reason as everyone else. I took a deep breath and tightened my fists. You pity me. You think I need to be protected because I can't protect myself. Me. Midoriya is. Is that what you really think? I could hear the pain in her voice. I couldn't look at her, so I just kept quiet. I heard her start to move a little and tensed up, expecting another slap to come my way. Midoriya, look at me. I didn't answer her. I just kept my eyes closed and kept my head towards the ground. Izuku, look at me, damn it. I flinched at her tone and I slowly raised my head to meet her eyes. They were a mix of emotions. Anger, sadness, pain, confusion, and betrayal all mixed into one look. You really are an a-hole, you know that, right? I flinched a little at her words. She reached out and brought me into her arm as she buried her face into my chest. You always put yourself down, never giving yourself any credit. You cut yourself off from the world and don't let anyone get close. Then when someone actually wants to know who you really are, you try to get them out by force. You're such an butt. I'm sorry. I sat there shocked, not knowing what to do. Stop, I'm not done yet. She held onto me tighter. I know you're hiding a lot and I'll never understand what you've been through. But I don't care. You don't have to do this alone, and you're not alone anymore. You have me, Izuku. Let me in, please don't force me out. I won't let you go through this by yourself anymore. I was speechless. I had never heard these words before. My eyes were wide with shock. Jiru. You idiot, I said, shut up. She looked up to me and locked eyes with me. I wasn't done yet. I felt her Jax wrap my arms as if she was trying to keep me from running away. I'm not asking for you to tell me everything now. I'm sure there's things you'd rather not go through again. She placed a hand on my chest. I don't know what made you the person you are today, and I hate that you had to go through it. But at the same time, I'm almost glad it did happen, because it let me meet you, and that's something I'd never wish to change. I was stunned. I wasn't sure what was happening and I didn't know what to make of it. I sat there wrapped in her embrace, trying to process all these new emotions. We sat there quietly listening to the rain fall around us. After a minute, I tried to swallow what was left of my pride and break the silence. I'm scared. I know. I'm scared too. She continued to hold me tight, refusing to let go. I slowly raised my arms up to return her embrace. I don't know what to do. I could feel her relax slightly as my arms wrapped around her and she rested her head back on my chest. Neither do I, but as of now we're here together. Time seemed to stop as we sat there holding each other. The rain continued to fall, but we didn't care. We were both scared, but that didn't matter. Neither of us knew what to do next, but we had each other and that was enough. Rested my head on her shoulder and I felt her silky violet hair on my face. The faint smell of lavender danced into my nose and I felt some sense of peace. Jiru. Yeah, she rested her head onto mine. I don't know when, but one day I'll tell you everything. I tightened my grip but brought my head back so our eyes met. Do you promise, Izuku? She met my eyes, her eyes pierced through me as her jack tightened harder onto my arms. Yeah. Voice was faint. I wasn't sure if what I said was true or not, but I wanted it to be. She slowly uncoiled her jacks from arms as she pressed her forehead to mine. Good. She smiled at me and closed her eyes. I closed my eyes as well, enjoying the silence. Thank you, Kyoka. I heard her jump as I said her name. Should I have not said that? Did I offend her? Damn it, I should apologize. You idiot, how could I ruin the MO? My thoughts were cut short as I felt something press against my lips. What tastes like blackberries? I opened my eyes to see her lips pressed against mine. I quickly backed up and fell to the ground. Oh God, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, Jiru. I just got caught up in my mind and didn't realize we got so close. You idiot. She had a small blush on her face as her jacks tapped against each other. You didn't do anything wrong. But then how did we kiss? It had to be my fault. I looked at her, still confused. I kissed you, idiot. She has brought her knees to her chest and held them close. I should apologize. After you said my name, I just couldn't help myself. I looked at her even more confused. So I didn't do anything wrong? Yeah, you did. She peeked over at me from behind her knees. Oh, I laid back down and stared at the roof. I heard her move and lay next to me. She put her head on my shoulder. You pulled away from me and you didn't say my name. I looked over to her and saw a small smirk on her face. Why do you always do that to me? Because it's fun. She let out a small laugh. We laid there enjoying each other's presence. The rain was starting to pick up. We should probably get home before it gets too bad. Yeah. She held onto my arm. Do you want to go back home? I looked over to her. She looked back to me and shook her head. No. I let out a small chuckle. All right, we can stay a little longer. We laid next to each other listening to the rain. Everything seemed to be perfect, but something wasn't right. I pulled out my phone and saw a notification. Oh. What am I going to do now? What's wrong, Izuku? She looked over at me concerned. It's nothing. I put my phone away quickly. I felt a jab in my side. Kyoka had just stabbed me with her jack. Don't start this now. I know you're lying. This is going to get old real quick. I took a deep breath. Well, you remember that family friend I told you about? She just nodded at me. She found out about today and started questioning me last night. She wanted to know how it went today. She started to laugh at me. Well, how do you think it went? I looked back to her and smiled. It was pretty shitty. She looked at me shocked and then pouted when I smirked at her. But now it's great. You're in butt. She uncoiled her jack from my arm and stood up. I should probably get going. I don't feel like dealing with my dad's questions as to why I'm back late. I stood up and grabbed my guitar. Yeah, I should probably get back soon. I'd hate to ruin this on the first day I got it. I gave her a small laugh. We can't have that. You need to practice. She turned around and gave me a smile. Well, I'll see ya. I watched her start to walk away. As she was about to walk into the rain, I moved towards her. Hey, Kyoka. She stopped and turned back around. What's up? I caught up to her and tried to form my thoughts. Hey, I was wondering if we. Would it be possible if we? I was quickly cut off by Kyoka pressing her lips onto mine. This time I didn't pull away. Slowly she pulled away from mine and brushed some hair behind her ear as she blushed. Is that what you wanted? I was going to ask if we could take a picture together. Sorry if that's weird. I started to scratch behind my head. She stared at me with a blank expression before screaming in the air. Dude, what the F dash? Why didn't you just ask that? I don't know. I mean, I'm glad that happened. I just wasn't sure how you felt about pictures. I started to panic a little. She let out a small sigh. Man, what is wrong with you? A lot. I mumbled under my breath. She looked at me with an eyebrow raised. Come on, Izuku, let's get this over with. She walked to my side and pulled out her phone. Now let's see that smile. She leaned her head into me and leaned back into her. She clicked her phone and we looked at the picture. I'll send it to you when I get home, okay? Is there anything else you want to ask? She started to walk off again. I like blackberries. I nervously rubbed the back of my head. She stopped and looked over her shoulder confused. Yes, me too. They're really sweet. Her face instantly turned red as if what I said had finally clicked. She turned back around and put her head down. I could see her jack spazzing a little. Shut up, idiot. I'm going now. I'll see ya around, Izuku. With that she ran off into the rain. I stayed on the dock and sat down on one of the benches and pulled out my phone. I wonder what he wants? Mr. Aizawa, hey, I forgot to mention this last night. But I'd like a copy of your transcripts, that way Nizu has a good idea of where to start potential lesson plans. Midoriya, yes sir, I'll try and get them as soon as possible. Where should I have them send them to? Mr. Aizawa, have them send it to UA directly. The shipping access code for Monday is 3792. Midoriya, yes sir. I put my phone away and grabbed my guitar as I made my way out into the rain. The walk back was only 15 minutes, but the rain made it seem longer. When I got back, I set my guitar in my room and I made my way to the shower. The warm water was refreshing. The day had been a roller coaster of emotions and I wasn't sure what to make of it. The peace I felt around her was a new feeling and it honestly scared me. It wasn't the peace I was scared of, but I was scared of losing that peace. I made my way back to my room and saw my phone going off. I threw on my black hoodie and grabbed it. A small smile crept on my face as I saw the photo that was sent to me. Kyoka, I don't think it came out too bad. Izuku, yeah, it's good. I saved the photo and laid down on my bed looking at it. I pressed my tongue to my lips, the faint taste of blackberries still lingered on them. I laughed to myself a little as my phone went off again. I opened it up and dropped my phone. I'm shocked. What the hell is that? I picked up my phone and opened it back up dumbfounded. She had sent a picture of her sitting on her bed in a purple tank top and black booty shorts. Her hair was still wet and her skin looked as if it was glistening. She had a smirk as she rested her chin on her knee as if she was trying to tease me. Kyoka, nothing beats a shower after walking through the rain. Izuku, why would you send that? Kyoka, because I could and consider it payback for the other night, winky face. I stared at my phone in disbelief. What have I gotten myself into? Izuku, please don't do that again. Kyoka, you don't have to worry about that. Hey, do you have any plans tomorrow? Izuku, not that I know of. Kyoka, want to come over tomorrow? You could bring your guitar and I could teach you some more. Izuku, sure, sounds fun. Kyoka, great, I'll text you later when I figure out a good time. I got up and went to my desk, starting up my computer. I opened up my workstation and scrolled through different sounds. As I worked on a new beat, my phone began to flash again. Opening it up, I slammed my head on my desk. Sheet. Auntie Mitsuki, so how did it go? Izuku, it was fine. We went to the music store and then we went to the beach for a little. Auntie Mitsuki, oh, sounds romantic. Hopefully the rain didn't ruin your date. Izuku, we stayed undercover so it didn't do much. Auntie Mitsuki, well, I'm glad you had fun. Have a good night, Izuku. Izuku, thanks. You too. I set my phone back down before I bit the inside of my mouth. I opened my phone back up and looked at the picture of Kyoka and I before letting out a sigh. I know this will make her happy. I owe her that much. Izuku, here you go. I sent the picture to Auntie Mitsuki. I closed my computer and grabbed my bottle of whiskey before going back to my bed. My phone started to go off as I reached the bed. Taking a swig of whiskey, I opened it up, already knowing what I had gotten myself into. I set the bottle down and laid in bed as yet out another sigh. I wonder how long until she lets this one go? I let a small chuckle out as I opened up my phone, seeing how excited she was. I could see her screaming at her phone, startling Uncle Masaru, and then Kanchan yelling at her to shut up. The whole situation was funny to think about. Despite what had happened at the music store, the day was a good one. Izuku POV. Did I forget anything? I made my way down the street heading to Kyoka's house. I had my backpack on and my guitar in hand. I had woken up to a message from her saying I could come over whenever. Her parents were going to be out for the day, but her mom said it was alright. The walk from her house to mine was nearly an hour by foot, but luckily the train made it a short 15 minutes. As I slowly made my way up her driveway, I looked around. I didn't realize how big her house was the last time I was here. I was too focused on trying to remember to breathe. As I approached the door, I took a deep breath before knocking on the door. I stood there for a minute before she opened the door. Took you long enough. She gave me a smile as she motioned for me to come inside. I took my shoes off as I walked in. Yeah, sorry about that. It's all good, I'm just messing with you. She took my hand and led me upstairs. Come on, let's get started. I found myself speechless as I looked around her room. There are so many instruments in here. I looked along the walls before looking at her. Kyoka, how many of these can you play? She sat on her bed and crossed her legs as she began to think. More or less, but I prefer guitar and bass. Wow, you're amazing. I looked at her in awe. Thanks. A small blush came across her face as she tapped her jack together. Well, let's get started. She quickly grabbed a guitar before sitting back down on her bed. I nodded as I grabbed my guitar and I sat on a stool. So, where should we start? First, you should do finger warm-ups. It will help with your flexibility in your finger and it makes switching chords easier. It's confusing at first, but doing this daily will be a big help. First, take your index finger and place it on the first fret on the first string and strum down. Then place your middle finger on the second fret of the same string and strum up. Then your ring finger on the third fret and strum down. And finally put your pinky on the fourth fret and strum down. Once you do those 4, move to the next string and repeat. After you do all 6 strings, slide each finger down a fret and do it till you run out of frets. She demonstrated the exercise as she explained it. Her fingers danced across the strings, making it look as if it was second nature to her. It's alright to take your time, don't rush. Just focus on making each note clean. I nodded at her as I stared at the strings and slowly tried to copy what she did. I was much slower than her and my notes weren't as clean. I looked up at her to see her staring at my fingers. I looked back to my hand and continued with the exercise. After a minute, I had reached the end and stopped. I let out a sigh and looked at her. So how was that? She continued to look at my hand before looking back at me. Not too bad for your first time. But now you're gonna do it again but start from the 6th string. Seriously? I looked at her confused. Does it look like I'm joking? She looked at me with cold eyes. I gulped as I looked back to the neck of the guitar before starting up the next part of the exercise. When I finished it, I started to stretch my fingers. Man, why are my fingers so stiff? Wow, if they're already stiff, we have a lot of work to do. That was just the first set of the warm-up. She set her guitar down and stood up. I looked at her confused. What do you mean the first set of the warm-up? She leaned forward so we were face to face and gave me a devilish grin. Well, you still have 2 more sets of each for the first exercise, then we'll move on to the next. Why do I feel like you're torturing me? I put my head down towards the ground. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. How long did it take you to get good at making beats? She put a hand on my head. A couple months. I mumbled under my breath. She tilted my head up. The same goes with instruments, but the feeling of progress is addicting. One day the thing you had practiced for weeks becomes easy and you get an adrenaline rush. Then you just want to move on to the next and push your limits. By now she had a full-blown smile on her face. I couldn't help but smile when I saw that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I looked back to the guitar and started back up on the finger exercises. Each time they started to feel a little easier. The notes were sounding cleaner at the speed I was going, which made me happy. I was able to move a little faster, but the notes became muffled again. I heard a small snicker come from Kyoka. What's so funny? It's nothing, it's just that your tongue hangs out a little when you focus too hard. She laughed a little more. Oh. I looked away and rubbed the back of my head. I finished up the exercise and let out a breath as I relaxed a little. All right, good job. She stood up and stretched. I'll be back in a minute, you just keep working on your chord changes. I gave her a small nod as I went back to focusing on the neck of the guitar. After a minute, I set the guitar down and took a deep breath before grabbing my bag. I opened it up and pulled out my flask while looking over at the door. Just something to take the edge off. As I took a swig, the door swung open. And why has the sound of music stopped? Kyoko was standing in the doorway staring at me. Izuku, what's that you have there? My throat seemed to lose any moisture as it seemed impossible to find the words to say. My backpack. She raised an eyebrow at me. I meant in your hand. She stepped in, closing the door behind her, and set a tray on her desk. Picta. I gave her a shaky smile. As I quickly took a second swig, she walked up to me and grabbed the flask out of my hand before pointing a jack at my neck. So, what's this all about? Oh, that. It's nothing to worry about. I stood up and tried to reach to take it back from her. The next thing I felt was her jack pressed into my throat. She was giving a glare with cold eyes. I don't know what I should be mad about. The fact that you're lying to me, or the fact that you thought I'd be dumb enough to not realize that you were lying. I mean, seriously, Izuku, we covered this how many times now? I slowly sat back down onto the stool and reached for my guitar. Sorry. She let out a sigh. Put the guitar down, you're not leaving. She sat down on her bed before taking whiff of what was in the flask. Her face scrunched up at the smell of alcohol. So what's this about? It just takes the edge off of stressful situations. I looked away from her. And how long have you been doing this for? She stood up and walked over to me. A couple years. I turned my head to the ground as I heard her walk up to me. She squatted down so we were eye level before she tilted my head up with a jack. I'm not mad that you have this, you know? I looked up and met her eyes. We all have our own ways of getting through the days. Just be smart, okay? She gave me a smile before putting the flask back in my hand. Now I believe it was time to go to the next exercise. She stood back up and went to her bed again. Yeah. I put the flask away and grabbed my guitar. Let's do this. 2 hours later of what should be legally called torture, I found myself laying on Kyoka's bed staring at my hands. All of my fingers have a pulse. Why did you make me do that? Relax, you'll be fine. She was now sitting on the stool playing guitar. I looked over and watched her play. Her eyes were closed as one of her bangs fell in her face. She looked to be at complete peace. So when's your next lesson going to be? There's more lessons? She stopped playing and glared at me. I'm just joking. She gave me a smile before starting to play again. I turned and stared at the ceiling. How about next Friday in the park? Our spot on the hill. She didn't even stop playing, she just focused on her music. I'll bring my guitar this time, all right? All right. We sat in silence for a while as the sound of her finger picking filled the room. Hey Kyoka, what are you planning to do for high school? She stopped for a moment and looked up before continuing to play. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to a music program. Music has always been my life, so might as well make a living off of it. She continued to play for a while before stopping. We could always go to the same school. I'm sure we could find one that has a great production as well as technical course. She gave me a smile. I looked back over to her before looking back at the ceiling. That could be fun, but I'm not sure. Why not? She stood up and walked and sat on the edge of the bed. I just haven't made a decision yet. I put my arm over my eyes. Going for a hero course was my dream, so it's hard to give it up. She let out a sigh and slid off the edge of the bed and sat on the floor. Izuku, what do you think it would take for some to give up on a dream? She brought her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. I don't know, everyone's different. Some people are too stubborn to give up on the things they want, while others stop the second any kind of obstacle appears. I turned on my side to look at where she was sitting. She stayed quiet for a minute before resting her head on the bed. What would it take for you to give up on your dreams? Her jacks nervously tapped together. I looked at her before turning onto my back again. I don't know, I guess I'm just one of those stubborn people that can't accept that their dream is next to impossible. I glanced over to her and saw that she had rested her head on her knees. I put a hand on her head, causing her to jump. What would it take for you to give up on your dream? She turned to face me before raising her chin on the bed. I don't know, maybe if I found a new dream or something. I raised an eyebrow at her. That's a terrible answer. Could you just give up and find new dreams that easily? Maybe. If it involved people I care for. I don't think it's that crazy to find new dreams. She looked back into my eyes, pouting a little. And who said I couldn't have multiple dreams? I gave her a small smile before sitting up. I guess you're right. I looked over to her desk and saw the time. I should probably get going soon. What, why? She hopped on the bed next to me. It's not even close to being late. Yeah, but I thought you wanted me to come over to teach me guitar, and we've already done that. I looked at her confused. She was glaring at me. Are you really that big of an idiot? Yes. I slowly moved away from her before her jack found its way around my arms, stopping me in my tracks. She sighed as she started pulling me back to sitting next to her. I just wanted to hang out more, and teaching you guitar was just an excuse to get you to say yes. I looked at her with a blank expression on my face. Seriously? She nervously unwrapped the jack from my arm, then tapped them together. Then why did you have to be so intense with the lesson? I may have gotten a little too into it. She looked away with a light blush on her face. I told you I really like music and it was fun. Besides, it's not like it won't be helpful. I fell back into the bed and put my hands on my face. Are you going to torture me Friday as well? She fell back as well and laid next to me. Maybe. She gave me a smile. That depends on how well you do. I let out another sigh. Do I get a reward if I do well? What would you want? She looked at me with a curious expression. Blackberries, I mumbled to myself before turning to face the ceiling. I heard a light shuffling next to me before feeling a soft feeling press against my cheek. I looked over to be met with Kyoka's onyx eyes. She gave me a small smile before leaning in and pressing her lips against mine. Time slowed as we both fell into bliss in each other's embrace. She reluctantly pulled away before resting her head on my shoulder. What was that for? I smiled as I looked at her. She gave a small shrug. I felt like you earned that much for today. She nestled herself onto my shoulder more while happily humming to herself. Well, I guess this should go without saying, but I really like you, Izuku. I looked away from her and up at the ceiling, trying to hide a blush. I really like you too, Kyoka. Good. She wrapped a jack around my arm tightly. I guess that means you're my boyfriend now. She gave me a cheeky smile. I guess so. I looked back to her before closing my eyes and resting my head on her forehead. We laid there in comfortable silence for a few minutes before Kyoka spoke up. So when am I going to meet your parents? I tensed up at the question, and I knew she could tell. Her jack instantly coiled tighter on my arm as if it was trying to let me know that I wasn't alone. I looked away from her, but I could feel her eyes burrowing into me. Is everything all right, Izuku? Yeah. It's nothing to worry about. I looked back at her and gave her a small smile. She started back at me with worry in her eyes. You sure? Yeah. They're just really busy, so I barely get to see them as well. I looked up at the ceiling and rolled my neck, trying to stretch it a little. Kyoka had uncoiled her jack from my arm and sat up and was staring at me. Izuku, she was cut off by my phone ringing. I pulled out my phone and looked at the number before closing my eyes, then looking back to her. She let out a sigh and nodded. Go ahead. I sat up and pressed the phone to my ear. Hello. Izuku, where and the ever-loving if, are you? I've been knocking on your door for 20 minutes. I quickly pulled the phone away from my ear, shocked by the volume that was just sent to my head. I looked over at Kyoka, and even she had jumped from the sudden shout. I'm at Kyoka's house. She was giving me a guitar lesson. So that's what the kids are calling it these days. It's not like that. I yelled at her but quickly looked at Kyoka, who had jumped again from the sudden shout. I silently apologized as she stared at me and wrapped her jacks in the blanket to soften any sudden outbursts. Whatever you say, kid, just know I'm not ready to be a grandmother. But there's something I needed to talk to you about, and I'm sure it would have been easier in person, but looks like that's not gonna happen. I raised an eyebrow with curiosity. What happened? Well, this morning I was talking to Masaru about you and your girlfriend. Alright, well, what's the issue? Well, when I showed him the picture, we may or may not have mentioned to Katsuki that you had found yourself a girlfriend before him. He didn't react to it besides his normal uninterested grunts. Oh. Immediately I hung up and stood up before walking over to my backpack and unzipped it. I pulled out my flask and shook it to gauge how much was left in it. Is everything alright, Izuku? She looked over at me confused. I didn't answer as I just opened the flasks and downed the rest of it before putting it back. Izuku, what's going on? I quickly gathered the rest of my stuff up. I'm sorry, Kyoka, but I have to go. Izuku, what's wrong? She got up and stood in front of me. I stopped in front of her and looked to the floor. It's nothing. I just have. Will you stop lying to me? I looked up to see her looking at the ground. Her hands were shaking. Do you really not trust me at all? She looked at me with tears in her eyes. Why? Why are you still trying to hide everything? I swallowed the lump in my throat and stepped towards her. Kyoka. I'm sorry. I walked past her and made my way down the stairs. As I made my way out of her house, I could hear a faint sound of sniffling. Nice job, dumb butt. The rest of the weekend seemed to go by in a blur. That was thanks to the copious amount of alcohol my liver was currently trying to process. As if Mondays didn't decay enough, now my head's killing me. The morning walk to school was a long walk when your body would remind you of your every step with a wave of pain sent to your head. The school seemed to be busier than usual for a Monday morning. The halls felt tighter and the doors looked smaller, everything felt off. The only thing that felt right were the states I got as I walked into my class. Luckily Kanchan wasn't here yet, so I didn't have to deal with the onslaught of belittling that would come from him. I rested my head on my desk and let out a sigh as I stared out the window. Thanks for everything, Auntie Mitsuki. It wasn't too much longer before Kanchan arrived. You could feel the energy change as he entered the room. You could feel his ego trying to push everyone lower than him. I kept quiet and continued to look out the window. I closed my eyes and waited for it to happen. I could hear footsteps pass by me and the faint murmurs from the other conversation going on. I took a few deep breaths before looking away from the windows. He wasn't there. He was sitting at his desk. He had completely ignored me. A faint smile came to my face. Maybe today won't be so bad? The rest of the school day went by as smoothly as one could imagine when dealing with a hangover that just doesn't want to quit. Much to my surprise, Kanchan didn't bother me the whole day. As the final bell rang, I packed my stuff up. I looked at my phone and saw a message from Kyoka. Kyoka, hey, is everything alright? I let out a sigh as I put my phone away. I probably should tell her what happened. I finished packing my stuff up and was about to leave when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Hey Midoriya, a little. Flower told me that they saw you on a date the other day. My classmate Yubi was standing behind me with a few of his friends. He let out a small laugh. WH. What are you talking about, Yubi? I kept my eyes glued to my desk. You know, that's what I said to Tsubaki when she texted me out of the blue on Saturday. So what's the story there? He let go of my shoulder and sat in the chair in front of me. I don't know, she's just a friend. I slid my bag into my lap and I hugged it tightly. Is that so? He pulled out his phone and set it down on the desk. It sure doesn't look like that to me. I looked up and my eyes went wide, seeing a picture of Kyoka and I at the music store. Her hand was on my face and we were looking into each other's eyes and I was smiling. You know, I've never seen you smile like that before. She must be something special to get a smile out of you. By now a few others from the class had made their way over and were looking at the picture. The situation just went from bad to worse. I felt my breathing pick up a little. It's not like that. I could hear the whispers from some of the onlookers. Some were making comments about how something must be wrong with her, some were surprised that I could play guitar, while others thought it was kind of cute. Before I knew it, I was the talk of the class. It was a weird feeling, not all of it was negative, so I started to relax a little. Maybe it won't be as bad as I thought it was. Maybe this could be a new start. The budding feelings of a change quickly came to a stop when Yubi leaned forward towards me. Well, if there really is nothing between you two, maybe I guess I'll just go ahead and ask Tsubaki for her number then. She looks like she could use a real man, not a half of one. I wonder, does she know you're quirkless? The room got quiet after he brought that up. Just like that, the wind had been taken out of my sails and I was stuck where I started. I couldn't find the words to say, so only nodded. Is that so? Well, how much did you have to pay her for the day? He gave a twisted smile. If it's not too much, I'm sure some of these guys wouldn't mind. He gestured behind him and some of the guys laughed with him. Yubi, I looked up at him and glared. I don't give a DMN about what you say about me, but you don't ever talk about her like that. If I find out that you ever talk about her like that again, I swear you'll regret it. Is that so? Hey Bakugo, you heard what Midoriya just said? He turned around to see him leaning against the wall. Yeah, what of it? He stared at me for a moment before shifting his eyes to Yubi. Why the hell are you trying to drag me into your issue, or are you scared of Deku? The class began to mumble to each other and Yubi got defensive. Like hell, I'm scared of him. I just wondered what you thought about someone like him getting a girl before you did. Yubi gave a small smirk. Trying to belittle Kanchan was a bad idea as he instantly let off a few small explosions in his hand. The hell did you just say? He quickly made his way and stood over Yubi. I'm just gonna say this one time, so you better listen. I don't give a DMN if Deku has a girlfriend or not. If he does, good for him, at least he has one thing going for him. Honestly, Yubi, you should be embarrassed that he got one before you. Last time I checked, every girl you asked out rejected you. With that, Kanchan made his way out the classroom. As he turned out the door, I could see a smirk on his face as he raised his right hand as if he was saying see you around. After that, I stood up and made my way out of the classroom. The little confidence I had gained kept me composed even though everyone was looking at me. Before I left campus, I had stopped by the advising office to ask them to send a copy of my transcripts to UA. That conversation ended with a lecture of how I should shoot for an attainable goal, and then the advisor's jaw dropped when I told them the priority sender access code. The halls of the school were empty now. Only a few people remained that had club activities. As I approached the front gate, I looked around and pulled out my flask from my bag. I took a swig as I walked through the gates but spit it all out when I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. Hey Midoriya. I quickly looked to my side to see 3 of my classmates standing along the wall. Yukihira, Sasaki, Yusa Warehouse. What can I do for you? The 3 of them stared at me for a moment before Yukihira spoke up. Sorry, did we interrupt you from something? She gestured towards the flask. Sheet. I let out a sigh before taking another swig. The 3 of them were shocked that I had taken a drink in front of them without thinking twice about it. What? There's no reason to pretend like it's nothing. Yes. Especially with a nose like yours, Yukihira. She gave a small smile as I put the flask away. True, it's pretty handy for the restaurant. But it's not like it's needed when both mom and dad are working. That being said, it is a pain in the butt during gym. She let out a soft laugh. Okay, what in the actual F is going on? I looked at the 3 of them very confused. Sure, they had never been part of the group that actively tormented me, but this is the first time they even acknowledged my existence besides the occasional glances when I would get called out. I'm sorry B, but I should get going. I have some stuff to take care of. I turned around and started to walk away, pulling out my headphones. Midoriya, wait. I stopped and turned around. Yes. She looked nervous for some reason. I noticed her hands were shaking a little. That girl you're with, she's really lucky to have someone like you. Hey, Golden Eyes had a look of determination as she met mine. You stood up to the people that constantly put you down because they were saying terrible things about her. Any girl would be lucky to have someone like you. It was really cool. There was a moment of silence, a small blush spread across my face before she quickly looked away towards the ground. There was an obvious blush that had spread across her face. It's not just me, we all think that. She quickly motioned to the others behind her and they just nodded. I ran my hand through my hair and gave them a smile. Thanks. The 3 of them smiled back. Also, I have a question. What's up? I started to relax a little around them. C, can you really play guitar? She looked at the ground nervously. Yes, sort of. I'm still learning. I'm much better at making beats. I threw my bag back over my shoulder. Oh. A small smile came across her face. Well, if it's not too much to ask, I'd like to hear it sometime. I. At this point my head was overloaded, not only because I still was dealing with the tail end of the hangover, but because this conversation had come so far out of left field that I didn't know what to say. Before I could even answer, Sasaki grabbed her arm and turned her around. Sorry about her, but just think about it, alright? She gave me a smile. Also, we won't tell anyone about your little secret, alright? See ya around Midoriya. With that, the three of them made their way down the street. I made my way through the streets, my way back to my apartment, still trying to process everything that had happened today. Is today opposite day or something, because nothing is making sense? First I stood up to a bully and they backed down, then a few classmates acknowledged me and said that I did something cool. I mean, I didn't realize being a decent human being was cool, but apparently it is. And to top it all off, Kanchan more or less stood up for me. I made my way through a few side streets. My confidence was soaring at the moment. Man, what's next? Am I going to meet All Might or something? Did someone say my name? I froze in place and turned to look down an alleyway to see the behemoth of a man known as All Might standing mere feet away from me. Goddess of the alleyway, you are truly a kind and benevolent deity. For when I was in need you provided. A huge smile made its way onto my face, seeing the symbol of peace. All Might, what are you doing here? You see, I was chasing this petty thief through the sewer systems. He pulled out a bottle filled with green sludge. You see, this city's sewer system is quite complex, so it took longer than I thought it would, ha. I couldn't help but laugh with him. I felt as if I was my old self that still was obsessed with anything related to heroes. Slowly my smile faded and my gaze shifted towards the ground. Hey All Might, can I ask you a question? Of course. He beamed with his iconic smile. Do you think someone like me, someone who is quirkless, could become a hero? I clenched my fists and kept looking at the ground. Quirkless, you say? What's your name, kid? I could hear him putting the bottle back into his pocket. Izuku Midoriya. I started to look up at him. Well, young Midoriya, the hero world is a cruel place. It's not for everyone. Most nights you'll go to sleep thinking what would have happened if you were just a little faster or a little stronger. Honestly, most people who are heroes now don't realize how easy they have it. The world was a much more chaotic place when I was your age. But to answer your question, no. I don't think someone could be a hero like me if they were quirkless. He reached out and out a hand on my head. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. Just like that, I was 5 again. My dream of being a hero had been crushed. The only difference was I was able to control this one. I chose to ask a question knowing there was an extremely high chance that I was told it was not possible. I slowly raised my hand and took All Might's hand off my head. I'm sorry to have bothered you while you were working, All Might. I turned around and started making my way back towards my apartment again. Young Midoriya, wait a moment. All Might began to have a small coughing fit. Sheet. I stopped and turned to face him again. I could have sworn I saw a small stream of blood coming from his mouth. Thanks for everything you've done for all of us. I could feel a few hot tears begin rolling down my cheeks as I took off running away from him. I kept running till I got to my apartment. I threw my bag to the floor and ran into my room with tears running down my cheeks. Damn it, I knew this would be the answer. Why am I so upset? I slammed the door behind me and fell onto bed, burying my face into the pillows. Why can't I leave good enough alone? Why did I have to ask such a dumb question? I turned over on my side and saw an old picture of All Might hanging on the wall. Without thinking, I got up and sent my fist through his face in the wall. God damn it. I pulled my hand back out of the wall. It was covered in dust from the drywall and there was blood running down my hand. I didn't care though, it made me feel a little better. I put my bloody hand on the poster and wiped it across his name, staining it red. I went to my desk and pulled out the stack of all my old hero journals. I threw each one out the window, breaking it, causing shards of glass to fall to the floor. I started pulling other books off my desk, looking for the last notebook I had hidden. Once I found the book, a smile came to my face as the memories of what this book held came rushing back to me. Uncontrollable laughter began as the tears seemed to never stop. I looked over to the broken window and an idea popped into my head. I made my way to where the shards of glass had landed and I just smiled. Maybe it's time. I tossed the last notebook on my bedside table and reached down for a shard of glass. As I was picking up the piece I had wanted, I looked at the notebook one last time. I let out a sigh and threw the glass in my hand out the window as well before I sat on my bed. Look at me, too pathetic to accept reality and too chicken shit to end it. I picked up the notebook again and started flipping through the pages. I was only halfway paying attention to what I was doing when a slip of paper fell onto my lap. Looking down at it made me shake my head. Well, I guess it's never too late to add one more person to say F you to on my list. After cleaning my hand and wrapping it, I started to clean up the glass on the floor. There wasn't too much, it was all still in pretty big chunks. The real issue was the now lack of window that I had to cover up. Pulling the flat sheet off my bed and grabbing a hammer and some nails, I hung it up so there was some form of protection from the elements. I grabbed my pillow, blanket, and charger and laid down on the couch. I couldn't sleep in there now, I needed out of the room. I pulled my phone out and looked through my contact list before stopping on someone. Midoriya, I've made my choice and I want to go for UA. Mr. Izawa, are you sure about this, kid? It's going to be a living hell. Midoriya, I've already been through hell, I don't mind taking another stroll through it on my terms this time. But I want to start as early as possible if that's okay with you. Mr. Izawa, good, when will you be ready to move in? You don't have to worry about a bed or anything, just your clothes and any other stuff you'd like to bring within reason. Midoriya, tell me when and I'll be ready, but the earlier the better if it's not an inconvenience to you. Mr. Izawa, I'll be there at 10 a.m. Saturday. We start training Monday afternoon. Midoriya, yes sir. I plugged my phone in and closed my eyes to try and get some sleep. Well, there's no turning back now, as of Saturday Izuku Midoriya is no more. As I started to drift off to sleep, I felt a pain in my heart. I'm sorry, Kyoka. Izuku POV. So you seriously made this decision without consulting us first? Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru sat across from me looking shocked. Yes. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. I met each of their eyes, trying to look as confident as possible. Auntie Mitsuki let out a sigh. Well, I said I'd support your choice. She looked and met my eyes. So when do you leave? I shifted my gaze to the side. Saturday. The room was quiet for a moment before Uncle Masaru got up and went to the kitchen. He came back with 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey. He handed a glass to his wife and poured one for himself. They both drank their respective glasses before he poured them another one. I'm sorry, but did you just say Saturday, Izuku? He started to sip his second glass. Yes, sir. He's coming to get me Saturday morning. Do you have everything you need? I mean, we need time to figure things out. We need to explain this to the school. There's so much we still need to do to get ready. Auntie Mitsuki was starting to ramble. Her hands were shaking as well. Uncle Masaru put a hand on her shoulder. Calm down, hun, I'm sure they've planned for this. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. She smacked his hand off her. I woke up this morning and found out that one of my children is moving away to God knows where in less than 5 days. There were tears starting to run down her face. Do you know how difficult this is for me? Uncle Masaru looked at her. His kind eyes had turned hollow. You don't think this is difficult for me as well? But acting this way is only going to make it more difficult for Izuku. He wiped away some of her tears. We said we'd support him, so that's what we're going to do. He turned back to me. All right, Izuku, what can we do to support you and make this as easy as possible? I swallowed down the lump in my throat. I hadn't realized how difficult this would be on them. Looking back to them, I took a deep breath. It would be easiest for everyone if you forgot all about me. I'm going to start over. The old Izuku Midoriya is dead. Out of the question. Auntie Mitsuki yelled as she stood up. There's no way in hell we're going to do that. Uncle Masaru grabbed her hand and pulled her back down. Let him finish, I'm sure there's more to it. He gestured for me to continue. I nodded a little and looked to the floor. I know it's asking a lot and I know it's not easy, but it's what's the easiest to explain. I looked up to them and they looked confused. I doubt anyone would ask what happened to me. I'm sure they would just assume I ended it all because I was quirkless. I mean, it's a pretty common thing for people who are quirkless and no one would ask questions. I could see concern in their eyes. Given my past, I'm sure they had worried that something like that could have been a reality one day for them. Auntie Mitsuki gripped the edge of the couch. How do you think your friends at school take this? Did you even think how this would emotionally damage them? I let out a small chuckle. And what exactly was so funny about what I just said? What friends at school? I looked back down to the floor. Come on, it really shouldn't be that big of a surprise. Auntie Mitsuki was about to speak, but she stopped herself as she stopped to think. She let out a sigh. Well, what about Katsuki? Do you expect us to tell him that his childhood friend killed himself? I don't think it will bother him. I put a hand on my chest. I could feel my scar starting to burn a little. I mean, he did give me this. Uncle Masaru's eyes went wide from shock, but Auntie Mitsuki just closed her eyes and looked away. Do you mean it? I hoped it wasn't that. Damn it, Katsuki, why? She opened her eyes and looked back to me. How long has this been going on for? While. I let go of my chest. Ever since I found out about my quirk and decided that I was going to be quirkless. The room fell silent again until Uncle Masaru broke his glass in his hand. He was shaking with anger. I'm going to drag Katsuki's butt back here and he's going to explain everything. As he stood up, Auntie Mitsuki grabbed his arm, stopping him. They locked eyes and he sighed before sitting back down. You know, I often blamed myself for it. I wonder what it would have been like if I had told him I did have one. I often wanted to, but I was scared that they'd be scared of me. I looked back at them. You know, ever since I got out of the hospital, he's been a lot nicer. Hell, he even stood up for me the other day. So please don't be too hard on him. I gave them a small smile and they looked at each other and nodded. So what is your girlfriend taking all of this? Auntie Mitsuki looked back at me. She's not very happy, but she understands. I let out a nervous laugh as I scratched the back of my head. She stared me down skeptically. Well, what's going to happen with the two of you? I don't know. I looked back to the ground. I should probably get going. I need to start getting my stuff together. I'm not taking everything, so I have to figure out what to do with what I'm not taking. Leave that to us. Uncle Masaru took Auntie Mitsuki's hand into his. We'll swing by the apartment Saturday afternoon and go through what's left. So don't worry about it, all right? Thank you. Gyrus POV. It had been 3 days since I had last seen or heard from Izuku. I had sent him a few texts and even tried calling, but each time I never heard back. Did he really not trust me, or did I hurt him by trying to force an answer? I just hope he's okay. I sat at my desk thinking back to what had happened the previous days. I rested my head on my bag, wondering what I could have done differently when I felt a tap on my head. Hey girl, why are you so down? Tsubaki sat down in front of me, looking at me confused. I just gave her a sideways glance before looking away from her. Oh, you're still mad about the whole Midoriya thing Friday? I raised an eyebrow as I turned to face her. It wasn't that was bothering me, but thanks for reminding me. We had now locked eyes and I was tempted to shoot a jack at her. So tell me, what the hell was all that about Friday? What? Do you mean his little panic attack? It's nothing serious, like I said, it used to happen a lot back then. She pulled out her phone and started scrolling through it. How often did it happen? I grabbed onto the straps of my bag. A couple times a week, less, sometimes more if he's put into stressful or an uncomfortable situation where he feels overwhelmed. She looked away from her phone. What kind of relationship would you say you had with him? I looked back down at my bag. Does that matter? She looked back at her phone. Just answer the DMN question, Tsubaki. I tightened the grip on my straps. She paused for a minute to think about it. I wouldn't say we had a good one, but it wasn't exactly bad. I never paid much attention to him. He was just kind of there. Most people used to mess with him because he was quirkless. I tended to stay out of it. I'd laugh, of course, but I never started anything. If that's the case, why did you start something on Friday? I looked back up at her. I don't know, I guess old habits die hard. She continued to scroll through her phone. So what exactly are you guys? It seemed like you were more than just friends. I don't know. I pulled out my phone and looked at the picture we took at the beach. I haven't talked to him since Saturday. I guess we kind of had a fight. Oh, really? She looked away from her phone again. Well, what happened? We were hanging out and he got a call. After that he got up and said he had to go. Asked if everything was all right and he said it's nothing. Then I called him out for lying to me. I asked why he didn't trust me. After that he just left and said he was sorry. I haven't heard from him since then. I looked back to the photo and my heart started to hurt. Honestly, it's not that surprising knowing him. He's not really an open book. Hell, he kept everything under lock and key so that nothing got out. I wouldn't take it personally, it's just how he is. Knowing him, he's probably blaming himself and thinking you're set at him. She started scrolling through her phone again. You know, if it doesn't work out, I know some guys that are interested in you. I looked at her with suspicious eyes. And how exactly do you know there are people interested in me that I don't know? Relax, I sent that picture of you two at the music store to an old friend that also knew Midoriya. He said you were cute and that there were a few other guys that also thought the same thing. She smirked as she looked back at me. I could give them your number if you'd like? Tsubaki, if you ever think of doing something like that again, I promise I will make sure you can't hear anything ever again. I raised a jack at her to make my point. Alright message received. She nervously put her phone away. But honestly, no offense, but what do you even see in him? You know, maybe if you took a minute to get to know him instead of judging him on something he couldn't control, you'd know that yourself. I set my bag down and pulled out my supplies for the day. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black, I just know a little bit about him myself still. Yeah, I guess you're right. She turned around in her seat to face the front of the room. I rested my head in my hand as class started for the day. Damn it, Izuku, you better be alright. The weeks seemed to drag on. Each day took longer than the last. It had been 6 days since I had last heard from him. I found myself sitting at the park, sitting at our spot with my guitar, waiting, hoping that he would show up. I pulled out my phone thinking there would be a message, but there was nothing. It's alright, he's only an hour late, he'll definitely be here soon. I sat there clutching my guitar, watching the clouds go by. Why? Why is he doing this again? I could feel a few stray tears roll down my cheek as I stared into the sky. As I sat there, I felt a flutter in my heart as I heard the sound of leaves crunching under someone's feet. Wiping away my tears, I turned around excited. My smile quickly faded away as I turned back around. What do you want, Mom? Kyoka, it's getting late, you should come home now. She sat on the opposite side of the bench. But what if he shows up and thinks I forgot about him? I looked at my phone, still waiting for a message. My mother let out a sigh and brought me into her side. Kyoka, you've been here 3 hours now. I don't think he's coming. I stood up and grabbed my guitar as I made my way down the hill. I wiped away the last of my tears. That a-hole better have a good explanation for this the next time I see him. The next morning I sat in my room looking at the picture of us at the beach. We looked so happy then. How could things change so fast in a week? I continued to stare at my phone, wondering where he could be, until I smacked my head on my desk. How did I seriously overlook something that simple? Jairu, hey Tsubaki, I need to ask a favor of you. Tsubaki, what's up, girl? Jairu, you said you knew some people that know Midoriya, right? Tsubaki, yeah. Jairu, do they go to the same school as him? Tsubaki, yeah. Why are you asking such a weird question? Jairu, it's been a week and I haven't heard from him. I'm worried and I don't know what else to do. Could you ask them if he's doing all right? Tsubaki, of course girl, just give me a few minutes. I let out a sigh as I fell back onto my bed. I hope this will calm me down a little. But if worse comes to worse, I could always ask Dad to drive me to his house. Sure, it might be awkward, but at least I could get to the bottom of this. Tsubaki, so they said he hasn't been in class since Monday. Just like that, everything seemed to slow down. The one answer I hoped I wouldn't get was sitting in front me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and started to get ready. Jairu, thanks Tsubaki. Tsubaki, are you alright, Jairu? Jairu, I don't know, but I'll talk to you later. I made my way downstairs to find my parents sitting in the living room. Dad, I need you to take me to Izuku's house. My dad looked at me, shocked that I had just called him by his first name, while my mom just smiled. What's with the sudden request out of the blue? He looked at me, still shocked. I can't really explain it, but I just have a bad feeling. I gripped the hem of my shirt. Please, I need this. My dad was about to speak when my mom put her hand on his shoulder. Of course, sweetie, I'd like to give him a piece of my mind for yesterday as well. A small smile spread across my face after hearing her answer. Thanks, Mom. A few minutes later, we found ourselves on the road heading to Izuku's house. The drive was extremely quiet except for the music being played. It was a strange feeling that I couldn't shake. I looked at my parents and even they seemed to be on edge a little. Is there something you guys aren't telling me? My parents stayed quiet for a moment before my mom let out a soft sigh. Just keep an open mind when we get there, okay? I looked at her confused. Have you been there before? I thought Dad was the only one who has been to his house. Not exactly, Kyoka. My dad tightened his grip on the wheel. Your mother and I stopped by once to see if he was alright. He wasn't home though. Oh. I looked back out the window and watched the house go by slowly. They started to get lower in quality. My heart started to sink as their words started to make more sense to me. Not too long after the only conversation we had in the car, we arrived at a rundown apartment complex. As we parked, my dad took a deep breath. Well, here we are. He turned around. He's on the 4th floor and the last door on the right. I nodded to my dad and quickly made my way to the stairs. I looked up to where his door was and a small spark of happiness jumped inside me when I saw what looked to be a couple people heading towards the door. Normally running up 4 floors worth of stairs would leave anyone wanting to catch their breath, but my goal was in sight and I didn't want to waste another moment. Please be here, Izuku. I ran up to the door and stopped short of knocking. Damn it, Kyoka, you came this far, just knock already. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door and waited for a response. At this point, time felt as if it had stopped completely. My heart felt like it was about to beat out of my chest. I stood there completely motionless until the door opened up. A man was standing in front of me. He was average height and had glasses with brown hair. "I'm sorry, can I help you?" He looked at me rather confused. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for Izuku Midoriya." I felt my hands start to tremble. This man looked nothing like him. I was told this was where he lived. The man looked at me completely shocked. "I'm sorry, but who exactly are you?" I was cut off by another person calling from inside the apartment. That voice sounds familiar. "Masaru, who's at the DMN door?" Slowly, a lady who looked to be around the same age with blonde hair walked up and stood behind him. Her eyes were red as if she had just finished crying. "Hey, you look familiar." "I'm sorry to bother you, but my name is Kyoka. I'm Izuku's girlfriend. I haven't seen or heard from him all week. I was told this was where he lived. I wanted to make sure he was okay." I looked at them, hopeful that they would have an answer or at least be able to point me to the right door, but the universe just didn't have that in store. Their eyes went wide with shock and horror as the lady slowly slid down to the ground against the wall and started crying again. The man looked down at her, then back at me. "I'm sorry, but this would be easier to explain inside." He looked down towards the stairs and saw my parents making their way to the door. He looked between all of us. "Come on, hun, we need to stay strong." He kneeled down and helped her up and motioned for us to come in. As we walked through the hallway, a feeling of unrest settled over me. The place didn't feel like anyone lived here. There were barely any pictures, and the ones that were here had been flipped over. Looking through the doors that were open, my heart sank further. I stood in the doorway of what I assumed was his room. The bed wasn't made, there was a sheet covering the window, his dresser mirror was broken, and there was a hole in the wall close to his closet. The guitar he had bought was leaning against the wall and an olive green jacket hanging on his chair. Walking in, I looked towards his desk. I took the jacket into my hands and saw 2 envelopes sitting on the desk. One had my name on it, the other was addressed to a Kanchun. I looked back to the door and saw the look on everyone's faces as I showed them the letter with my name on it. Apparently I was the last one to put 2 and 2 together as it slowly dawned on me. No, it's impossible, right? This is just a bad dream. I'm still asleep, right? Tears started to stream down my face as I looked to the floor. There were traces of dried blood on the floor. I fell to my knees and looked up at all them as I held his jacket close to me. "Please, someone tell me this isn't real." No one answered me, they all just looked away and put their heads down. "Damn it, this is just some sick joke." Yeah, he put everyone up to this to get back at me for trying to pry into his life too much. Oh God, I'm gonna give it to him later, but it's alright because I know he's okay. I quickly opened the letter hoping it would say something along the lines of, "Turn around," or, "Gotcha." Everything around me seemed to crumble to pieces as I read what he had left for me. "I'm sorry. Goodbye." 3 words sent my world in a spiral. I didn't know what to do or what to think. All I could do was cry into his jacket. After that, everything became a blur and I lost all track of time. At some point we had found out the 2 of them were family friends and that they were taking care of Izuku because his parents weren't around at the moment. They never said exactly why, but I'm sure something bad happened. They also told my dad that we could have the guitar he left. Neither of them played, so it would get better use with us. As nice as it was, I didn't want it. As we drove home, I stared out the window, still clinging to his jacket. I don't know if they let me take it or if I took it without asking. It didn't matter, it was the only thing that brought me some form of comfort, and even then it wasn't much. All it did was remind me that I'm still here and I had a part of him with me. I didn't know how well I was going to handle this tomorrow, next month, or even next year. I didn't know if I was ever going to be my old self again, but I did know one thing. Mom, Dad, I want to be a hero. I buried my face into his jacket and closed my eyes. I'll never let anyone else go through what you did again if I can help it. Izuku. Bakugo POV. So did you find out why he hasn't been at school all week? I was sitting on the couch flipping through channels when I heard my parents walk in. Yeah. Katsuki, there's something we need to talk about. I heard them walk into the living room. What is it? I'm trying to enjoy my... I turned around and stopped as I saw them standing at the entryway holding a letter. What the hell is that? It's Izuku. They sat on the couch next to me and set the letter on the table in front of me. He's gone. He left this for you. I looked at the letter. It had that stupid name he called me by since we were kids. I picked it up and looked at them confused. So what did he run off with that girl he's with? I never took him as the type to do that. I let out a small laugh as I set the letter on the couch next to me. So how long do you think it will be till he comes back? He's not coming back. Mom was stumbling over her words. She never did that unless it was something big. So what, did he move in with them or something? I looked up at them with a raised eyebrow. They better hope it works out or else things will be awkward for them. I let out another laugh but stopped when neither laughed as well. What the hell's going on? You're both acting like he's dead or something. Shouldn't you be happy he's gone so now you don't have to worry about him anymore? The room stayed quiet for a minute before my mom started to cry. Dad put a hand on her shoulder before looking at me. He didn't run away and he didn't move out. He brought Mom into his arms and held her. You know, we never once thought of him as a burden. He was a second son to us. Why the hell would you think we wouldn't worry about him? I looked back to the letter and opened it up. This nerd better have a DM good explanation for all this. My eyes scanned across it and went wide. It's not your fault, Kanchan, so don't blame yourself. Also, thanks for standing up for me on Monday. I stood up and made my way up to my room. The sound of steps on the tried to drown out the sound of my mother's crying. I set the note on my desk and sat against the wall on the floor. Damn it, Deku, why the hell did you have to say that? And alright guys, I hope you've been enjoying the story so far. I just wanted to say thanks for all the support. Also, I know there are probably some parts in this chapter that you won't like, but just trust me, I have a plan. Also, I wanted to let you know that if you see a lot of updates in the next few days on old chapters, don't freak out. I'm going back and editing them because I noticed the formatting changed when I uploaded them, so some things might not have made enough sense. Alright, peace out, enjoy your day, and thanks for being a part of the flock. Did I just come up with my name for you guys on the spot? Yes I did. If you don't like flock, then feel free to comment another name, but it is crucial that it has to do with birds. Izuku POV. Alright kid, welcome to your new home. Mr. Aizawa opened up the door and helped carry a bag into his house. I know it may not look like much, but I prefer functionality over looks. I walked in the door and saw a living room that was fairly empty. It had 2 couches, a glass coffee table, and a TV. The kitchen was connected directly with the marble island. The entire house seemed to use an open concept, and it was hard to tell where one room ended and the other began. If you say so, but it all looks pretty high-end to me. Everything seemed to be spotless and matched. I didn't know what I was expecting to walk into, but I wouldn't have guessed something like this. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Set your bags down and follow me. I'll give you the tour. I nodded and set my bag down but kept my backpack with me. As we walked around the house, I slowly started to realize how organized this man was. Just based on his appearance, one would have never guessed it. Everything had its place and each room served its own function. The only thing that seemed out of a place was a scratching post. Sorry to interrupt, but what's that for? He glanced over at it before he continued on walking. That's for Licorice. I looked at him confused. Licorice? Yeah, he's my cat. The little guy should be around somewhere. He's pretty shy around people at first, so just give him some time. Once he's used to you, he won't leave your side. He motioned for me to keep following him. I followed behind him. Alright, but why call him Licorice? I didn't name him, a friend did. They thought it would be funny since licorice the candy can be bitter, but he was sweet. We continued to make our way down the hall. Anyways, this will be your room. I walked in and was shocked. The room was fully furnished. There was a full bed set that was bigger than my previous one. There was a desk that had a computer with 2 monitors and a walk-in closet that had some clothes in it already. Whose clothes are those? I walked in the room and set my backpack on the chair in front of the desk. I looked on the desk and saw an envelope addressed to me. I got you some things. I wasn't sure what all you had, and I figured we'd go through quite a bit during training. It never hurts to be over-prepared for these things. Also, you have your own shower and bathroom on this side of the house. My room's on the other side, so you don't have to worry about anything. He stood in the doorway and watched me look around the room stunned. Come on, there's a few more things to show you. I followed him out of the room and he took us back to the living room. Towards the kitchen side of the living room there was a set of double doors. He opened them up to reveal an open room that looked like a training area. There was a punching bag, some weights, and the floor was completely padded. I'm guessing we'll be spending a lot of time here? A smirk came over his face. Yeah, just try not to die. We made our way back out to the living room. Alright, let's talk about some house rules. Honestly, I'll leave you to your own most of the time when we're not training. I won't try and be all in your business. Everyone deserves their privacy. As far as the kitchen goes, if you cook something, you clean your own dishes. I nodded in understanding. If there is anything specific you need or want to be kept in the fridge, just let me know, but keep it within reason. Since you're staying here, I expect you to help out with keeping the house clean and that you'll help with anything around the house that needs to be done. As far as a curfew goes, I honestly doubt you'll have enough energy to go out after our training sessions. But if you do, just keep me updated. Also, please just keep the noise levels down. I quite enjoy the peace, and so does Licorice. Other than that, make yourself at home. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll let you get settled in and I'll call you when dinner's ready. Yes, sir. I grabbed my other bags and made my way down to my new room. It was weird being in a new place with all new stuff. I set my bags on my bed and started to put away my things. I didn't really take much from home, just my clothes, the bottle of whiskey I had just bought a few days ago, my laptop, and a few other things I thought I might like. I set an old photo of when I was a little kid on one of my desk shelves. Looking around the room, I looked to try and find the best place to hide the bottle of whiskey. It's gonna be a lot harder to get away with this now, I guess. I set the bottle on the closet and hid it behind my empty bags in the corner. As I looked around my new room, I realized something was missing. I started going through my closet and dresser, hoping I had just misplaced it. Sheet, how could I forget my favorite jacket? I pulled out a black hoodie and threw it on. Oh well, it's not like I don't have others, but that one was super comfy. I went and sat at the desk and looked around the room again. Maybe I should have brought it with me. I mean, I did just buy it. I looked in an empty corner of the room. I could picture my guitar sitting in the corner just begging to be played. I turned back to the desk and shook my head. No, I left that behind and I can't go back. I picked up the envelope and shrugged as I opened it. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. I'm so happy you decided to give the hero course a shot. I know Mr. Aizawa will be keeping you busy with training, but that doesn't mean we can let that mind of yours slip. I will be stopping by Monday afternoon to discuss lesson plans and how we can best work out a plan of education. One of our teachers will be accompanying me. I'm sure they will be a great help in furthering your education. Until then, best of luck. Sincerely, Principal Nizu. I set the letter down and began to set up my workstation as I let out a sigh. Why do I have a feeling that his lessons are going to be worse than the training sessions? Shaking the thought from my head, I focused back onto my workstation and started to work on fixing the EQ of the newest beat I had been working on. Maybe I was having an off day, or maybe it was the new environment, but nothing I seemed to do sounded right. I took off my headphones and leaned back in my chair as I contemplated what else I could do. Getting lost in your thoughts can really dull your senses. I shot up in my chair to see Mr. Aizawa standing in the doorway. Dinner is almost ready. Mind giving me a hand? Sure. I looked at the clock and noticed it was almost 6. I didn't realize that much time had passed. I made my way into the kitchen with him. So, what did you need help with? Could you set the table? Everything is up there. He pointed to a cabinet and continued on with his cooking. As I made my way to the cabinets, there were several knocks on the door. I looked over at him confused. Just ignore it, they'll leave in a minute. There were a few more, what was now closer, sounding like someone trying to break in rather than request entry. Damn it, Shota, I know you're in there, I can smell your cooking. You better have a good effing reason for canceling our date last minute. I looked over to the door before looking back at him. You had a date tonight? Yeah, I told her something came up. He looked back to the door. I should have known she would come here looking for an answer. You didn't tell her why you canceled? I looked at him even more confused. I quickly looked back at the door. Like I'm one to talk about telling someone why I'm leaving. I apologize in advance for this. He made his way to the door. She's energetic, to say the least. He let out a sigh as he started to open the door. The door was suddenly swung wide open and a very angry woman was standing in the doorway. She had dark green eyes and seafoam green hair. What the hell, Shota, why would you cancel? You know how hard it is for both of our schedules too. She looked past him and saw me standing in the kitchen. Her face went from angry to confused as she looked back to him. Why is there a child in your house? Mr. Aizawa let out a sigh as he stepped to the side. Come on in, Emmy. I was hoping to have some time to figure out how to explain this, but it looks like that plan's out the windows. As she made her way into the house, she kept her eyes locked on me as she looked me up and down. I thought you said you didn't have any kids? I don't, well, not at least biological ones. He closed the door behind her and made his way back to the kitchen. Emmy, this is Izuku Midoriya. I guess you could say I adopted him. Midoriya, this is Emmy Fukukado and she's my girlfriend. Hi, nice to meet you. I bowed at her before going to grab the plates. We got a stutterbox over here. No need to be nervous, I won't bite. She gave me a smile and laughed a little. That's a effing lie and you know it. Mr. Aizawa glared at her. She started to laugh more. Oh come on Shota, you know that was funny. She rested her arms on the counter before turning her attention back to me. So tell me, how exactly did you get scooped up by Mr. Grinch over here? She gave me a smile. I took a deep breath and shifted my gaze to the ground. It's kind of a long story. Mr. Aizawa put a hand on my shoulder, cutting me off. He wants to be a hero, so I decided to take him in. He shifted his gaze toward her. She matched his eyes before letting out a sigh. Is that so? She looked back at me before looking back at him. Well, since I'm already here, I hope you made enough for me. I didn't. Mr. Aizawa went back to his cooking, finishing it off. Emmy suddenly burst out in laughter, catching me off guard. You're hilarious, Shota. I watched the two go back and forth at each other for a minute before speaking up. Were you the one that named Licorice? She looked back at me and smiled. Yep, it's a pretty funny name, right? Don't you think it fits him perfectly? An audible shudder could be heard from Mr. Aizawa as I looked away from her. I don't know, I haven't seen him yet. She put a hand to her chin and began to think. That odd, he usually only takes a day or so to warm up to people. But I only just got here this afternoon. I gripped one of my wrists with my other hand. Her eyes went wide with shock. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. I'll see you later, Shota. She was starting to make her way to the door when Mr. Aizawa spoke up. It's fine, Emmy, this might be for the best. I don't mind you staying if Midoriya doesn't. She looked over at me and I took a deep breath. Don't mind. I just don't want to be in the way of you two. He's so considerate. She walked up and pulled me into a hug. You must be quite the lady killer. I bet all the boys hate you for that. I tightened up and I felt my arms shake a little. It wasn't just because of the sudden contact but the poor choice of words as well. I lowered my head as my voice went quiet. You don't know the half of it. She looked down at me confused. What was that? Emmy, cut it out. You've barely known him for 5 minutes, you can't do that. He turned around and leaned on the counter. She quickly let go of me and pouted at him. Oh come on, what man wouldn't want to be embraced by a pretty young woman like myself? She batted her eyes flirtatiously at him. Anyone that wants to keep the last bit of sanity left in them. He went back to the stove as he grumbled to himself. All right, everything's ready, let's eat. Conversations started to die down as we ate. I didn't talk unless a question was directed towards me, and I didn't go out of the way to start any conversations. I wasn't sure how I would fit into this dynamic. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. So Midoriya, Shota said you wanted to be a hero. You must have quite the impressive quirk. She looked towards me with a smile. Well, actually, I couldn't get the words out. I never had an issue with it before, but this time was different. What if she thinks he's crazy for wanting to train someone who's quirkless? This could put unnecessary strain on their relationship. I can't be causing problems on my first day here. I felt my breathing pick up and my vision start to tunnel and go fuzzy. Not now. As my breathing continued to quicken, I felt myself enveloped in an embrace. The smell of mint brought me back as my breathing started to slow. Shoo, it's all right. Just calm down. Take nice and slow breaths. Ms. Fukukado was rubbing my back in slow circles as she tried to help slow my breathing. As my vision started to return, I could only see green and take in the smell of mint. I started to slowly feel at peace as a tear escaped my eye. This feeling reminded me of when I was a little kid that dreamed that his quirk would be a strong one. I would play all day with Mom and she'd call for help and I'd save her. She would hold me tight and her hair always smelled like mint. I slowly put my arms around her and held on to her. Mom, please don't leave me. She held on to me tighter and continued to try and calm me. It's okay, I'm not going anywhere. Once I had calmed down, Ms. Fukukado went back to her seat but kept looking at me concerned. No one spoke until Mr. Aizawa set 2 glasses on the table and poured a drink into them. He put one in front of her and he took the other with him. You may need this by the end. She just nodded and took the glass in her hand. The next hour was spent explaining to her my story. I told her about my quirk, my home life, and everything that led to Mr. Aizawa taking me in. Of course, we left out things that seemed irrelevant. After everything was said, we sat in silence as she finished off her drink. She didn't say anything as she stared into her empty glass. That's one hell of a hand you've been dealt. She set her glass down before resting her elbows on the table. Yo. You could say that again. I kept my eyes glued to the table. Sorry to drop this all on you at once, Emmy, but I do have a favor to ask. Mr. Aizawa looked between her and I. She matched his eyes before looking back at me. A small laugh escaped her lips. Of course I'll help out. I mean, that's what heroes do, right? She gave a smile before she stood up. I raised my head and looked at her confused. You're a hero too? That's right, you're looking at the one and only Ms. Joke. She says back down in her chair and looked back to Mr. Aizawa. I'm guessing that's what you wanted to ask me. He let out a sigh as he finished off his drink. Yeah, I know you're busy with your own students and not to mention your own patrols, but any help would be appreciated. There's no way I'm not helping out. A small smirk appeared on her face. Especially since he's already called me Mom. Sorry about that, Miss Fukukado. I don't know what came over me. I looked back down to the table. Oh hell no, we've already crossed that line. I better never hear you call me that again. She shot a glance at me before smiling. I'll accept Ms. Emmy at the very least. I just nodded my head. All right, well now with that settled, how about we exchange numbers? I can't do that. I shifted my gaze to my lap. Oh come on, it's not like I'm going to message you every other hour. She gave a sly smile to Mr. Aizawa. It's not that. I just don't have a phone. I put my hands into my jacket pocket. What are you talking about? You literally had one this morning. Mr. Aizawa looked at me skeptically. I got rid of it. I let out a nervous laugh. Mr. Aizawa let out a sigh. Why would you do that? Well, Auntie Mitsuki always would pay the bill. I didn't want her to keep paying it AF after I left. I looked back at the table. Well, that makes sense. We can go pick one up tomorrow. He rested his elbows on the table. I have some savings but I don't know how long I can pay the service fee. I started twiddling my thumbs in my jacket. Don't worry about that, I'll take care of it. He took a deep breath. It will have to be later though. I have a meeting in the afternoon. I can take him. Ms. Emmy spoke up and smiled. I have the day off and it sounds like fun. Mr. Aizawa raised an eye towards her. Are you sure? I don't want you to go out of your way. It's no problem at all, plus it gives me a chance to get to know Midoriya more. She beamed a smile at me. Thank you, Ms. Emmy. I looked back up and tried to give her a smile. She let out a little laugh as she stood up. Well, I should get going. She made her way to the door and Mr. Aizawa followed. Thanks for dinner, Shota, it was nice. Meeting you, Midoriya, I'll see you tomorrow. She gave him a hug and kissed his cheek as she made her way out the door. As the door closed, I let out a deep breath and stood up. Seems nice. I took the leftover dishes to the kitchen. Yes, she is. He made his way back into the kitchen. But she can sometimes have an issue with boundaries. Yeah, but I felt like she means well. I started to wash the dishes from dinner. She does. He began putting the leftovers in the fridge. Tomorrow will be an interesting day for you, that's for sure. He let out a small chuckle. Try not to get overwhelmed, all right? Yes, sir. I finished up washing the dishes and made my way back to my room. I stared at my computer still opened to the song I was working on. Sitting down in the chair, I let out a sigh as I put my headphones on. Let's see if I can figure it out this time. The time continued to fly by and it was still missing something. The mix was right, but it just sounded empty. I rested my head on my desk and looked at the time. Maybe tomorrow I'll have better luck. Closing down my computer, I walked in the closet and took a swig of whiskey before I climbed into bed. A small smile came on my face as I buried it into a pillow. Did this man buy clouds? The next morning I woke up and felt great. It's amazing the difference a good bed and pillow can do. As I stretched, I felt a weight on my chest. I opened my eyes and was surprised when I saw a pair of bright yellow ones staring back at me. I blinked a few times in confusion. So I'm guessing you're licorice, that or I'm still asleep. The black cat let out a meow as it stared at me. Well, I guess he did say we couldn't leave your side once he gets used to you, but I didn't expect this. Licorice let out another meow and shook his bed, ringing the bell that was around his neck. I reached out my hand to pet him, but he jumped off of me and ran out of the room. I could hear the bell with every step he took. If he has a bell on, how did I not even hear him once yesterday? Getting out of bed, I made my way to the kitchen. There was a note on the counter with a key next to it. I had a few errands to run. I'll be back later. There is some breakfast in the fridge, just remember to clean up when you're done. Also, here's a spare house key. Whatever you do, please, for the love of God, don't let Emmy get it. Opening up the fridge, I saw some food on a plate that was wrapped. I took it out and started heating it up. As it cooked, I looked around the living room. Where the hell did that cat go? Once it was done, I set the plate on the counter and started to eat. The man certainly can cook. I took another bite as I looked around the room more. As I scanned the room, I found a familiar pair of yellow eyes looking at me. I laughed a little as I took another bite. I can see you, Licorice. The cat didn't do anything, he just kept looking at me. I'm not gonna hurt you, I'm a good guy. He continued to stare at me but slowly started to walk towards me. I raised an eyebrow as I watched him move silently. What happened to his bell? I know I heard it earlier, well that or I'm going crazy. A chuckle escaped my lips as I watched him slowly come closer. Well, I wouldn't be the first one. Eventually Licorice jumped onto the counter and looked at me again. I cut off a small piece of my food and offered it to him. Want some? He walked up to it and sniffed it before letting his bell fall out of his mouth and replacing it with the food. I blinked, confused at what I had just witnessed, before whispering, "Stealth cat." Licorice meowed at me again before hopping off the counter and rubbing up against my leg. "Oh, you like me once I feed you? I see how it is." He responded with another meow and walked back into the living room. His bell jingled with each step. Clever little sheet. I finished up eating and washed the dishes before going back to my room. After showering and changing, I found myself back at my desk, stuck exactly where I was last night. I planned to work until Ms. Emmy showed up, but that was quickly put to a stop when there was a knock on the front door. I let out a sigh as I made my way to see who it was. Opening the door, I saw Ms. Emmy standing in the doorway. I knew she was coming today, I just didn't expect her so early. Hello. Hey kiddo, you ready to head on out? She stood with a smile on her face. Yeah, I just didn't expect you this early. I looked at the clock on the wall and it wasn't even noon yet. Yeah, I figured, but hey, it's more time for you, me. She let out a laugh. Well, let's get going, we have a long day ahead of us. Day? I looked at her confused. I thought we were just going to get me a phone. A smirk formed on her face. Oh no, we're spending the day together. I have quite a few things planned. I gulped down the lump in my throat as I locked the door and followed her out. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? As we drove through town, the car was silent. Neither of us seemed to know how to fully interact with the other. Especially after the incident that happened last night. I could sense that this was weirder for her than it was for me. She didn't seem like the type that didn't know what to say. So I met Licorice today. She glanced over, surprised that I started the conversation. Oh really? Yeah. I woke up and he was sleeping on me. I stared down at my feet. She left out a chuckle before sighing. That sounds about right. He's a cute little guy. He's sneaky. I looked out the window. He hid his bell and snuck around? She looked over at me with an eyebrow raised. Yeah. Until I offered him some food. I crossed my arms. Suddenly Ms. Emmy burst out in laughter. The sudden outburst caught me off guard, causing me to jump. Oh God, I'm sorry. She continued to laugh between words. But that is funny. I still don't even know how he learned to do that. I looked over at her and chuckled to myself a little. Yeah, I guess it is. As we drove around, we continued to make small talk. Slowly everything started to become easier, and before long my stutter started to fade when I talked to her. Even though I was growing comfortable around her, I still was confused about a few things. The first being, how did she have the information to add me onto Mr. Aizawa's account, and the second being, why does she have a gas mask in her car that has smiling faces on the filters? Shaking the later question out of my head, we finished getting a new phone for me. Back in the car, I finished setting everything up. Continued to drive around. So how about we get some lunch? I know a good place around here. Sure. I put my phone into my pocket and watched as we drove past buildings. We continued to drive through town before stopping at a small building. I know it doesn't look like much, but trust me, the food is great. Plus, I'm good friends with the owner. She smiled as we got out and made our way to the door. She was right, the place didn't look like anything special, just your run-of-the-mill mom and pop place. As we walked in, a man greeted us. Welcome, it's good to see you again, Ms. Emmy. Would you like your usual spot today? I looked over at her with a skeptical look. She just nodded to him. Of course, you know me. She let out a little laugh. He smiled back and motioned for us to follow him. Looking around the inside, I had to resend my earlier thought. The place was actually nicer on further inspection. We continued to walk across the room until the man opened a door leading to a private room in the back. In the room was a table with 4 chairs set around it. We took our seats as he made his way back into the main room. I looked around the room with a blank expression. So why exactly are we back here? Well, I'm sure you've noticed now, but I can tend to be loud and apparently other people don't like that when they eat. She started to laugh a little. So when I go to certain places they have special rooms just for me so I don't annoy the other customers. Are you serious? I looked at her dumbfounded. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Well, it may be a little true. But at this place I just know the owners so they consider me worthy to sit back here. She let out another laugh. I looked down at the menu and was surprised at the simplicity of the menu. I know it looks simple but trust me it's great. Even Shota approves of it. She let out another laugh. It's hard to get him to say he likes anything. I looked back up at her before glancing around the room again. How exactly did you two get together? Honestly, you two seem like complete opposites. She put her elbows on the table and rested her chin in her hands. You know, most would people think that, but we're actually pretty similar when you take a closer look. I mean, sure, I'm definitely a lively person and he's more of a quiet type, but we work well together. She closed her eyes and sighed. I can still remember the first time we met. Strong, tall, and confident. The light shined down on him perfectly. He was the ideal package and standing next to him was Shota. She sat back up as the waiter brought us some drinks. Honestly, he couldn't stand me at first and I couldn't stand him either. We butted heads constantly, but we had to work together because the agencies we worked with were located next to each other. Then one day I just stopped seeing him. He had switched to an overnight patrol because it suited his style better. She took a sip of hers. I actually had practically forgotten about him, but one night some friends and I went out. As we were leaving, some guy tried to stop us. He definitely wasn't looking for anything good. He kept getting closer and next thing I knew Shota was there taking the guy in. She stared off at some older pictures on the wall as she twirled her straw in her drink. Honestly, we didn't need the help, but it was just such a cliché scenario that I couldn't help but laugh. After that we reconnected and once we actually got to know each other things just fell into place. Are you sure that's what really happened? I looked at her skeptically. I've heard better relationship stories on cable network originals. Yeah, that's true, but still sometimes things just happen for a reason. She took a sip of her drink. So tell me, is there a special girl in your life? She gave me a small smirk. I started to nervously tap my foot on the ground. Yeah. I spun my straw around in my drink. There is. Oh my, tell me about her. She leaned in intrigued. She's great. I felt a grin come over my face. She's really sweet and cared about me. Anytime I thought about her I felt better. She by far was the best thing that had ever happened to me. My smile faded as I messed with my straw. We met in the park one day after school and it was a total coincidence. I let out a nervous laugh. All love at first sight. She pretended as if she was swooning. Not even close. I leaned back in my chair. Honestly, the first time I saw her I was kind of upset because she was in my favorite spot. So did you say anything to her? She took another sip of her drink. Nope. I sat on the ground against a tree. I nervously rubbed the back of my head. Ms. Emmy burst out in laughter after hearing that. Seriously, you chose to sit in the ground? Yeah, obviously people's skills aren't a string suit of mine. I let out a nervous laugh. Her eyes lit up. Oh, don't worry, I'll make sure I change that. A slightly spinster grin spread across her face before returning back to a normal smile. So what happened after that? We both sat in silence as if the other wasn't there. At some point she said I could sit on the bench cause there was plenty of room. I sat on the bench and then we started talking about music. Not too long after that I left. I stared off at some of the pictures on the wall. She looked at me with a blank stare. Seriously, is that it? You didn't even try and get her number? I didn't think much of it then. I thought she was just another face in the ocean of people I passed by every day. I took a sip of my drink. But apparently fate had something else planned because a few weeks later I ran into her again at a music store. We started talking and she was teaching me to play guitar. It was a lot of fun until her dad showed up and started yelling at me. I looked up from my drink and saw Ms. Emmy glaring. Oh, that BSD is gonna pay. I leaned back a little as I felt the killing intent come off of her. Oh no, it's fine, apparently his wife and daughter gave him a hard time. I let out a nervous chuckle. He's actually a really nice guy. He's just super overprotective of his only daughter. She let out a sigh and grumbled to herself. I guess I can let it slide this once. She sat back up in her chair. So what happened next? A couple months passed and we ran into each other at the music store again. She had to stop me from wanting to leave right away. I laughed remembering how nervous I was that day. Why would you want to leave? She looked at me confused. You remember what we talked about last night? Mix all of that together and add in my head telling me that she was mad at me for 2 months and you'll think anything is your fault. I took another sip of my drink. Plus, I was probably a little hungover at that time. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I realized what just slipped out of my mouth. Ms. Emmy stared me down with an eyebrow raised. I'm sorry, what was that about, a hangover? And nothing. I said nothing about a hangover. I tried to give her a confident smile, but it wasn't working. Oh, we'll come back to that, but for now I want to hear the rest of this story. She started to relax a little bit. Continue. I gulped down my terror as I continued the story. Well, she apologized for everything that had happened and she started reteaching me guitar. Her dad then popped up out of the blue and apologized as well and invited to come to a music night that Friday. I took another sip of my drink. Her and I left after that and went to the park to talk some more. In all honesty, she didn't leave me with much of a choice. I let out another laugh as I looked at Ms. Emmy. A few days later I was on my way to the music store and I got attacked and ended up in the hospital, but you knew that part already. She nodded at me. Yeah, but you didn't mention that it happened on the way to a date. It wasn't a date. Or at least I don't think it was. I scratched my head. But that's besides the point. Apparently she found Mr. Izawa with me in the alley and rode to the hospital with me. When her dad picked her up, he left me a note telling me to call them when I got up. After a few long talks I was discharged. I called them again letting them know I made it home safe, and her dad gave me her number as well as inviting me over for dinner. I sat back in my chair. That was an interesting night. I let out a chuckle. I told them more about me than I ever thought I would. But they didn't treat me any differently, they accepted me. I wiped away a tear that formed in my eye. After that we hung out a couple times and she helped me pick out a guitar, and now I'm here. I think you would have liked her. She would always make the same joke about being all ears when I would ask her something. I looked up and saw her confused. Her quirk made her hearing extremely sensitive. She started to laugh after hearing that. Ah man, that's a good one. So when am I going to meet this little minx? She leaned in intently. You're not going to. I looked down towards the floor. We ended whatever we had when I left. But why? She looked at me confused. I thought you said she was the best thing to happen to you? She still is, but it's not fair to her if I leave to focus on my dream knowing I wouldn't have time for her. I squeezed my hand into a fist in my pocket trying to stay calm. Needless to say, she didn't like it. I see, but still, wouldn't it be worth a shot? She leaned back in her chair. Maybe. I unclenched my fist in my jacket. But hindsight is 20/20. She just looked at me for a moment and took a deep breath. Well, how about we change topics then? So you play music, that's pretty cool. As I explained to her the situation of me not bringing the guitar I had bought, the waiter came and took our order. She then proceeded to lecture me about how fiscally irresponsible it was. But after telling her how every time I looked at it I thought of her, she understood why I left it. It was the same as someone throwing out gifts their ex had gotten them to help get over them quicker. The rest of the lunch conversation was uneventful, just talking about music and potential plans for the future. As we finished eating, Ms. Emmy pulled out her phone and looked at the time. She let out a small sigh as she put it away. Well, that took longer than I thought it would, but I think it was well worth it. Yeah, it was really good. Thank you. I finished off what was left of my drink. Well, let's get going. I'm sure Shota must be worried that I'm trying to corrupt you. She let out a small laugh. Corrupting me? I looked at her confused. Yep, he likes things more peaceful and I'm sure he's worried I'm going to turn you into someone like me. She stood up and we made our way out the door. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I followed her out to the car. I mean, you seem like a really nice person and you care about people. Sure, you can be a little over the top sometimes, but I don't think that is inherently bad. As we got in the car, she wiped away a fake tear. Gosh, you're gonna make me feel like a proud mother when you say things like that. I let out a nervous chuckle. Is that a bad thing? Nope, not at all. She smiled as she drove us back to Mr. Izawa's house. So, speaking of proud moms, can I ask why exactly you called me that last night? Oh, yeah, about that. I looked out the window so I wouldn't have to see her reaction. Well, it was just in the moment you reminded me of her back when I was little. Your hair smelt like hers and it felt safe. I guess I just got caught up in the moment. We sat in silence for a moment before I heard a soft sniffle come from the other side of the car. Damn it, kid, now you're making me all emotional, but that was just so sweet. Sorry about that. I nervously rubbed the back of my head. I'll try not to make a habit of it. Oh hell no, from now on a mama joke. She stared at me, letting me know she was serious. So no more Ms. Emmy? Unless the situation calls for it. I looked back at her confused. What do you mean by that? Well, I am a pro hero as well as a teacher. Obviously if I'm on duty it's Ms. Joke, but if we were around my students it's Ms. Fukukado. She let out a sigh. It is a shame though, Mama Joke has a nice ring to it and it's a great setup for jokes. I let out a small smile. What if I called you Mrs. Aizawa? The car came to a sudden stop as she turned her head to stare at me. Izuku, I think we're going to get along perfectly. As we started to drive I felt my heart start to beat again. God, that scared the shit out of me. I rested my head on the window. I wonder how Mr. Aizawa would react to that? Oh, Shota is gonna hate it, but I think it's worth it. A sinister smile came across her face. Speaking of Shota, I have a plan. The rest of the drive back was spent with Mama Joke explaining to me the plan she had come up with. I'd be lying if I said it didn't sound funny, but I was also worried about how this would all turn out. Before I knew it, we were standing at the front door. I felt a hand placed on my shoulder and saw Mama Joke giving me one of her trademark smiles. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and saw Mr. Aizawa sitting on the couch with Licorice. Hey Pops, how was the meeting? He slowly turned his head towards me and his eyes were wide. I could hear Mama Joke trying to hold back her laughter, but it wasn't working. Emmy, what did you do to him? Izuku POV. Monday morning started out eerily similar to Sunday. I woke up to find Licorice asleep on my chest. Mr. Aizawa had already left for work, and there was breakfast in the fridge for me. After eating, I decided to look around the training room. It was amazing how much room there was. With each step I took, I felt myself get more and more excited about what the future could hold for me. I made my way back to the living room and sat on the couch next to Licorice. The little guy curled up in a ball against my leg. I gently rubbed behind his ear as he purrs. Are you sure you're not a dog in disguise? Licorice didn't reply. He just continued to purr until he fell asleep. I laughed to myself a little as I got up and went back to my room. Lying down on my bed, I looked towards the clock and saw it was almost noon. I wonder what time he's going to get here? I rested my head on my pillow. I just hope whoever comes with them is somewhat normal. Why the hell did he bring someone that looks like a porn star here? All three of us were sitting on the couches in the living room. Sitting across from me was the cheerful Principal Nizu, and next to him was a stunningly beautiful woman in navy blue skinny jeans and a black turtleneck. It's nice to meet you. Kiyama Namuri, but you can call me Midnight. She gave a flirtatious wink. I looked at Nizu and then back to her. Is that a stage name or something? Principal Nizu looked at me shocked, but she just had a smirk. I'm sorry, I spent the entire day with Ms. Joke yesterday, so I think she started to rub off on me. She just laughed at my answer. Well, I guess your question isn't too far off from the truth. At this point I was completely lost. I looked towards Nizu hoping for some answers and he smiled. She's one of our esteemed teachers at UA and she has graciously offered to help in your education for the next year. I looked at him even more confused. Next year? I still have a year and a half to go. Yes, well, it seems that you're quite advanced for your age and really know what you're doing. So we were able to help you slip semester. She gave me a smile that sent chills down my spine. I can't wait to see what you're made of. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I scratched the back of my head nervously. Why does she make everything sound like an innuendo? Now Ms. Namuri, no need to pressure the poor boy. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time for that later. Now let's get to the matter at hand. An unnerving grin spread across his face. I have created a curriculum that I believe will be a challenge for you. That is, if you think you can handle it. If not, I could always come up with an easier one, but I must say I am extremely proud of the one I came up with. It doesn't just cover your run-of-the-mill education but practical usage of strategy and critical thinking needed for everyday life. I looked towards the coffee table as I thought for a moment. It doesn't matter what my choice is. You are going to give me the same curriculum either way. The small creature started to laugh as Ms. Namuri looked at me shocked. You were right, sir. She liked her lips. I like this one. We'll have a lot of fun. If everything goes according to plan, I'm certain you'll be able to pass the entrance exam with ease. He kept his gaze focused on me. Do you have any questions? I matched his gaze. When do we start? Ready to dive in, I see. Ms. Namuri's grin spread across her face. I really like this one. Ah, an Excel question indeed. Well, due to previous commitments, we won't be able to start your studies till next week. His grin faded to a neutral expression. Any other questions? No, sir. I started to relax a little more. All right, well, now I think it's time we discussed a more pressing matter. He looked at me with a serious expression. Even Ms. Namuri's demeanor changed. What is it? I looked at them confused. There's not really a good way to put this lightly, but we're worried about your mental state. He locked his eyes with mine. I felt an itch in the back of my throat and I tried to swallow it. That's so warehouse. Why are you worried about something like that? Namuri cleared her throat. To be frank with you, being a hero is not easy. It takes dedication and extreme mental fortitude, and based on what I heard, you are severely lacking in one of those. What do you mean? It felt like my throat was tightening, making it harder for my words to come out. Sure, I had a rough time in the past, but I'm better now. If that's the case, why did you start stuttering the moment we brought this up? Her eyes turned cold and they locked to mine. I felt as if I had just been caught in a web that she had been stringing together since the moment she walked in. Has she been observing my speech patterns? No, that's ridiculous. A lot of people stutter when they are uncomfortable or caught off guard. You're a smart kid, so I'm sure you've probably already thought up a few counterpoints to what I just said, but that doesn't change the fact that you started to have a panic attack the other night when your quirk was brought up. She kept her unfaltering gaze locked on me. How did you know about that? My eyes went wide. How I know that isn't important. What is important is that we help you. I've seen plenty or would-be heroes that are stronger than you withdraw from the hero course because of the mental turmoil it puts you through. She leaned in, keeping her eyes locked on mine. Now tell me, how do you think someone who can't even accept their own quirk handle all the additional stress that comes from being a hero? I lowered my eyes to the ground, trying to regain my composure. Everything she had said came from her own personal experience. I could tell that much from the conviction in her voice. But something didn't sit right with me. Who are you to say I don't accept my quirk? I looked back up to meet her eyes. She raised an eyebrow and looked at me intrigued. Is that so? Her voice was calm. If that's the case, then why do you claim to be quirkless? Why not be proud of it? Because all it can do is cause people more pain. I clenched my fists. And is that a good reason to pretend as if it doesn't exist? She looked at me skeptically. I don't pretend that it doesn't exist. I shifted my gaze back down to the ground. Really? Well then, how many people know you have a quirk? She leaned in further. I don't know, maybe 7 people. I felt like sinking into the couch. I had never realized that so little people knew about it. She whistled after hearing that. Wow, those are some impressive numbers. Now tell me, how many of those did you willingly tell them about it? I couldn't answer her, my mouth had gone completely dry. I just stared at the ground motionless. I thought so. She leaned back onto the couch and crossed her legs. Trust me, kid, if you don't accept it as a part of you, you'll never make it. I knew she was right. She had figured me out since the beginning. How can I accept it? Own it. Her eyes stay locked to me. What is your quirk? I told Nizu to not give me any details about your quirk. All I know is that you have one and that you hate it. I raised my head to try and match her eyes. It's called Traumatize. She leaned forward, intrigued. Really? Well, what can you do with it? It makes people relive their most traumatic instances, and those memories can be altered to make the memory worse. I gulped nervously as I felt my hand shake a little. Wrong. Her eyes felt like daggers piecing through me. I asked what you can do with it. I lowered my head and my voice went soft. I make people relive their worst memories. And I can alter the memories, making them worse. She leaned further forward. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that. Would you mind speaking up a little? I glanced up at her and saw a sheet-eating grin on her face. I took a few deep breaths to gather what little confidence I had left. I make people relive their worst memories, damn it, and I can make them worse. She looked at me as she bit her lip, smiling. Oh my, now that's more like it. I love a man that can take control. She stood up and made her way to sit next to me. I love being someone's first, it's so exhilarating. I tensed up when I felt her put her hand on my head as a pink mist formed around me. What are you doing? Just relax, you'll enjoy this. She rolled up her sleeve a little. You did a lot better than I expected today, so I think it's fair to say that your first session was productive. I felt my eyes starting to get heavy as she brought me head down into her lap. Now get some rest. I don't think you realize just how much this has taken out of you. A few hours later, I woke up in my bed. I looked down and saw Licorice asleep on my chest again. Am I just a pillow to you? Licorice just looked at me and meowed. I let my head fall back onto the pillow. Of course, why would I expect anything else? I laid there staring at the ceiling when I heard a strange voice. Did you expect me to talk? I raised my head and stared at Licorice with a blank expression. Holy shit, you can talk? Why, of course, I'm no ordinary cat, you know. Licorice tilted his head a little at me. I'm the all-knowing cat sage and I have come to give you a mission. I stared at him blankly before looking to the door and seeing a tuft of green hair in the doorway. I rolled my eyes. And what does the great all-knowing cat sage want with me? You shall save the world. Licorice yawned as he started to fall asleep. Do you accept this mission? I let out a sigh. Mama joke, you can cut it out. Loco Rice fell back asleep. God damn it. I could hear a few muffled footsteps from the other side. Stupid cat, I waited out there for almost an hour for that bit. I raised an eyebrow at her. Seriously? Hey, if that bit had worked it would have been comedy gold. She walked in and sat on the edge of the bed. I rolled my eyes at her as I moved Licorice off of me and sat up. So why exactly are you here? I thought Mr. Aizawa banned you for a week? She looked at me confused. Who? I let out a small groan. I thought Pops banned you for a week? A grin spread across her face. He did, but when he told me what happened today, I decided it was worth the risk. Well, surprise, he let me in. I fell back onto the bed and put the pillow over my face. Does everyone know about that now? That depends if you count 4 people as everyone. She put a finger to her chin. More or less. I begrudgingly sat up. So what now? She just shrugged her shoulders. The hell if I know, but I do know it's time to start your training. Her smile grew wider. Yep, Shota is already down there, so go ahead and get ready. We'll be waiting. 20 minutes later I found myself running on a self-propelled treadmill. I really should have done more cardio. I had been on it for 10 minutes now and I already felt like my legs were about to give out. Alright kid, you're almost done with the warm-up. Mr. Aizawa looked down at the clock in his hand. What? What do you mean? I thought this was the workout. I continued to run while I heard Mama joke laughing from my answer. Not at all. He kept his eyes on the clock in his hand. We're going to increase your endurance before we even think about anything else. Are you trying to kill me, Pops? I looked at him while trying not to stumble over my own feet. He glared at me, momentarily activating his quirk. Yes. I quickly shifted my gaze back in front of me. A few more minutes had passed and it felt like my sides were being repeatedly stabbed. Alright, time, you can stop. Oh, thank God. I slowed my pace before carefully stepping off the treadmill and lying on the floor trying to catch my breath. And you said that was the warm-up? Yeah. Next time we go for distance instead of time. He tossed a water bottle at me. Yay. I caught the bottle and took a few sips. Looking over I saw Mama joke still holding in some laughter. What's so funny? I didn't realize you'd be this bad. She couldn't help but let a few laughs escape. I'm so glad I was able to see this. Not every encounter with a villain can be decided quickly. Some turn into a test of endurance. Then there are times after a large-scale attack where you will have to do search and recovery for hours on end. He looked back at his watch. It doesn't matter how tired we are, we have to keep going because people are counting on us. Yes, sir. I took another sip of water before standing back up and making my way back on the treadmill to walk at a slow pace. Mr. Aizawa looked up at me confused. What are you doing? I didn't tell you to start. You said it doesn't matter how tired we are, we have to keep going. So I'm gonna keep moving till we're done. I continued to walk as I worked on keeping my breathing under control. He let out a sigh before shaking his head. You know, if you push yourself too hard you'll collapse, right? Yeah, but if I do I have you and Mama joke to make sure I'm alright. I'd rather push to my limit here than have it happen during something important where someone could seriously hurt. I rested my arms on the rails of the treadmill as I focused on the floor. If that's what you want, then let's pick up the pace to a nice easy jog. Walked in front of the treadmill. Keep your eyes on me. I raised my head as I picked up the pace. Got it, Pops. He let out a small sigh. All right, kid, would you say you're smart? Yes, sir. I kept my eyes on him. Good. So you know that a person's ability to process information slows down as they get tired. He kept his eyes fixed on me. Obviously. Why are you asking? I looked at him confused. A smirk came across his face. Well, it seems you're already being affected by your lack of endurance. Starting now, every minute I'm going to ask you a question and you have to answer it immediately. A nervous smile formed on my face. So what exactly is the point of this? What's going to happen if you get put in a situation where a split-second decision is needed to turn the tables? If you've never been in that situation before, you may freeze up and miss your chance. This is just the beginning to start training your processing skills while under physical stress. He looked over at Mama Joke. Also, Emmy thought it would be funny. I let out a sigh as I nodded. Alright, so quick answers are required, but the real issue is understanding the questions while tired. Alright, we'll start off easy. Why are you still calling me Pops after I told you not to? His eyes kept a cold glare. Because Mama Joke honestly terrifies me when she gives that cold stare of hers, and I really don't want to see it again. I glanced over at her and she gave a smile as she waved at me. He looked over and saw the wave and smiled. He shook his head as he looked back at me. Alright, fair enough. I let out an internal sigh as I kept my pace. Alright, I can do this. What's Newton's first law of motion? He pulled out his phone to look at it. How did we get from a person's name to physics? I shook my head. An object will stay in its current state unless an unbalanced force acts upon it. He looked up from his phone. Good enough. He kept his eyes locked on me before taking a deep breath. What was your first impression of Midnight? I thought she was a porn star. I quickly covered my mouth. Sheet, why did I say that? Mama Joke busted out in laughter as Pops shook his head. Just don't let her hear that. Hopefully you didn't say anything stupid. I may have asked if Midnight was her stage name. Mama Joke was now on the floor laughing, and even Pops let out a small snicker. This isn't going how I thought it would? I shook my head hoping it would help me focus more. The questions continued for another 5 minutes, and each question varied from topics as to what are the colors of the rainbow to questions about quantum physics theories. At this point it was taking all I had to keep focused on standing. Alright kid, last question. Once you answer it, we're taking a break. Did you bring any alcohol into my house? Yes, sir. I slowed my pace until I stepped off the treadmill and collapsed. Thank God that's over. This had been the first time I had pushed myself so hard in a long time. The physical exhaustion caused me to fail full comprehension of the question he has asked. As I laid on the ground, I saw Mr. Aizawa standing over me, except his eyes were red and his hair was floating. Everything all right? I don't think you understand what you just said. She crouched down so we were closer. I looked up at him confused. You asked if the realization of what he had asked, and my answer finally clicked. Damn it. Gyrus POV. I had spent the rest of the weekend locked in my room, only leaving it a couple times. Tsubaki had sent countless texts and even called a handful of times to see if everything was alright, but I just ignored them. I didn't want to see or talk to anyone. All I wanted was Izuku back. His olive green hoodie quickly became my source of security. I wore it all weekend, and when I wasn't wearing it was either in my arms or within arm's reach. I didn't want to go to school today, but I had to. I wasn't allowed to wear his hoodie to school or hold onto it during class, so I kept it in my bag all day. Stupid FING rules. The only time I took it out was during lunch when I sat on the roof. I was hoping to be alone, but apparently the universe had other plans. What do you want, Tsubaki? What do you think? You text me out of the blue Saturday to find out something about Midoriya, then you ghost me all weekend. Then you show up to school half dead. You haven't paid attention to any lessons, and now I find you up here holding onto some random jacket. What the hell is going on? She put her hand on her hips as she stood over me. He's gone. I held onto the jacket tighter as I felt tears start to run down my eyes again. A moment later I get Tsubaki wrap her arms around me. I didn't think I could still cry after how much I had done over the weekend, but my tears wouldn't stop falling. She didn't say anything, she just held me, trying to comfort me. We ended up missing the next PRD because we stayed on the roof. I told her everything that had happened, and she texted some of her old friends to see if they had heard anything. Apparently everyone found out when some girl asked a guy if he was alright. His answer caused her to collapse. I couldn't blame her, though I nearly did myself when I found out. She said that some of the class was a little shaken, some unaffected, but a few said it was about time. I really wanted to beat the shit out of them, but apparently the guy that knew him the best got suspended for knocking them out in the middle of class. Tsubaki told her friends to tell him thank you for me. Once school had ended and I was outside of the gates, I put on his jacket and made my way home. Even though I had been holding it all weekend, it still had the faint remains of his scent. I was dreading the day that smell would disappear forever. I wanted to hold on to it for as long as I could. As I made my way home, my mind couldn't help but wonder, is this how you felt? Even with all these people around, did you still feel all alone? These questions swirled around my head until I made it home. Back in my room, I curled up in my bed and pulled out my phone. I couldn't believe he was really gone. I looked at the picture we had taken at the beach. We looked so happy together. Not even a week ago we were talking about dreams and just enjoying each other's presence. I held onto my phone tightly and brought it to my chest as I cried myself to sleep. The rest of the week went about as well as Monday. Tsubaki continued to check up on me to make sure I was alright. At least she cares. Every day I'd come straight home from school and stay locked in my room till dinner, then it was right back to my room to sleep. Saturday was looking like it was going to be another day like the rest. That was until Mom kicked me out of the house because I needed fresh air. I found myself wandering around the town aimlessly. One way or another I found myself standing in the sand at the beach. It was a shame how much people had ruined this place. I made my way to the gazebo and sat at the edge so my feet could hang off the side. The sound of the waves crashing against the sand echoed in my head. I really do love this place, it feels so freeing. Laying on my back I looked over to the sand and saw the piles of garbage that had been stacked up. I shook my head and sighed as I stood up. Making my way across the sand I was shocked at what people had left. Tires, scrap metal, old toys, and even a car. How the hell did someone get away with that? I came to a stop when I found a pair of garbage cans that were still intact. After pulling them out I started sifting through the piles for anything small enough that could fit in the bins. It might not be much, but every little bit helps. The next hour I spent filling the bins I found while also looking for more. I found a few more that weren't in as good of shape, but they were still able to hold what I had put in them. I took a step back and looked at the 10 bins I had filled. I felt a bit of pride knowing that I had done something productive for the first time in a week. A smile formed over my face as I took a deep breath. Alright Izuku, I don't know how, but we're gonna clean this place up. It was a surreal moment looking at the little area I had cleared out. For a moment I could almost hear his voice telling me I was crazy for doing this. Laughing to myself I wiped away a stray tear that had formed. Alright, what's next? Witly looking through the piles trying to make a plan, I felt a breeze hit my stomach. A look of confusion turned to terror when I saw a small tear in his jacket. OF, this can't be happening. I quickly started to run back home hoping that Mom could fix it. Bursting through the door my mom looked up at me surprised. Whoa Kyoko, what's wrong? I pointed down to the rip in the jacket. Mom, can you fix this? She walked over and looked at it for a moment. Yeah, I can fix this easy, but you need to go take a shower, you smell like you've been in at the dump all day. She backed away and held her nose. Thanks Mom. I ran upstairs and threw off my clothes before hopping in the shower. After my shower I went to my desk and started to plan out what else I could do to clean the beach. Everything was going great until a thought crossed my mind. How the hell am I going to get all of this stuff off the beach? Sure, just getting everything sorted into groups will help, but that doesn't mean it actually cleans it. I buried my face into my hands and sighed. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought it was. Leaning back in my chair I stared up at the ceiling. Do I even have time for this? I still need to train so I can get into a hero course. Damn it Izuku, what would you do now? Getting out of the chair I grabbed Izuku's guitar before sitting on my bed. I don't know how or when, but it somehow ended up in my room. Softly strumming a few chords I started to hum to myself. I lost track of time as I played. It had been the longest I had gone without thinking of him, and I felt happy just being my old self for a little. While I continued to hum to myself I heard a knock on my door. Kyoka, can I come in? Sure. I kept my eyes on the guitar as I heard Mom open the door. What's up? Well, I wanted to give you back your jacket. She came and sat on the edge of the bed. My eyes jolted over to her and I saw the jacket folder in her lap. I sat the guitar down and snatched it from her lap and threw it on. Thanks Mom. I picked up the guitar again and started to play again. It's so warm, did she wash it? I could still smell his scent on the jacket faintly and a small smile formed on my face. So how did you rip it? It's not like you to do something reckless with something so important. She turned to face me on the bed. I jumped a little at hearing her voice. Once I had put the jacket back on I had completely forgot that she was in my room. I went to the beach that I used to go to all the time and I started to go through the trash to try and clean it up a little. She looked at me confused. Why would you do something like that? I threw the hood over my head as I held onto my knees. The place is special to me. Mom gave me a skeptical look. Are you sure that's the only reason? I rested my forehead on my knees. I told Izuku that I wanted to see it clean when we went there and I figured I could clean it so he could see it too. I felt my mom pull me into her side. You know that's not gonna be something you can do by yourself. I nodded. Yeah, but every little bit helps. That's right. She rubbed my head over the hood. You know your dad and I could help as well. Really? I looked up and saw her smiling at me. Of course. She wiped a stray tear from my eye. Now why don't you get ready, we're gonna go out for dinner tonight. An hour later we were all sitting at a family-run restaurant that my dad had heard great things about. As we sat at the booth I noticed the place had a strange mix of customers. They had the run-of-the-mill average Joes as well as some people who looked as if they belonged at a 5-star resort. It was mind-boggling to see such a mix of people in the same place. I was brought out of my state of stupor when I heard the sound of someone running up to the booth. It's you. I knew it wasn't true. I looked over to my side to see a girl that looked to be my age standing at the edge of the table. She had long blonde hair that had a streak of crimson red pulled back into a ponytail and golden eyes that shined. She had a bright smile that slowly faded. I'm sorry, but have we met before? Her lip quivered for a moment before she took a deep breath before she regained her composure. I'm sorry, I must have confused you for someone else. She pulled out a pen and notepad. My name is... She was cut off when a man came up and put his hand on her head. Hey Simi, your mom needs a little help in the kitchen, go and give her a hand. I can handle the front for a while. A man with golden eyes and crimson hair stood next to her. She nodded and made her way to the kitchen. Sorry about that, my daughter has been a little off lately. I'm Soma Yukihira, the owner and head chef of this fine establishment. Is there anything I can get you all to start? Just some drinks if you don't mind. My mom smiled at him before her maternal instincts kicked in. Is everything all right with your daughter? He let out a sigh as he rubbed the back of his head. Yes, she's just a little shaken. One of her friends recently moved far away. It was pretty sudden, so no one was expecting it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess our Kyoka here must have looked like her. My mom and dad let out a little laugh while I threw my hood up to cover my face. I don't know about that. She seemed to recognize her as you came in the door. The girl's got the nose of a bear and I don't think I've ever seen her mess up a smell. He let out a laugh. If it wasn't for that streak of red hair in her eyes, I would have sworn my wife cheated on me with one of our friends. He let out another laugh. Well, is there anything else I can get you besides the drinks? My parents looked at me and saw me starting to hang my head. There was no way to know for certain if this was just a huge coincidence or not without making things awkward. I knew for certain though that he was lying about them moving far away. This isn't fair. I just want to go home. As if he could read my mind, my dad shook his head. Actually, just forget about the drinks. I think we're just gonna head out. What? You all just sat down. He looked at us confused. Well, it seems your daughter is going through a rough time right now. I'd hate for us to cause her any more pain. Dad rubbed the back of his head. I know I sure wouldn't want my baby girl to go through more than she had to. He reached over the table and out a hand on my head. The man gave a small smile. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, at least let me grab you a snack till you figure out what you're doing next. Before we could even answer, he took off towards the kitchen. Mom and Dad let out a little laugh since he didn't give us a choice. Looking through the window, I could see him having a conversation with someone. I let my curiosity get the better of me and decided to plug a jack into the floor. I couldn't make out the entire conversation because of all the noise, but when I heard a familiar voice say her nose is never wrong, I felt a pit form in my stomach. I must have been making a face because the next thing I knew, Mom was kicking my shin and placing a pen and piece of paper in front of me. She didn't say anything to me, she just nodded as we made eye contact. As we sat waiting for him to return, I wrote a simple note hoping I was right but praying that I was wrong. I miss him too. I don't know exactly why I felt compelled to write those words, but they seemed right. Maybe it was because I felt bad for her, or maybe it was because I knew how she felt and hoped she would find comfort in knowing she wasn't alone. Before I could figure out my thoughts, the man who was talking to us earlier came back with a couple boxes and set them down on the table. Sorry about the wait, my lovely wife was upset with how I made the bento boxes for you. He gave us a smile. Is there anything else I can do for you before you head out? Oh no, you've been great, but how much do we owe you for this? My dad started to pull out his wallet. Don't worry about it, it's on the house. He pulled off his headband and wrapped it around his arm. Besides, I'm sure my wife would kill me if I accepted anything. Sounds like she runs a tight ship. My mom gave him a smirk. You don't know the half of it. He gave us a big smile. She can be a pain sometimes, but she loves harder than anyone I know. She sounds lovely. My mom returned the smile. I hope to meet her the next time we're here. Next time? You haven't even tried the food yet. For all you could know, it could be disgusting. A small smirk came over his face. Maybe it is, but it's the least we could do to repay you for this. Mom leaned into Dad, promoting him to nod in agreement. Well, when you put it like that, how could I refuse? He gave us a smile and turned around to head to another table. I quickly jumped up and tapped his shoulder. I'm sorry, could you give this to your daughter for me? I handed him my slip of paper folded in half as my jacks nervously tapped together. Of course. He gave me a smile before turning around to check on more tables. With that, the three of went back to the car and started to drive home. While on the road, I had to know if my gut feeling was right. Jairu, hey Tsubaki, I need to ask you for another favor. Tsubaki, what's up girl? Jairu, I wanted to know if you knew the name of the girl who collapsed in Izuku's class? Tsubaki, I'm not sure, give me a minute. It took a while for Tsubaki to respond again. We had already gotten home and eaten the food they sent us home with. I was in my room curled up on my bed when my phone went off again. Tsubaki, so her name is Simi Yukihira. But why did you want to know her name? Jairu, I'll explain Monday, I promise, but for now I just want to go to bed. F you universe. I set my phone down on my nightstand and closed my eyes, hoping for a better dream or even no dreams at all.